Chapter 1565. As he sensed the incredibly realistic and complete space law, Zhao Feng knew that he had succeeded. Truly inconceivable. Zhao Feng was inwardly stunned. He only believed that his god I was not suited for offense, so he wanted to test it out of curiosity. He hadn't expected for the pseudo-ancestral artifact, which was missing the last fragment, to be complete. At Zhao Feng's current level, he might have succeeded in duplicating an ancestral artifact fragment, but each ancestral artifact fragment was different. However, every ancestral artifact fragment was different. Zhao Feng had never seen the missing fragment before. However, the ability to turn dreams into reality had accomplished this. Moreover, because Zhao Feng's god eye was in the middle of excitedly transforming, he felt that it hadn't taken much energy. What level has my strength reached now? Zhao Feng was rather curious. He had no way of knowing if he could completely use the Dream God Eye's power. If he could, with the Dream God Eye and the Space Ancestral artifact, he could be considered a god. But Zhao Feng felt that the Dream God Eye still contained a power that he could not draw out. There's no rush. I already have a complete ancestral artifact. I'll first comprehend the space law and become a god king. Zhao Feng was in no rush. No one noticed heaven ascendant's transformation from a pseudo-ancestral artifact to an ancestral artifact. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the two heavenly Tao God eyes. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and stood there just like before. But in truth, he was using the Dream God Eye to create a dream, and his mind entered the dream to cultivate. With a complete space ancestral artifact, Zhao Feng was extremely confident that he could push his space law to perfection. After all, a god king with a god eye was a god. Once Zhao Feng became a god king, he would be a god eye deity. In the boundless void, the Heaven Lord and the five god eyes were still in a standoff. The heavenly Tao god eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead and the heavenly Tao ancestral eyes above the five gods were staring at each other. The heavenly Tao intents of the two god eyes fiercely clashed, devouring each other's energy. Although there was no mighty momentum, the sight of the two heavenly Tao god eyes was a taboo. Other than the power of the heavenly Tao, no other power could exist. Even if a god king was here, he would probably be turned to ashes immediately. The power of the two heavenly Tao god eyes far surpassed that of a god. For this reason, the bright sun hegemon, the celestial sword hegemon, and Sikong Tao didn't interfere in the battle between the two heavenly Tao ancestral eyes for now. There was another point. On the surface, the god eye deities had the upper hand. This scoundrel has been devouring our heavenly energy all this time and has been hiding it. Otherwise, we would have lost without a doubt. The divine punishment god was rather angry. Of course, this was their first time condensing the heavenly Tao God Eye, so they were unfamiliar with it and found it difficult to control its power. This allowed the Heaven Lord to use this chance to devour a portion of the heavenly Tao energy. Otherwise, if they had taken such measures from the start, the Heavenly Lord would have been finished. There are 5 of us. Why would we be afraid of him? The chief sovereign of death let out a cold snort. Of the 8 great god eyes, he hated the Heaven Lord the most. Samsara and annihilation had both died to the Heaven Lord. The heavenly Tao God eye formed by the 5 of them was certain to defeat the Heaven Lord. I'm afraid that it won't be that simple, the life god worriedly said. The fact that the Heaven Lord was able to fight against the 5 of them was the best proof. The Heaven Lord always had some secrets that others could not understand. At this moment, the life god suddenly realized that the Heaven Lord's aura had slightly changed. I forgot to tell you that the true form of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye is the ancient god-devil body, known as the ancient ancestor god. Thus, the ancient race bloodline and the heavenly Tao god I have a certain relationship. The Heaven Lord suddenly gave a strange smile. Is that so? The god-eye deities were rather surprised by this. In their minds, the owner of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye was already an invincible expert. It was normal for them to have an ancient god-devil body. However, the Heaven Lord's words truly did resolve one of their doubts. The Heaven Lord's ancient god-devil body truly had gotten stronger. The god-devil body alone was enough to defeat a single god-eye. But just when everyone thought that the Heaven Lord was just casually showing off, the heavenly Tao God eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's brow began to change. The 8 different colored eyes began to gather toward the center. The heavenly Tao God eye began to exude an even purer energy that could rule over all in the world. The God eye images behind the Heaven Lord also began to change. The 8 God eye images began to fade while the blurry eye in the center became a little clearer. This was a gray-white and turbid eye, and within it were many blurry runes that were twisting and changing according to some sort of law. If one looked at it, they would feel like they were looking up at that eye, cold and emotionless, breathtaking and insignificant. "Huh!" The Heaven Lord heartily laughed, and an even stronger heavenly Tao will erupted from his brow. "What's going on?" The divine punishment god was alarmed as he focused all his energy on controlling the heavenly Tao God eye. Why did his eye suddenly get stronger? We're gradually losing ground. The other god eye deities were stunned. The Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao was getting stronger and stronger, and the devouring energy was gradually turning the tide. Within the white worship, Lu Qinxin and Yu Tianwu grimaced, panic appearing on their faces. The heavenly Tao God eye formed by the 5 God eye deities not only strengthened the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God eye, but it also stimulated its refinement and fusion. Lu Qinxin's eyes widened. God eyes could help each other, and the heavenly Tao God eye was no exception. Although the heavenly Tao God eye of the 5 God eyes was stronger, the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God eye had evolved to a deeper level and was even more complete. This kind of eye has long since surpassed the realm of God eyes. It wouldn't be wrong to call it a pseudo-ancestral eye. Yu Tianwu had a calm expression, but he was inwardly panicking. He wasn't the only one panicking. The spectators, God King Radiant Peak, God King Heaven Dragon, and God King Charflame, were all panicking. Besides that, this battle had attracted the attention of almost all the top-class experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods. This battle would decide the fate of the ancient desolate realm of gods. "We can't lose!" The divine punishment god roared. As a god eye, how could he lose to someone who had obtained the heavenly Tao God eye through stealing eyes? At this time, calling the Heaven Lords the heavenly Tao God eye was no longer appropriate. The eye at the center of the Heaven Lord's forehead was far too powerful. God eyes simply could not compare to it. Calling it a pseudo-ancestral eye was more appropriate. There are 5 of us. How could we lose? The other God eye deities furiously activated their God eyes and focused their attention. "Haha, submit!" The Heaven Lord found it hard to conceal his joy. The heavenly Tao God eye's evolution had once more helped him reverse the disadvantageous situation. Kaboom! A mysterious and turbid wave of light emerged from the center of the Heaven Lord's forehead. Wherever it passed, any other energy would be annihilated. When it reached the eyes above the heads of the 5 gods, it had a massive impact. The 5 gods felt like their heads were ringing as if they had been struck by a hammer. But the 5 God eye deities were no pushovers. The Heaven Lord was not strong enough to directly defeat them. At this moment, Lu Qinxin's voice resounded in their minds. "We are God eyes, and we can grasp the power of the heavenly Tao God eye even faster than the Heaven Lord. Since the Heaven Lord's God eye can evolve, so can we." These words caused the 5 God eye deities to change their moods, their eyes shining with determination. At the same time, Lu Qinxin's destiny origin energy floated out of the white worship. Lu Qinxin's destiny god eye had not fully awakened before, so she could not participate in the God eye fusion art. But under the stimulation of the 2 heavenly Tao God eyes, she could now completely use the power of the destiny God eye. BZZZZ. The white ball of destiny origin energy floated next to the heavenly Tao god eye above the heads of the 5 gods. After all, it was not a direct fusion, so Lu Qinxin did not dare to recklessly fuse her destiny origin energy into it. If she did, it might have the opposite effect. But the 5 gods could use the heavenly Tao god eye to devour and fuse with the destiny origin energy. The 5 gods understood Lu Qinxin's intentions, and they all tried to devour that destiny origin energy. Don't even think about it. The Heaven Lord's expression chilled. He did not believe that he would fail now that his enemies had 6 god eyes. But nothing was absolute, and he would not let go of a single factor that could lead to his failure. Deish! A gray-white beam of divine light shot out of the pseudo-ancestral eye, instantly arriving on the other side. Scram! The divine punishment god roared. Their heavenly Tao god eyes erupted with a god energy that could destroy all laws and order, and it clashed with the gray-white beam of divine light. The bright sun god, celestial sword god, and Sikong Dao also attacked, using their strongest attacks to stop the Heaven Lord. Flames, swords, and fists of energy shot forward. Broom! A muffled explosion came from the horizon. Although the pseudo-ancestral eye was powerful, the heavenly Tao god eye was still formed by 5 god eye deities, so it could still put up a fight. At the same time, the heavenly Tao god eye focused on the destiny origin energy and absorbed it. In a flash, the massive heavenly Tao god eye buzzed, the mist within it twisting and transforming, radiating divine light. It's getting stronger. The Heaven Lord's eyes dimmed. Fighting against so many god-eye deities at the same time truly was not easy. It would be very difficult for them to defeat him, and it would also be very difficult for him to defeat them. Bzzz. The blurry eye within the mist gradually grew clearer. Countless tiny and mysterious runes appeared within the gray-white pupil, exuding a cold and emotionless aura. It was as if no power could defeat it, and one could only submit and worship it. The 5 god-eye deities also sensed the difference in this power, that it had reached a whole new level. The bright sun god and the other 2 god-eye deities could only retreat and watch this battle. In the distance, Zhao Feng was cultivating in his dream, but he also noticed the changes on the battlefield. Truly terrifying. I wonder if I'll be able to participate in this battle now that I'm a god. Zhao Feng was alarmed, but then his lips curled into a smile. After the dream god I got stronger, his comprehension abilities also got stronger. Everything seemed to go smoothly, and his space law was already extremely close to perfection. Chapter 1566. What a powerful energy! The divine punishment god sensed the power of the pseudo-ancestral eye and felt like he could do anything. Fortunately, as the divine punishment god, he had an upright and plain-spoken heart, and he was also facing a powerful foe. Otherwise, his mind would have been affected by this energy. At the same time, the other 5 hegemons could also sense this power. I really wonder just how strong the true heavenly Tao ancestral eye is. They couldn't help but sigh. But right now, eliminating the enemy was the most important thing. The Heaven Lord was far too crafty. Even if they had the slight advantage, they could not let down their guard. Kill! The divine punishment god roared as he took control of the pseudo-ancestral eye's power. The dark and turbid eye surged with powerful energy. The entire eye began to transform, becoming even more majestic, mysterious, and inviolable. It seemed like the god of the world, inspiring reverence. Boom! Whoosh! The eye grew stronger and stronger. Gray-white energy surged, forming a gray-white figure in the air. It was so massive that one couldn't even see its end, and it exuded a boundless pressure. The figure extended a hand, ignoring distance as it descended on the Heaven Lord's head. Kaboom! Space collapsed, and all the energy was obliterated. This hand was like the hand of the heavens. Every line on it was like a law, an order that could decide everything, making it impossible for anyone to even think of resisting. Many of the god kings, watching from a distance, felt their legs tremble when they saw this hand, and they wanted to kneel. I am the true successor to the heavenly Tao ancestral I. The Heaven Lord's face was ruthless, his 3 eyes flashing with a wicked and vicious light that made others shiver in fear. Boom! Bang! The Heaven Lord's eyes also exploded with powerful, heavenly Tao energy. Like an erupting volcano, this energy collided with the massive hand, the 2 powerful energies clashing. Boom! Bang! Crack! With this hand as the center, space began to crumble and shatter. Humph! In the end, your strength is no match for the 6 of us God eyes. The divine punishment god coldly snorted, his face calm and dignified. It's still early. The Heaven Lord's face twisted into a crazed smile. His body grew larger and larger, his ancient race bloodline getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the chaotic heavenly Tao energy unleashed from the Heaven Lord's forehead gradually condensed into a massive arm. Boom! Bang! The palms of the 2 arms collided with each other, producing a dull, loud sound. What? This fellow! The chief sovereign of Death's face turned cold. As God eyes, they were able to control this energy even faster and more easily dig out deeper levels of it. But the Heaven Lord's ability to learn was also very strong. This was probably because of his Heaven's legacy race bloodline. Moreover, his desire for victory and his resolve far surpassed everyone else's. No one can defeat me. The power of the eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead grew stronger and stronger, and his body became as imposing as a primal chaos god devil. Quick, kill him! The 6 god eyes deeply respected the Heaven Lord. The divine punishment hegemon controlled the power of the pseudo-ancestral eye, unleashing yet another powerful attack. The grayish-white giant hand gradually grew in size, and at the same time its power increased. Boom! The heavenly Tao energy unleashed from the Heaven Lord's forehead was crushed by the massive palm. The Heaven Lord's body flashed as he retreated and punched at the god-eye deities. Defend! The heavenly punishment hegemon summoned the power of the heavenly Taos. A grayish-white wall suddenly appeared on his right side, as if it had separated this part of the world. Boom! Bang! The supreme ancient bloodline attack was like a piece of tofu crashing into a steel wall and shattering. This battle is over. The divine punishment god coldly stared at the Heaven Lord. The 5 god-eye deities slowly moved toward the Heaven Lord and unleashed powerful attacks. Although the Heaven Lord was getting stronger, he could not surpass the 6 god-eye deities in terms of strength. Boom! Bang! With a heaven-shaking boom, the Heaven Lord was thrown back tens of thousands of li. The samsara god's power rapidly restored the Heaven Lord's shattered body. These old scoundrels! The Heaven Lord's face was somewhat ghastly pale. The 6 god-eye deities were simply too powerful. Escaping would be very difficult. At this moment, a strange ripple of energy in the distance attracted the attention of many experts. Boom! Zhao Feng's body began to exude a powerful perfected law, and his left eye began to slowly turn, radiating a dreamy light. Zhao Feng's energy began to climb, causing the hearts of the distant god kings to tremble in fear. He's become a god king. God King Radiant Peak rejoiced. Wonderful. Brother Feng has the 9th god eye. If he participates in the battle, Zhao Yufei was extremely excited. The 6 god-eye deities and the members of the Sage faction also glanced at Zhao Feng. Originally, becoming a god was a major event that would shake the entire wilderness. No one would underestimate it. However, the 6 god-eye deities and the Heaven Lord had gotten used to the power of the pseudo-ancestral eye. To them, the energy of a god could only be described as weak, so they were not that surprised. It was only because Zhao Feng was a god eye that he managed to attract their attention. Okay, Zhao Feng suddenly stood up and scanned the 6 god-eye deities and the Heaven Lord. At this moment, he had finally become a god king, a god-eye deity. The Ish! In a flash, Zhao Feng approached the battlefield of the six god eyes. What powerful heavenly Tao energy! As he approached the six god eye deities, Zhao Feng began to feel the invisible pressure of the heavenly Tao energy. Zhao Feng sensed that his perfected space law had been greatly weakened, and even the primal chaos and tribulation lightning energies in his body found it difficult to exert much of their power. Zhao Feng, who had originally planned to participate in the battle after becoming a god, felt rather discouraged. But the closer he got to the pseudo-ancestral eye, the more excited Zhao Feng's dream god eye became. With a moment's thought, Zhao Feng released a layer of dream origin energy that wrapped around his body. Zhao Feng immediately realized that his dream origin energy could counteract the heavenly Tao energy, and the pressure on him gradually faded. The five god eye deities chilled. For some reason, their hearts inexplicably throbbed. This brat. In the distance, the Heaven Lord's expression was gloomy. In his mind, Zhao Feng was not one of the 8 great god eyes. This was because the heavenly Tao ancestral eye was formed from the origin energy of the 8 great god eyes. As long as he seized these 8 origins, he could fuse with the heavenly Tao ancestral eye, but the 9th god eye was not one of them. Thus, after the Heaven Lord formed the heavenly Tao god eye, he shifted his focus from the 9th god eye. There's no 9th god eye. Then his eye, the Heaven Lord was certain that there were only 8 great god eyes. Although there was a legend of the 9th god eye, he believed that this legend was false. Then what was Zhao Feng's eye? A fake? Zhao Feng, work with the other 3 gods to disturb the Heaven Lord. The divine punishment god roared. In his view, Zhao Feng's participation was dispensable. After all, they already had the upper hand. Moreover, the power of a god was rather weak in front of the pseudo-ancestral eye. Thus, he had Zhao Feng work with the other 3 gods. The 4 gods working together should be able to have some effect on the Heaven Lord. Okay. Zhao Feng joined up with the other 3 gods and went to the other side, where they were responsible for disrupting and restraining the Heaven Lord. It was too difficult for them to injure the Heaven Lord, but restraining and disrupting him was still possible. Boom! Bang! The moment Zhao Feng's group began to move, the 6 god eye deities began to attack, their terrifying energy causing Zhao Feng and the other 3 gods to feel their hearts tremble. Space-time barrier. Celestial mote sword. Zhao Feng's group used powerful techniques to obstruct and disrupt the Heaven Lord's movements. The Heaven Lord's face was ghastly pale as he scanned his surroundings. He was at a disadvantage at this time. In the face of the powerful pseudo-ancestral eye, even his chances of escaping were minuscule. But he did not give up. In this perilous moment, the Heaven Lord's mind was rapidly turning, thinking of all possible plans to reverse the situation. Suddenly, an idea came to the Heaven Lord's mind. He suddenly discovered a clue in his sea of memories. He had overlooked it at the time, but now that he thought about it, this piece of information was extremely important. Boom! Bang! Crash! At this moment, the heavenly Tao energy of the 6 god eye deities approached. The Heaven Lord found it hard to resist, and he was forced to retreat in a sorry state. Extremely far away, Zhao Feng's group attacked and interfered with the Heaven Lord. Let's gamble. The Heaven Lord's face was crazed, his eyes extremely gloomy. Let me unveil your true face. The Heaven Lord roared as he charged at Zhao Feng. Oh no! Zhao Feng grimaced. Being stared at by the Heaven Lord made him feel like he couldn't breathe. The other 3 gods also grimaced and began to retreat. They knew that the Heaven Lord was powerful, so they kept their distance. In their view, the Heaven Lord's target was the 8 great god eyes, so he probably wouldn't attack them. Zhao Feng, the bright sun god, and the others began to retreat. Zhao Feng possessed a perfected space law, so he was able to flee 1,000,000 li in a flash. The 6 god eye deities also began to intercept the Heaven Lord. Boom! The illusory figure in the pseudo-ancestral eye waved its arm, and an enormous and indescribable arm appeared in the Heaven Lord's path, blocking off the world. "Break!" The Heaven Lord roared, the eye on his forehead turning at full power, unleashing a frenzied wave of energy. Not good. He's burning his heavenly Tao origin. The 6 gods were taken aback. Although the Heaven Lord had been in desperate straits in his battle with them before, the Heaven Lord had never burned so much heavenly Tao origin at once. Boom! Bang! The ash-white arm, which was like 100,000 mountains, suddenly exploded. A silver silhouette passed through it at high speed. "Move!" The Heaven Lord's left eye focused on a few specks of dust 1,000,000 li away. Suddenly, the Heavenly Lord appeared where the specks of dust had been, and the specks of dust ran to where the Heavenly Lord had been. The positions of the two had been silently switched. The Heaven Lord instantly approached Zhao Feng. "Run!" Zhao Feng activated his complete space law and the pseudo-ancestral artifact, transforming into a blur as he fled. "Die!" The Heaven Lord punched again and again, using the heavenly Tao God Eye to amplify the power of his ancient bloodline attacks. Ordinary gods were powerless against the Heaven Lord at this time. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump. The ancient race energy, the heavenly Tao energy, and unprecedented danger caused Zhao Feng's left eye to fiercely thump, and a stabbing pain almost made him faint. Kaboom! A moment later, a tsunami of dream origin energy surged out of Zhao Feng's left eye, engulfing Zhao Feng as if preparing to rescue Zhao Feng. Chapter 1567. In his weakened state, the Heaven Lord was willing to burn his heavenly Tao origin to attack Zhao Feng. The 6 god-eye deities had not expected this. In the face of the Heaven Lord's attack, the intense sense of danger and the stimulation of his ancient bloodline and heavenly Tao energy caused the dream god Eye to unleash a tsunami of dream origin energy. In a flash, Zhao Feng was engulfed in boundless dream origin energy. At a glance, he was like a dreamy crystal ball, displaying the most beautiful colors in the world. On the other side, the Heaven Lord stared at Zhao Feng. He suddenly recalled the reports he had obtained on Zhao Feng. One of them was that Zhao Feng had once used the abilities of his eye in the Heavenly Demon Hall to undo the God-Eye fusion art of the 8 great God-Eye descendants. Although it sounded a little unbelievable, but if it was true, it could resolve his current predicament. In addition, the Heaven Lord felt that Zhao Feng's God-Eye contained some sort of extraordinary secret. His eye had already evolved to the pseudo-ancestral eye level and could even devour the strongest heavenly Tao energy. Perhaps it could also devour the energy of Zhao Feng's God-Eye, though he still didn't know what kind of energy it was. And at this moment, the dream energy erupting from Zhao Feng's left eye made the Heaven Lord feel that something was wrong. On the other side, the 6 god-eye deities were also captivated by this sight. Zhao Feng's 9th god-eye had always been a question mark on their minds. Although they acknowledged that Zhao Feng was a god-eye, they had never placed him in the circle of the 8 great god-eyes. But now, as they stared at that massive ball of dreamy light, they felt extremely uneasy. Feng, Lu Qinshin revealed a trace of unbearable nervousness. Before this battle began, she had realized that the final chance of victory did not lie with the 8 great god-eyes, but with Zhao Feng. But Lu Qinshin didn't know exactly what to do. Now that the Heaven Lord was attacking Zhao Feng, she couldn't help but be nervous, but there was nothing they could do. This shouldn't be a god-eye. A hint of surprise appeared in the divine punishment hegemon's eyes. The Heaven Lord's fist punched at the dreamy mist. Rumble, the dream origin, suddenly became incomparably agitated. It was as if a slow stream had turned into a raging wave. After the two forces collided, they actually canceled each other out. How is this possible? The Heaven Lord was alarmed. An attack from his ancient god-fiend body was already enough to crush an ordinary sovereign. Furthermore, he had infused his fist with the power of the heavenly Tao. But the energy released by Zhao Feng's god, I was actually able to counteract it. Of course, this energy was still too weak to completely block the Heaven Lord's attack. However, it was still growing stronger and stronger at a rapid pace. Gurgle, Zhao Feng's left eye was like a source, spewing out vast amounts of dream origin energy in an endless stream. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, had almost lost consciousness from the intense pain in his left eye. Before, Zhao Feng had only used a small amount of dream essence. Furthermore, there had been a process. Now that so much dream essence was being used up, it was naturally difficult for him to bear. So much origin energy. Zhao Feng was startled. He hadn't expected his left eye to contain so much energy. But soon, the dream origin energy was about to run dry, and the Heaven Lord's attack had not completely disappeared. Am I still going to die? Zhao Feng was somewhat unwilling to accept this. But just when the dream origin energy was about to run dry, another incalculable and terrifying power suddenly rushed out from the dreamy silver ball. At this moment, the dreamy silver ball was dyed even more dazzling, and the sliver of silver completely vanished. The entire dreamy silver ball seemed to transform into a pure, dreamy crystal ball. The image of an eye on the crystal ball shone with an even more dazzling light, and it seemed to have become an actual eye. Boom! An even pure dream origin energy charged out of Zhao Feng's left eye. If Zhao Feng's origin energy was like clouds of mist before, then now the origin energy Zhao Feng released was like viscous seawater on a completely different level. The sliver of silver in Zhao Feng's left eye completely vanished, replaced by a pure, dreamy color. As this powerful dream origin energy charged out, the distant Heaven Lord grimaced, and the pseudo-ancestral eye on his forehead trembled. On the other side, the god eyes of the 6 god eye deities pulsed. The god eye fusion art they were using suddenly became extremely unstable. The grayish-white shadow in the endless void suddenly became blurry and gradually dissipated. Just what? The Heaven Lord was stunned. Zhao Feng hadn't died to his attack, and his eye had exploded with another powerful energy. He found it strange that he hadn't been able to kill Zhao Feng after paying such a heavy price. But just as he imagined, the god eye fusion art of the 6 god eye deities had become unstable. The Heaven Lord realized that his pseudo-ancestral eye was also somewhat affected, but it was very small. Divine Might's fury! The Heaven Lord didn't have much time left. No matter what was going on with Zhao Feng's eye, he couldn't let go of this chance. The Heaven Lord immediately activated his pseudo-ancestral eye and attacked the 6 god eye deities. Kaboom! The pseudo-ancestral eye unleashed a gray-white and turbid energy that formed a massive illusory head in the sky. The head opened its mouth and unleashed a roar suffused with boundless divine might at the 6 god eye deities. Originally, the 6 gods had been thrown into disarray by the god eye fusion art. But now, the Heaven Lord's protector suddenly attacked. Oh no! Too fast! Everyone's expression changed abruptly and they were horrified. The Heaven Lord seemed to have known all this, and the moment the god eye fusion art went wrong, he immediately attacked. In the face of this attack, the 6 god eye deities could only barely use the power of the pseudo-ancestral eye to resist. Bang! The pseudo-ancestral eye unleashed a gray-white wave of energy that collided with the vast divine might. The gray-white wave of energy shattered, and the powerful shockwave continued on toward the pseudo-ancestral eye. Hold! The divine punishment god clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging like little earthworms. The other god eyes also put in their all. Suddenly, boom! The massive pseudo-ancestral eye trembled and then collapsed. The god eye fusion art had been undone. At the same time, the 6 gods vomited blood, their bodies unsteady, their faces ghastly pale and incredulous. How did they end up like this? How did they fail? Haha! The Heaven Lord laughed heartily. Nothing was more exciting than turning the tables in desperate straits. The Heaven Lord was extremely excited at the sight of the 6 god eyes suffering from the backlash. Boom! Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian punched out. The pseudo-ancestral I boosted this gold-and-silver fist to several levels of power, transforming it into an invincible power. Without the pseudo-ancestral I, the six god eyes would find it hard to stop it. Retreat! The divine punishment god roared. In the face of the Heaven Lord's powerful attack, they could do nothing but dodge and run. Lu Qinshin's warship immediately began to retreat. Swish, swish, swish. The other 5 god-eye deities, the bright sun god, the celestial sword god, and Sikong Dao, also began to retreat. Stay! The Heaven Lord's pseudo-ancestral I began to turn. An invincible energy descended, one that could not be resisted. At this moment, everyone for tens of millions of li felt an impregnable pressure that caused them to freeze in the air. At this moment, the 5 god eyes who should have been able to smoothly escape were in grave danger. The Life God and Myriad Forms God were within range of the Heaven Lord's punch and had no time to escape. Although the Life God and Myriad Forms God were skilled in defense and possessed formidable vitality, they could not stop this attack. Seal of Life! In this crisis, the Life God's eyes began to blaze with dazzling green flames. A tremendous amount of life energy erupted from her body. Boom! This supreme energy pushed the Myriad Forms God, who was at the edge of the attack, several li away. At the same time, the Myriad Forms God absorbed the Life God's burning life origin, allowing him to explode with even greater power. Life! The Myriad Forms God turned his head and called out as he fled the attack range. But before he could even glance at the Life God, boom! The terrifying fist of energy held forward, engulfing the Life God and obliterating all. The other god deities grimaced at this sight. Just now, the Life God and Myriad Forms God were both doomed, but the Life God used her own power to save Myriad Forms. Moreover, the remaining 5 gods sensed a mysterious and complicated mark appear on their bodies. It was shaped like a leaf and exuded vast amounts of life energy that instantly healed all their injuries. Before dying, the Life God used all her life origin to use this secret art. The divine punishment god lowered his head and began to sway. This way, even if she died, the Heaven Lord would obtain very little life origin and would need some time to recover. At the very least, he would not instantly become incredibly powerful. The Life God was dead, but before she died, she had done everything she could. We've already lost. The Death God's body trembled. Even though the Life God had done her best, they had still lost. Although they could use the God-eye fusion art again, it would not be as good as before. And the Heaven Lord had devoured another God-eye origin and was certain to become even stronger. On the other side, ha 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 ha! The Heaven Lord madly laughed as the pseudo-ancestral eye on his forehead absorbed the Life God's power from the fan universe. The result was already set in stone. None of the god eyes could do anything to change it. But as he was absorbing the Life God's power, the Heaven Lord's face froze as he suddenly remembered something. Within the white warship, Lu Qinshin and Yu Tianwu fervently stared at Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng's body was engulfed in a dreamy sea, his entire body glimmering with dreamy light. The silver luster of his hair had already receded, transforming into dreamy threads that fused with the surrounding dreamy sea. Zhao Feng's left eye slowly turned, radiating dazzling light as the energy it exuded grew stronger and stronger. This energy surpassed that of a god eye. This energy was close to the pseudo-ancestral eye. Chapter 1568. The Heaven Lord had killed the Life God Eye and received the Life God energy from the fan universe, but he was not the most eye-catching target. On the other side of the gloomy world, indescribably dreamy colors and a dreadful origin energy began to spread, attracting everyone's attention. This terrifying energy instantly surpassed the God Eye level and approached the pseudo-ancestral eye level. How could this be? What a powerful energy! The divine punishment god was stunned. At this moment, his divine punishment god, I felt a deep fear. The only things that could make him feel this way were the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao God Eye and the evolved pseudo-ancestral eye, but now there was one more. How is this possible? Isn't his eye a God Eye? The death god's mind trembled. The limit of a god eye was the God Eye. Unless one used a special method, one could not increase their strength. But Zhao Feng's dream god eye had broken through the limit of a God Eye and was evolving on its own, advancing in an even stronger direction. Moreover, all the God Eye deities present felt an inexplicable fear toward Zhao Feng's left eye. Within the white worship, Yu Tianwu and Lu Qinxin watched all the changes that had occurred to Zhao Feng, their expressions flickering. His eye isn't a God Eye? Yu Tianwu muttered in shock. At this moment, this was the only possibility. Although I don't know the specifics, there's still a chance to save him. Lu Qinxin's destiny god, I also trembled in inexplicable fear. Before the battle, she had deduced that the crux of this battle lay with Zhao Feng. Now it all depended on Zhao Feng. Extremely far away, the top-class experts of the ancient, desolate realm of gods believed that everything was over when they saw the life god killed. But Zhao Feng's strange behavior ignited hope in their hearts. In this dark, monotonous, and cold world, the gorgeous color was so warm that it made one yearn to approach it. The Heaven Lord, who was receiving the life god's energy, had his 3 eyes wide open and extremely solemn. This kid's eye. The Heaven Lord's face was dark and ruthless. He could clearly sense that Zhao Feng's eye had surpassed the God Eye level and was approaching the pseudo-ancestral eye level. This point had already surpassed common sense. In addition, for some reason, the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye had suddenly become restless, the heavenly Tao origin within becoming berserk. It seemed to view Zhao Feng's eye with extreme hatred. The Heaven Lord's emotions were also disturbed, and he hated Zhao Feng far more than before. Die! The Heavenly Lord's 3 eyes glared at Zhao Feng, brimming with killing intent. Boom! The heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye on his forehead let out a terrifying aura. A beam of gray light shot out, mercilessly punishing everything. Zhao Feng, watch out! The heavenly punishment, Hegemin immediately barked. Even if they worked together, they would find it very difficult to block an attack from the pseudo-ancestral eye unless they used the God Eye fusion art. The power of the heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye was too strong, and it could suppress any power or law in the world. Apart from perfected laws, no other laws could exist before the power of the heavenly Tao. Not good. Zhao Feng sensed that something was wrong, but he found it difficult to circulate the energy in his body to dodge this attack. Retreat, retreat. This was the only thought in Zhao Feng's mind. If he couldn't dodge this attack, he would be doomed. Nothing else mattered. But because of the dream God Eye, Zhao Feng could only use a portion of his energy, and this energy was negligible under the suppression of the heavenly Tao. It was basically useless. The gray-white divine light coldly and mercilessly swept toward him. Whoosh! The gray-white divine light swept past, but strangely it did not hit Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng softly called out in surprise. Just now, his body had inexplicably teleported several thousand li away, allowing him to avoid the Heaven Lord's attack. But he hadn't used instant movement just now. Even someone with a perfected space law would find it difficult to use instant movement in the face of the pseudo-ancestral eye's heavenly Tao energy. At this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye gradually regained its senses. Previously, he couldn't sense the existence of his left eye at all. The dream sea around him gradually returned to Zhao Feng's left eye. Could it be the dream god eye? Zhao Feng realized. Perhaps he had activated the ability to make dreams come true just now. That was the only way to explain why he had appeared in another place out of the blue without any warning. And now, Zhao Feng could clearly sense his left eye and use it. Not dead. The Heaven Lord's brow creased. Not even the combined power of the 6 god eyes would be able to so easily dodge the attack of the pseudo-ancestral eye. "If I want you to die, you'll die," the Heaven Lord bellowed in rage. Boom! A massive wave of gray-white light shot out of his heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye. This time, the Heaven Lord's attack had an even larger range, and the suppression on the other laws of the world was even stronger. Even a perfected law would find it difficult to exert much power. Go! Zhao Feng grimaced as he activated his dream god eye. Bzzz. A dreamy membrane of light appeared around his body, and then it gradually faded away. Of course, this process was actually very brief. Swish! 100,000 li away, Zhao Feng appeared out of nowhere, escaping the Heaven Lord's attack range. What kind of power is this? It's not suppressed by my heavenly Tao energy? The Heaven Lord was taken aback, and then his expression darkened. Heavenly Tao energy could suppress any energy in the world. But why couldn't it suppress Zhao Feng's? The other god-eye deities were also stunned by this sight. Before the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao god eye evolved into the pseudo-ancestral eye, they could still fight back, but after the pseudo-ancestral eye evolved, they would have no other choice but to fuse with their god eyes. But now, Zhao Feng alone was able to contend against the Heaven Lord, seeking death. The Heaven Lord's brow furrowed in anger. He had already absorbed all of the life god's energy. Although it wasn't much, it was rapidly recovering. Swish! The Heaven Lord's body flashed as he approached Zhao Feng. This time, the Heaven Lord was getting serious and was personally attacking Zhao Feng. "Watch out! Zhao Feng!" The divine punishment god called out. The god-eye deities almost charged out as well. Die! The Heaven Lord punched with his right hand, unleashing a gold-and-silver pillar of energy. Go! Zhao Feng activated his dream god eye and used the realization ability to lock onto a certain place. Swish! A dreamy membrane of light enveloped his body, and a moment later, he vanished and reappeared elsewhere. It's not instant movement. As he was relatively close to Zhao Feng, the Heaven Lord was sure that Zhao Feng's movement method had nothing to do with the space law. However, without using spatial laws, how could one suddenly arrive at another place from one place? Of course, Heavenly Tao energy was an exception. You can't escape. The Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye turned. Swish! The Heaven Lord's body suddenly dimmed, and then he vanished. A moment later, the Heaven Lord appeared next to Zhao Feng. Go! Alarmed, Zhao Feng tried to flee once more, but the Heaven Lord tightly pursued Zhao Feng, not letting up in the slightest. Swish! 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 2 figures darted back and forth through the void. This ability to go wherever he wanted without using spatial laws was truly inconceivable. Any other assassin with this ability would almost never fail an assassination mission. So strong! Zhao Feng did not dare to relax and continued to flee. At this point, he could only use this ability to preserve his life. And for some reason, the Heaven Lord's hatred for Zhao Feng was only growing, as if the two of them had countless grudges against each other. The Heaven Lord cast the 5 god eyes to the side. Of course, the Heaven Lord was even stronger now. Killing the 5 god eyes was as easy as flipping his hand. But before that, he wanted to kill Zhao Feng even more. Swish! 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 But the Heaven Lord could not stop Zhao Feng's movement, nor could he predict it. Heaven falls, earth rends. The Heavenly Lord roared to the heavens, and a power that could rule over all things in the world erupted from his forehead, shooting into the endless void. Broom! Space for millions of li began to tremble, the trembling intensifying as it rumbled. A moment later, this dimension exploded with destructive energy. Wind, lightning, fire, golden light, and shattered stone filled every inch of space. At a glance, it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, The others were rather far away, or else they would have found it very difficult to deal with this calamity. Let's see where you can run. The Heaven Lord snorted as he pursued Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng had nowhere to run. Everywhere was filled with energy that could easily slay a god. Yes, Zhao Feng truly did feel an intense danger. The world was filled with destructive energy, and he was being pursued by the Heaven Lord. A moment later, Zhao Feng was on the verge of death. Dream Dimension Release. Zhao Feng activated his Heavenly Dao God Eye, creating a dream dimension and releasing it. BZZZZ. With Zhao Feng at the center, a beautiful scene overlapped with the world. Within his dream dimension, Zhao Feng's strength was boosted, and even the power of his dream god eye was gradually getting stronger, reaching the pseudo-ancestral eye level. Disappear! Zhao Feng circulated his thought power and scanned through all the dangers within the dream dimension. A moment later, the boundless energy of wind, lightning, water, and fire suddenly calmed down, their power gradually weakening. What? The Heaven Lord was shocked. Someone of Zhao Feng's abilities was actually able to render his technique ineffective? Take this sword of mine. Zhao Feng's face chilled. Primal chaos tribulation lightning energy surged, forming a primal chaos tribulation lightning sword. He was not the type to passively take a beating without fighting back. Moreover, Zhao Feng was gradually regaining his senses. He could now use the Dream God Eye as he pleased, and he now had a better understanding of the Dream God Eye's true power. It turned out that his inability to fully use the Dream God Eye's power wasn't his problem, but that the Dream God Eye was far from reaching its limit. Now, Zhao Feng was confident that he could use an even deeper level of the Dream God Eye's power. Stronger, stronger. Zhao Feng activated his Dream Pseudo-Ancestral Eye and focused on the Primal Chaos Tribulation Lightning Sword. BZZZZ. A layer of dreamy light appeared on it. Shortly afterwards, the size of the sword multiplied. The power of the chaotic force and the tribulation lightning multiplied by several times. It turned into a towering sword that fell down. Primal chaos and tribulation lightning energies were far inferior to heavenly Dao energy. But the power contained within Zhao Feng's primal chaos tribulation lightning sword was unimaginably vast. When one's power reached its limit, it could break through a certain shackle. Boom! Bang! The world trembled as primal chaos and tribulation lightning energies spread out. Chapter 1569. The enormous power of the chaos tribulation lightning swept out in all directions like a tsunami. In the distance, countless experts circulated their divine power to defend. Quite a few third heavens and god kings retreated even further. Retreat for now. The divine punishment god called out. Both the Heaven Lord and Zhao Feng were getting stronger and stronger, seemingly with no end in sight. Earlier, they had been thinking about working together with Zhao Feng to fight against the Heaven Lord, but now it seemed that it was better to retreat. Moreover, they were still the Heaven Lord's targets, so it was best to retreat for now. They also wouldn't leave everything to Zhao Feng. When the God Eye Fusion art was cancelled, they suffered a certain backlash, but with the life seal that the life god had left behind before her death, they might be able to recover a little faster. When the time came, they might even be able to use the God Eye Fusion art again. Boom! At this moment, a powerful heavenly Dao energy soared into the sky from the center of the chaotic sea of primal chaos, tribulation, lightning. The grayish-white air currents once again formed a grayish-white silhouette in the air. It was boundless with no end in sight. It was a daunting sight. This meant that the Heaven Lord was getting serious. Zhao Feng, no matter what kind of strange eye you have, you will submit to the heavenly Dao Pseudo-Ancestral Eye. The Heaven Lord's face was gloomy, his rage and killing intent almost tangible. Then let's try. Zhao Feng's expression was calm and solemn. In the past, he would never have clashed directly with the Heaven Lord. But as the dream god Ai grew stronger and stronger, he was able to dig out even more of its power, so he no longer feared the Heaven Lord. Moreover, as the dream god Ai awakened and transformed into a pseudo-ancestral Ai, certain images began to appear in Zhao Feng's mind. Although the content was unclear, Zhao Feng felt that he had to stop the Heaven Lord. This was what he should be doing. Boom! The dream pseudo-ancestral Ai surged out of the dream pseudo-ancestral Ai, creating a dream realm domain around Zhao Feng. Die! The Heaven Lord roared, his face savage. The massive, gray-white figure waved a hand. Far away, above Zhao Feng's head, an immeasurably large gray hand appeared. It was cold and merciless, emitting a crushing pressure. This palm strike covered a vast area, and its might was incomparable. Cut! Cut! Zhao Feng activated his dream pseudo-ancestral Ai and used his realization ability. An invisible mist of dreamy light appeared on the huge grayish-white hand. Then the power contained in the grayish-white hand gradually weakened. The effect is actually this bad. Zhao Feng's ability to turn dreams into reality could change anything. However, it was not obvious that it was targeted at the power of the heavenly Tao. It could be said that the price was extremely high. Zhao Feng had no idea that on the other side, the Heaven Lord's mind was in turmoil. This was the power of the heavenly Daos, a power that reigned above all other powers. It could control all things and set down all laws. Yet it was actually affected by Zhao Feng's pseudo-ancestral Ai. This was simply inconceivable. Is his Ai related to the ancestral Ai? The Heaven Lord said to himself. He had the same thought before, but it was instantly rejected. But now the Heaven Lord was completely convinced by this conjecture. No matter what it was, as long as he killed Zhao Feng, everything would be resolved. He might even be able to obtain the power of Zhao Feng's Ai. Boom! The Heaven Lord immediately unleashed his power, and the grayish-white hand swelled in power as it smashed down. Under this absolute power of the heavenly Tao, any power would be reduced to ashes. But Zhao Feng's dream origin energy still lingered around him, resisting this immense pressure. Illusion annihilation. Zhao Feng's left eye paused for a moment before once more turning. A dreamy film of light covered the grayish-white hand. A moment later, the grayish-white hand became somewhat more transparent. It was clear that the Heaven Lord's attack was much weaker. Heaven-shrouding, primal chaos hand. At this moment, Zhao Feng was using a powerful primal chaos combat skill, and within the dream dimension, its power was peerless. Strengthen. He circulated his thought power, pouring out his dream origin energy. The power of the dark lightning hand soared once more, and although it couldn't compare to the grayish-white hand, it could not be underestimated. Boom! Bang! The two hands collided, causing a destructive storm to scatter. God, I duplication. Zhao Feng grunted as his left eye began to turn. Boom! Dreamy light surged on Zhao Feng's body, forming an enormous eye. This form of existence was extremely similar to the grayish-white figure on the Heaven Lord's body. Suddenly, the eye unleashed a torrent of dreamy energy. A grayish-white hand emerged from this torrent of energy. No, it can even duplicate heavenly Tao energy? The Heaven Lord was stunned. He knew a little about Zhao Feng's duplication ability. He had never imagined that Zhao Feng could duplicate heavenly Tao energy. This was simply impossible. Boom! The grayish-white figure above the Heaven Lord's head thrust out a palm. The two identical palms clashed in the air, but a few moments later, the palm that Zhao Feng had duplicated shattered with a crack. Can't duplicate heavenly Tao energy completely? Zhao Feng muttered. In the end, heavenly Tao energy was too unique. He could not duplicate it completely. In the distant white warship, Lu Qinqin didn't have a very high cultivation level, but her destiny god I allowed her to see everything. Feng's dream energy can fight against heavenly Tao energy. Lu Qinxin analyzed. As the owner of the Destiny God Eye, she was extremely interested in everything she did not know. Although neither Zhao Feng's dream energy nor heavenly Tao energy could completely suppress his opponent, in Lu Qinxin's view, Zhao Feng's dream energy was superior. At the very least, dream energy was a weak counter to heavenly Tao energy. For example, it could weaken heavenly Tao energy and duplicate a portion of it. But heavenly Tao energy seemed incapable of restraining dream energy. Boom! Bang! Crash! The battle between the Heaven Lord and Zhao Feng erupted once more, this time even more powerful than before. The two powerful forces fiercely clashed, creating shockwaves that swept across the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods and even further away. Everything is restricted by the heavenly Tao. The Heaven Lord was furious. He could not forgive anyone else for being able to single-handedly fight against him. Heavenly Tao pillars! The Heaven Lord roared. The massive grayish-white figure brought its hands together and began to form a spell. Boom! 8 grayish-white pillars suddenly appeared in the air, their strange and ancient runes gleaming with a merciless and cold luster as they smashed down. The endless void was completely suppressed by heavenly Tao energy. The interior of these 8 pillars was like a prison of death that one could never escape from. Furthermore, the 8 pillars were still shrinking non-stop. What a powerful restriction! Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed. Other than his dream origin energy, his primal chaos energy and tribulation lightning energy had been weakened by 70 to 80%. But this did not mean that he had no other methods. God Eye. Duplication. Zhao Feng once more activated the dream pseudo-ancestral eye. A dreamy mist emerged from the eye above his head. Dreamy light rapidly flowed through the eye as if it was brewing something. Ordinary methods were useless in this situation. Zhao Feng's dream origin energy was rapidly being consumed. At the same time, boundless energy surged out of Zhao Feng's left eye, even stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, the massive eye above Zhao Feng's body flew into the air, a massive dreamy figure gradually taking shape. This massive dreamy figure was extremely similar to the grayish-white figure on the Heaven Lord's body, as if they were of the same species. At this moment, a dreamy vortex appeared within the dreamy figure, and 8 grayish-white hands rushed out. Boom! Bang! 8 huge grayish-white hands flew in all directions and collided with 8 pillars that propped up the sky. This is impossible. The Heaven Lord's body trembled. The dreamy figure unleashed by Zhao Feng's eye was extremely similar to the grayish-white figure on his body. The Heaven Lord was well aware that the grayish-white figure on his body was the figure of the ancient ancestor god that possessed the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Could his eye be an ancestral eye? The Heaven Lord's eyes went wide in disbelief. There was another ancestral eye in the world besides the heavenly Tao ancestral eye? Power! Increase! Zhao Feng continued to activate the dream pseudo-ancestral eye. A layer of dreamy light appeared on the 8 huge gray claws. Then the entire palm was amplified by a mysterious power, becoming even more powerful. At this moment, Zhao Feng had not only blocked the Heaven Lord's attack, he even had the upper hand. Not good. His eye is getting stronger, and it's getting stronger at such a fast pace. The Heaven Lord suddenly realized something. When he first started fighting with Zhao Feng's eye had not yet reached the pseudo-ancestral eye level. Later on, the power it could display increased until it reached the level of the pseudo-ancestral eye, and now it was able to condense a dreamy figure. The speed at which it was getting stronger was simply too fast. Not good. I need to get stronger. The Heaven Lord's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to the far right. Danger! The divine punishment god and the others suddenly felt their hairs stand on end. Retreat! The death god immediately began to flee. You're all mine. The Heaven Lord angrily roared, his body blinking several million li away as he closed in on the five god eyes. Die. The Heaven Lord's eyes were cold and emotionless, as if killing a few god-eye deities was a trivial matter. On the other side, Zhao Feng had also noticed the Heaven Lord's goal. The Heaven Lord could kill the 8 great god eyes and obtain their origins to continue getting stronger. If the Heaven Lord was allowed to kill the remaining god-eye deities, his strength would soar to an even more terrifying level. Not even the dream pseudo-ancestral eye would be a match for him. Get back here. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the Heaven Lord, the dream pseudo-ancestral eye madly turning. The Heaven Lord's body was actually pushed back several li swish. The Heaven Lord retreated several more li, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away from the 5 gods. You! The Heaven Lord's rage soared to the heavens. His body was actually moving backwards for no reason at all. This made him extremely speechless. He could only watch helplessly as the dish in his hand flew away. Chapter 1570. Zhao Feng's left eye was growing far too quickly. At the start, the Heaven Lord had the absolute advantage, and Zhao Feng had to use all his strength just to survive. But now, Zhao Feng was able to fight against the Heaven Lord and even counterattack. Scram! The Heaven Lord roared as he once more used his heavenly Dao God Eye's abilities. He instantly vanished as he approached the 5 god-eye deities. Don't even think about it. Zhao Feng roared as he activated his realization ability and flew toward the Heaven Lord. Intrusive dream. As the dream pseudo-ancestral eye activated, the dream dimension around him grew larger and more real. As Zhao Feng got close to the Heaven Lord, the dream dimension suddenly closed like a blooming flower, enveloping Zhao Feng and the Heaven Lord. Previously, Zhao Feng could only pull his enemies into the dream dimension by pulling on their consciousness. Now, Zhao Feng could use the dream dimension to swallow his enemies. Break for me. The Heaven Lord sensed danger, and his heavenly Dao God eye began to burn. The gray-white figure became even more corporeal, and it spread its arms apart, unleashing terrifying heavenly Dao energy that could shatter everything. Bizzz. Boom! The entire dream dimension swayed, and cracks began to appear where the gray-white figure's palms had struck out. The dream dimension can't hold him. Zhao Feng's mind trembled. He had long ago guessed that this would happen, but heavenly Dao energy had always been absolute, making it very difficult for it to be trapped by another energy. Of course, Zhao Feng had only planned to trap the Heaven Lord for a while so that the god eyes could escape. Even so, once the Heaven Lord leaves the dream dimension, it'll be even more difficult for me to stop him. Zhao Feng's expression was extremely grim as he began to think. The Heaven Lord was powerful, and Chen Chongxing could at most contend against him and counterattack. Stopping such an expert was rather difficult. For example, Zhao Feng's dream dimension was about to be destroyed by the Heaven Lord. In the shattered dream dimension, even if Zhao Feng could do whatever he wanted, he would find it difficult to kill the Heaven Lord. After all, the Heaven Lord had the ancient God-Devil body, the Samsara immortal body, and the power of the Life God Eye. Unless he was instantly erased, he would not die. Most importantly, the power of the heavenly Dao had an extremely strong resistance against the power of dreams. In addition, Zhao Feng's dream god Eye did not have offensive abilities. If he wanted to stop or defeat the Heaven Lord, he needed to have an even stronger offensive ability, or perhaps his left eye would have to be far stronger than the Heaven Lord's heavenly Dao God Eye. Right, the ancient God-Fiend body is related to the ancestral eye. Zhao Feng suddenly recalled what the God Lord had said. In addition, the ancient race's strength had a much stronger resistance to the power of the heavenly Dao than other strengths. If he could control this power and use the dream pseudo-ancestral eye to amplify it, his offensive power would greatly increase. God Eye. Duplication. As the dream dimension was about to shatter, Zhao Feng focused his left eye on the Heaven Lord's body. Whoosh, a dreamy wave of light pierced through the Heaven Lord's body, thoroughly analyzing the structure of his ancient race bloodline. Logically speaking, Zhao Feng should not have been able to duplicate the Heaven Lord's ancient race bloodline. After all, the Heaven Lord's ancient race bloodline was of an even higher level than a single god eye. But the dream pseudo-ancestral eye could not be used according to common sense. Moreover, the dream dimension had yet to shatter. In the dream dimension, Zhao Feng's dream origin energy could be used to its fullest extent. God eye duplication, realization, and control over the dream dimension, all three were combined. Buzz. BZZZ. A thread of gold and silver blood suddenly surged out of the dreamy sea around Zhao Feng, exuding a bloodline energy that struck fear into all things. More and more of this blood seeped into Zhao Feng's body. On the other side, the Heaven Lord suddenly sensed the energy of the ancient race bloodline. What does he plan on doing? The Heaven Lord gave Zhao Feng a profound glare. There was no point in Zhao Feng creating the ancient race bloodline in the dream dimension. After all, when the dream shattered, everything in the dream would vanish. He had also studied the dream Tao. In the dream dimension, he could affect and kill his enemies, but the effects of the dream dimension could not change himself. Otherwise, if he imagined himself becoming a god, wouldn't he really become a god when he woke up? Ancient race. Zhao Feng bellowed, his bloodline gradually replaced by the ancient race bloodline. Boom! An aura of the desolate antiquity bloodline that could shake the heavens burst forth and soared into the sky along with the gold and silver turbulence. Zhao Feng's body grew 100 feet taller in this gold and silver light, becoming roughly the same height as the Heaven Lord. Break for me! The Heaven Lord coldly roared as he unleashed all his power. The entire dream space was instantly shattered by the heavenly Tao phantom, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Everything in the dream dimension vanished, but Zhao Feng's god-devil body still existed. No, how could this be? The Heaven Lord was flabbergasted, his mind in utter shock. Logically speaking, everything Zhao Feng had imagined should have vanished along with the dream dimension. Good. Zhao Feng rejoiced. The ancient race, bloodline, greatly increased his offensive power. Boom! Bang! He punched out, and a dim gold and silver divine light burst out. Stronger, stronger. The dream pseudo-ancestral eye activated, and dreamy light twisted on the golden silver fist. The fist suddenly grew in size, its power rising by several levels. Impossible. You have a fake ancient race bloodline. The Heaven Lord found it hard to believe, his face somewhat crazed as he also circulated his ancient race bloodline and punched. Boom! Bang! A deafening explosion shook the void. Before the huge explosion ended, there was another rumbling sound as the two of them collided. The ancient god-devil body has not only increased my offensive power, but also my defensive power. Previously, Zhao Feng had not dared to get too close to the Heaven Lord, but now that he had the ancient god-devil body and the unique power of the dream origin, what harm was there in getting close? Moreover, Zhao Feng realized that the ancient god-devil body truly did have a synergistic effect on his eye. In a few moments, both of them had become stronger. The dream pseudo-ancestral eye, which was constantly getting stronger, was transforming even faster. Boom! Bang! The world trembled as the Heaven Lord's tattered body was flung out of the chaotic storm. But a few moments later, his injuries were completely healed. Although his injuries were healed, a hint of panic appeared on the Heaven Lord's face. Heavenly Tao God's fury. A crazed expression appeared on the Heaven Lord's face. His Heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral, I'm madly spinning. Heavenly Tao energy burning. The gray-white figure on his body also erupted with gray-white flames, exuding a dreadful pressure that caused the entire fan universe to tremble. Die! The Heaven Lord roared. The grayish-white shadow twisted and turned into balls of grayish-white divine light, charging forward. This was the strongest attack the Heaven Lord could unleash at the moment, and it was unleashed by burning a large amount of heavenly Tao origin. Heaven-Earth Dream. Zhao Feng calmly activated the power of the dream pseudo-ancestral eye. With him as the center, a layer of dreamy colors spread out in all directions. Everything between heaven and earth became magnificent, like an illusory object that only existed in dreams. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying balls of divine light pierced through the world, pierced through Zhao Feng's ancient god-devil body, and pierced through the dreamy figure. But Zhao Feng remained standing, completely unharmed. It was like everything in the world except for Zhao Feng was an illusion. Since it was an illusion, it naturally had no effect on Zhao Feng. As his eye awakened, Zhao Feng saw many scenes and understood some truths that no one else knew. This move was also recorded in his left eye, and it instantly turned everything around him into an illusion. "It's over, Heaven Lord." Zhao Feng looked at the Heaven Lord and calmly said, "No." As he watched Zhao Feng walk over, the Heaven Lord turned in fear and fled. "Stay." Zhao Feng roared, his ancient race and dream pseudo-ancestral eyes circulating their power as he unleashed a terrifying attack. The Heaven Lord had been fighting for so long that his heavenly Tao origin was almost completely exhausted. That attack from before had consumed an enormous amount of energy. In this battle, he was now on the back foot and no longer a match for Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, you can't kill me. Let's reconcile." The Heaven Lord roared, but he still fled as quickly as he could. "Impossible." Zhao Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. Through the memories sealed in his left eye, Zhao Feng understood many things. The power of the 8 great god eyes supported the laws and order of the fan universe, and the Heaven Lord's goal was to leave this dimension. Once he took away the power of the 8 great god eyes, the entire fan universe would truly be destroyed. Bang! Every time Zhao Feng got close to the Heaven Lord, he would launch a fierce attack to weaken the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao energy. This pursuit didn't last long, but the two of them soon covered more than half of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. "It's all destroyed?" Zhao Feng glanced down. The battle between the two pseudo-ancestral eyes had caused the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods to fall apart. Even the outer dimension outside the ancient, desolate realm of gods seemed to be affected. Zhao Feng couldn't help but think of the continent zone and the azure flower continent. "Let's end this." The energy of Zhao Feng's left eye was getting stronger and stronger, even surpassing the Heaven Lord's pseudo-ancestral eye. With a wave of his hand, a dreamy ball floated out. "No." The Heaven Lord's body trembled as he screamed in fear. But he was extremely weak at this moment, and Zhao Feng was even stronger, so much so that he couldn't fight back. He couldn't dodge this attack. Bzzz. The dreamy ball engulfed the Heaven Lord, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. "Zhao Feng, let me live. I'm willing to give up on the heavenly Tao ancestral eye. Moreover, your left eye is the ancestral eye. You are an invincible existence, and nothing can threaten you," the Heaven Lord implored. He was now sure that Zhao Feng's left eye was the ancestral eye. This was the only way to explain how Zhao Feng's left eye could grow stronger so rapidly. At its peak, the left eye was an ancestral eye, and now it was on the verge of fully awakening. The Heaven Lord was forced to admit that he had failed. He hadn't expected that there was another ancestral eye besides the heavenly Tao ancestral eye he had discovered. Zhao Feng's expression was calm and emotionless. Just as the Heaven Lord said, his left eye truly was the ancestral eye. At this moment, whoosh! In the distance, a dilapidated silver warship sailed over, and a tall old man slowly walked out of it. "Tianwu," the Heaven Lord looked at Yu Tianshu with a complicated expression. "Tianshu, you failed." Yu Tianwu looked at the Heaven Lord and sighed. Chapter 1571. That's right, we failed. The Heaven Lord had a dazed expression as he fell into deep thought. Back then, the Heaven's legacy race had mistakenly entered this world and been trapped here, unable to leave. The Heaven's legacy race's goal had always been to leave this place, but there were two ways to leave, leading to a disagreement. The Heaven-defying faction advocated finding the strongest power in this world and taking away all the resources of this world. The Sage faction's plan was to peacefully reside here and wait for an opportunity. The two factions could not be considered enemies. In fact, they could even be considered old acquaintances. It was just that they had chosen different paths and were trying to achieve their goals. The Heaven Lord had always believed that his method was correct, that he could lead the Heaven's legacy race out of this place. But in the end, he failed. Zhao Feng, give him a chance to live. Yu Tianwu suddenly said. What? The Heaven Lord was flabbergasted. He hadn't expected Yu Tianwu to plead for him at a time like this. However, the two of them had been geniuses of the Heaven's legacy race and had an extremely close relationship. However, they had different ideas, and in order to prove their ideas, they had parted ways. Zhao Feng said nothing. He could not forgive the Heaven Lord's actions. The battle between the two pseudo-ancestral eyes had caused the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods to crumble, and the outer dimensions had also been affected. Other than that, the entire fan universe's space was filled with holes and was severely damaged. Because of this great battle, the number of people that died was innumerable. Zhao Feng, your eye should be another ancestral eye. If you can obtain some of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye's power, this world can still be saved. Yu Tianwu continued. The heavenly Tao ancestral eye clearly did not match Zhao Feng's eye, so Yu Tianwu was sure that they were two completely different ancestral eyes. The abilities of these two ancestral eyes were different, but they were both extremely heaven-defying. If Zhao Feng's eye could completely grow to the ancestral eye level, it might be able to repair the ancient, desolate realm of gods. And the Heaven Lord's heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye also had the ability of the Samsara God Eye. It might even be able to revive many of the people who had died in this battle. Fine, I promise you. I'll spare his life as returning the favor. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Feng agreed. Back in the Azure Flower Continent, Yu Tianwu had met Zhao Feng and helped Zhao Feng time and time again. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhao Feng to reach his current level. Therefore, he agreed to Yu Tianwu's request this time. What? The Heavenly Lord was shocked once more. Zhao Feng had actually agreed? I will try to send you out of this place. Zhao Feng said again. Although he had promised not to kill Yu Tianwu, he still wanted to send this person away. Within the memories of the Dream Ancestral Eye, the Dream Ancestral Eye and the Heavenly Law Ancestral Eye were the two strongest powers of the fan universe. It was the existence of these two powers that allowed the entire fan universe to operate smoothly. When Zhao Feng's eye fully awakened to the ancestral eye level, when he obtained heavenly Tao energy, he might be able to allow the Heaven's legacy race to leave this place. Thanks a lot. Yu Tianwu revealed a kind smile. If Zhao Feng could do this, it would prove that the Sage faction's method was correct and that he would be able to lead the Heaven's legacy race out of the fan universe. Of course, none of that mattered. Zhao Feng, you win. Can you tell me the origins of your ancestral eye? The Heaven Lord's expression turned indifferent, and then a sharp light appeared in his eyes. In the end, the Heaven's legacy race was an intelligent race that had a powerful desire to explore the unknown. I only just learned of this. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. The awakening of his eye was not just accompanied by a powerful increase in strength. The unknown truth gradually emerged in Zhao Feng's mind. At the birth of the fan universe, there was only one continent called the Savage Continent. There were many powerful existences on this continent, and there are even powerful races that did not exist on the 10,000 ancient races ranking. However, the strongest race was still the ancient race, the hegemon of the Savage Continent. As for why the ancient race was so powerful, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was because the ancient race bloodline was so powerful that no one could compare to it. In truth, the ancient race had two ancient ancestor gods that no one knew about. These two ancestor gods were the divine transformation of the heavenly Tao ancestral eye and the dream ancestral eye. They controlled the entire fan universe and were kings amongst gods. However, one mountain could not hold two tigers. Because of these two ancient ancestor gods, the ancient race began to splinter, resulting in a great war between gods and demons. In this war, all the races of the savage continent participated, and in the end, even the two ancient ancestor gods took part. The two ancient ancestor gods were so powerful that they shattered the entire savage continent into trillions of specks of dust, forcing the fan universe to expand. No one knew about the battle between the two ancient ancestor gods, but the memories left behind in the dream ancestral eye allowed Zhao Feng to know everything and just how terrifying that battle had been. In that battle, the entire savage continent was shattered. In comparison, the battle between Zhao Feng and the Heaven Lord was much less destructive. In that battle, the two ancient ancestor gods, who were of similar strength, both died. The heavenly Tao ancestral gods' ancestral eye split into 8, becoming the 8 great god eyes. As for the dream ancestral god, he left behind a complete eye that fell on a speck of dust, the azure flower continent. So this world originally had 2 ancestral eyes. The Heaven Lord faintly smiled. The riddle that had troubled him had finally been solved. Why had the heavenly Tao ancestral eye split into 8? It could be said that it had been caused by the dream ancestral eye. Why had his plan to fuse with the heavenly Tao god eye been completed long before he had obtained Zhao Feng's blood? This was because Zhao Feng had the dream ancestral eye. Under the influence of the dream illusion ancestral eye, Zhao Feng still had traces of the ancestral eye's energy. Handed over heavenly Tao energy, Zhao Feng extended a hand. The Heaven Lord nodded and cooperated. His goal was to leave this world, but before he left, he wanted to obtain the strongest power of this world and take everything of value with him. But in the end, he failed. Now that the god of this world was willing to forgive him, the Heaven Lord had nothing to say and could only cooperate. Deish! Strands of gray-white light flew out of the Heaven Lord's forehead, entering Zhao Feng's palm and flowing into his body. His left eye was the dream ancestral eye. If this supreme energy existed with another energy, there was no telling what would happen. For this reason, Zhao Feng sealed the heavenly Tao energy in his right eye. Gradually, Zhao Feng's right eye began to change. It became dim, gray-white, and emotionless. Anyone who looked at it would feel dread. In comparison, Zhao Feng's left eye was dazzlingly beautiful, like the most beautiful color in the world. A few moments later, the eye on the Heaven Lord's forehead vanished. At the same time, at a certain place in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, space-time, death, divine punishment, and myriad forms god eyes stood in the air. Just who won? The divine punishment god's expression turned even more solemn. As the Heaven Lord and Zhao Feng battled, the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods, and even the fan universe, was trembling. The ancient, desolate realm of gods was constantly shattering and spreading outwards. But suddenly the trembling stopped, indicating that the battle was over. The other god-eye deities and the gods and god-kings of the ancient, desolate realm of gods all stared at the chaotic void, wanting to know the outcome of this battle. At this moment, the destiny god Lu Qinshin sent a message. The 4 god-eye deities finally relaxed and breathed sighs of relief. At the same time, the news began to spread. The heaven-defying faction had lost. On the other side, the Heaven Lord had completely lost his heavenly Tao energy. Zhao Feng stood in the air, his body exuding an intimidating aura that forced others to retreat. Heavenly Tao energy and dream energy were both god energies that far surpassed any other energy in the fan universe. These 2 forces were also mutually reinforcing each other. The 2 eyes were getting stronger and stronger, An energy exuded by Zhao Feng once more caused the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods to tremble. Let's get away from here. This energy is too strong. Yu Tianwu and the Heaven Lord returned to the White Warship. These two supreme energies were too powerful. Zhao Feng would probably find it difficult to control them at the start and would probably need some time. There shouldn't be any problems, Yu Tianwu muttered. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy. The source of this unease seemed to be that legend. Once the supreme ancestral eye was opened, all things in the world would disappear. Now that he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. After all, the fan universe already had two ancient ancestral gods. Feng! Lu Qinqin gave Zhao Feng a deep glance before following the warship into the distance. What power! Zhao Feng closed his eyes and sensed the boundless energy in his body. The dream ancestral eye had awakened so quickly that it had reached an unimaginable level. Suddenly, Zhao Feng sensed that the growth of the dream pseudo-ancestral eye had stopped. Of course, the heavenly Tao pseudo-ancestral eye, stimulated by the dream ancestral eye, had far surpassed the Heaven Lord's level. With this power, I can definitely help the Heaven's legacy race leave this place. Zhao Feng smiled and opened his eyes. Suddenly, broom! The world in Zhao Feng's eyes fiercely shuddered, an indescribably dangerous energy filling the air. Everything began to crumble. With a sweep of his divine sense, the situation of more than half of the ancient desolate realm of gods appeared in his mind. But the entire ancient desolate realm of gods was crumbling and disappearing. Space was being torn apart everywhere, destroying everything. The entire dimension itself seemed to be in the midst of destruction. All living beings were instantly killed, including god lords, god kings, and even gods. Qin. Zhao Feng suddenly called out. The nearby white warship was also engulfed by this destructive danger. At the last moment, Lu Qinqin had taken out the Fan Luan Ancient Sound Palace, the supreme ancestral artifact of the Destiny God Eye. But even the ancestral artifact was shattered. No. What's going on? Zhao Feng's face was filled with panic, and fear gradually appeared on his face. A few moments later, the entire world was destroyed. The ancient, desolate realm of gods vanished. The outer realm vanished without a trace. Everyone else had vanished, leaving only Zhao Feng. Could it be that this is my fault? Zhao Feng stood in a daze. At this moment, he thought of that legend. Could it be that the complete awakening of the dream ancestral eye had caused the destruction of the entire world? The entire world was thrown into chaos and emptiness. Destructive storms continued to spread, and terrifying energy filled every corner of the world. Just when Zhao Feng was about to give up and lose his soul. There's still someone else? An elderly and indistinct voice indistinctly spoke, but it was clear and penetrated the soul. Chapter 1572. Who's there? The disheartened Zhao Feng's body shook as if he had seen a ray of light in the darkness. However, the world around him was dark and empty. There was no sign of life. So where had that voice come from? In his senses, the entire space was filled with endless gray turbulence. There was no end to it. In this place, all color and power seemed to have lost their meaning. Zhao Feng felt that the dimensions of time and space were all mixed together. It was very difficult to find a point of reference. Could it be that this was the legendary chaos before the beginning of the world? Who's there? I should be the one asking you this question. The hazy voice had a trace of laziness that came from someone who had just woken up, but it also had a primitive and ancient aura. It was impossible to estimate the strength of this aura, but it seemed to contain everything. It also seemed to come from an endless illusion. Furthermore, this aura made his dream ancestral. I feel a sense of familiarity. Whoosh! The nearby primal chaos space actually began to ripple under that aura. What kind of existence is this? Zhao Feng was stunned. Even with the power of two ancestral eyes, He couldn't estimate the true existence of this aura. Suddenly, the gray streams of primal chaos in the surrounding space started to move. In silence, an enormous, tattered face formed in front of Zhao Feng like smoke. Only a simple outline of the tattered face could be seen, but it gave Zhao Feng a faint pressure like the sky of a world. This is... Zhao Feng felt his ancestral eyes twitch. The familiar feeling from before was getting stronger and stronger. That feeling was like an orphan who was connected by blood, and one day he would meet his birth mother. You actually have my power source in your body. The enormous face revealed a shocked expression as it stared at Zhao Feng's ancestral eyes. After sensing for a long time, it suddenly let out a long sigh. It then fell into a long silence as if it was remembering something. After a long time, "Senior, who are you?" Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask. What happened to the fan universe that disappeared? Gone. Everything was gone. The entire fan universe, including the God Realm, the Continent Zone, the Azure Flower Continent, everything he knew vanished into thin air. Parents. Qin, Yu Fei, standing in this chaotic and primitive space, Zhao Feng felt a strong sense of desolation and loneliness. He needed an answer. After a long time, the face finally spoke. "I remember now." Zhao Feng stared at the giant face with his ancestral eye. "I didn't expect that I could wake up again." The huge face in the void muttered to itself. Although Zhao Feng couldn't see the other party's expression clearly, he could sense the other party's emotions. He didn't mean any harm to him, and there was an inexplicable complexity in the formless gaze. "I come from the destroyed Brahma Great World. My name is Fangu. Kid, what's your name?" A moment later, he looked at Zhao Feng again and smiled. This junior is Zhao Feng, from the fan universe that had just been destroyed. Zhao Feng replied, "You must be very vexed and depressed by your current situation." Brahma seemed to suddenly know everything, appearing calm and wise. "Senior, please enlighten me." Zhao Feng suppressed the urgency in his heart. There was nothing left in the fan universe. Everything had disappeared, leaving only him. No, there seemed to be one more person. Even so, Zhao Feng still felt lost and empty. "Then let me start from the beginning. My name is Fangu, and I am a creator-level existence in this primal chaos dimension. In an unprecedented battle of the same level, although I managed to kill my opponent, I was basically killed. All that was left of me was a remnant will, an essence, energy." Brahma sank into his memories and slowly narrated some things to Zhao Feng. But from the first words Brahma said, Zhao Feng found it strange. Creator level? He had never heard of such a realm. "I've remembered everything about the fan universe that you were in. The fallen ancestor gods of the fan universe are considered world-class experts in the primal chaos dimension." The face slowly narrated. "Ancestor god? World-class? Then what about god kings and rulers?" The more Zhao Feng listened, the more shocked he became. Rulers are at most half world-class experts. World-class experts are invincible existences in a greater world. They can surpass a greater world and traverse the primal chaos dimension. Above the world class is the creator level. They often have the ability to split apart the world and create all things. The face answered Zhao Feng's doubts. The strongest ruler of the god realm was only considered half world class. Only the ancestor gods of the primeval war could barely be considered world class. And this face's predecessor was at the even higher creator level. How terrifying would a creator-level battle be? It had to be known that a battle between pseudo-ancestral eyes could shatter the world, and a world-class battle could destroy a greater world like the fan universe. Such a great battle had basically killed Fangu. All that was left of him was a strand of his will and origin energy. What's going on with the fan universe? Zhao Feng had a vague answer. The legend related to the ancestral eye. When my true body was alive, I was born of the primal chaos great Tao, but I took a different path and created the Dream Great Tao. The remnant dream origin energy is extremely special. It has the ability to turn dreams into reality and create all things with a single dream, far surpassing the average creator-level expert. The face's voice was tinged with pride. Dream origin energy? Could this be my own dream ancestral I? Zhao Feng speculated. Dream into reality was the ultimate ideal realm of the illusion Tao. It could turn all illusory existences into reality. The ability to turn dreams into reality that he had once used was probably a tiny manifestation of dream into reality. However, Fan Gu's Dream Great Tao could even create all things with a single dream, allowing him to suppress other creator-level experts. After my true body died, the remnant wisps of dream origin energy still subconsciously created worlds after losing their master, and even attempted to recover. Through dream creation, I recovered my energy. The face paused and looked at Zhao Feng. Dream creation? Could it be that the Fan universe was formed in this way? Zhao Feng's body shook as he blurted out. In other words, everything in the Fan universe was just a dream, subconsciously created by the residual power of a creator-level almighty expert after his death. If that was really the case. So, in this dream, everything that happened, was it real or fake? If it was fake, then what was Zhao Feng now? If it was real, then where had everything in the Fan universe and everyone that Zhao Feng knew disappeared to? That's right, it was a dream. The face's words confirmed Zhao Feng's guess. Chapter 1573. That's right, it's just a dream. The face's words caused Zhao Feng's heart to sink. This was a reality that he had realized long ago, but he could not accept. And yet, if the entire Fan universe was just a dream, then what was he? Why did he still exist when everyone else had disappeared? As for why you can still exist, it is because you have inherited my, Fan Gu's, source of power. The face continued. I would rather not have this power. Zhao Feng's complexion was wretched, almost as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, he already knew the truth of everything. If his dream ancestral I did not fully awaken, then this dream world would continue to exist. Once the ancestral I awakened, the world would disappear, and with it, everything that Zhao Feng had grown up with, his closest kin, his most beloved, everything that he had once been familiar with. This world is but a subconscious creation of the power that you and I possess. Now that you have inherited this power, you will be the ancestor of illusion. Compared to the original world, you will be the king of sovereigns, able to save everything. Fan Gu knew what Zhao Feng was thinking, and he smiled instead. What should I do? Zhao Feng was overjoyed, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. Fan Gu sighed. As long as you inherit my remnant will and everything else, you will know when the time comes. Zhao Feng was stunned. If he inherited everything that Fan Gu had, then the Fan Gu of the past would essentially disappear. Would Fan Gu's remnant will be willing to help him? I don't know how long I've been asleep. Although I've awakened, there is still no possibility of rebuilding me, and the end might be a new beginning. If you are willing, I will entrust everything to you, Fan Gu slowly said. To him, this awakening was already an accident within an accident. The entire Fan universe was formed from the remnant power of his main body, and as a member of the original Fan universe, Zhao Feng had inherited the source of the dream world. From a certain perspective, it could be said that Zhao Feng was the reborn Fan Gu, a continuation of Fan Gu. Many thanks for Senior's help. Zhao Feng cupped his fists in thanks. If he could save everything, he was willing to do anything. All right then, Fan Gu let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of release. This remnant of his will was about to reach its end and enter a new continuation. Hua! In the next moment, the huge, illusory face turned into an invisible mist that flowed into Zhao Feng's eyes. Most of them fused into the dream ancestral eye. The origin of dreams was the fundamental source of Fangu's fame as a creation-level expert. In the dusky world, everything was blurry. There seemed to be no space and no time. In a certain corner of the chaos world, a young man was like an ancient stone statue that had experienced boundless vicissitudes of life, and he stood motionlessly amidst the chaos. After an unknown period of time, the young man opened his eyes. There was no aura on his body. He was like an ordinary person, but he was safe and sound in such a dangerous world. At a certain moment, the young man opened his eyes, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. At this time, he had already inherited everything of the original Fangu. The current him could be said to be Zhao Feng. It could also be said to be the new continuation of Fangu's death. Compared to the original Fan universe, after countless billions of years, he had finally recovered the majority of his creation-level strength. However, although Zhao Feng had inherited everything of Fangu, the most important thing to him was still the original Fan universe. Broken mirror reunites. Dream realm reconstructs. One dream to create all things. Zhao Feng muttered. His left eye glowed with a boundless dreamy light, while his right eye flashed with a cold, gray-white light. Then he closed his eyes once more. Swish! In a flash, a vast dream realm began to take shape. Within the dream realm was a complete space, like a creation of primordial chaos. It constantly twisted and distorted, gradually forming an image. This was the scene of the world before its destruction. Come back! Zhao Feng's dual ancestral eyes surged with nearly limitless origin energies. The dream ancestral eye represented Fangu's creation-level foundation. The heavenly law ancestral eye represented Fangu's understanding of the original great Tao of primordial chaos and his use of origin of dreams. With these two origins, Zhao Feng had the ability to travel between the illusory and the real world. After some time, Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The entire world had changed. The ancient desolate realm of gods was in tatters. Countless civilizations had been destroyed. Countless lives had died in the chaos. But to Zhao Feng, this was a sight that made him extremely excited. In the distance, within the departing white warship, Yu Tianwu, the Heaven Lord, and Lu Qinqin froze in confusion, and the billions of living beings in the Fan universe instinctively froze. For some reason, in that moment, they felt like they had just passed through the gates of hell. Now, I just need to repair this world. Zhao Feng closed his eyes once more. Within the Fan universe, the Earth was reconnected and the cracks in space healed. The Fan universe was experiencing a world-shaking phenomenon that left everyone gasping in shock. All of this could be called a miracle. There were even rumors that the supreme god of this world had awakened and had turned into a savior to save them. Not only that, the life god, the samsara god, and the other fallen gods had all been resurrected. The 8 great god eyes represent the order of the heavenly Tao and can stabilize the Fan universe. Zhao Feng muttered. After inheriting Fangu's will, his understanding of the great Tao and energy had reached new heights. In the Sage faction's secret base, the top floor of the 6-sided tower, Zhao Feng, are you confident that you can send us out of this illusory world? The Heaven Lord excitedly asked. I am, but only those with the complete Heaven's legacy race bloodline can leave this place. Zhao Feng calmly and confidently replied. An illusory world? It could be described as such. Everything in this world had yin and yang, real and illusory. To the world born from the primal chaos origin realm, he was real, while everything in the Fan universe was fake. And to the Fan universe, he was real, while the living beings of the primal chaos origin realm were illusory and dreamlike existences. These were two opposing dimensions. To any side, the opposing side was fake. Only one self was real. Of course. After all, if an illusory thing ran into the opposing real world, it was very likely that it would disappear. Unless it was someone like Zhao Feng, who had already become the ancestor of illusions and could pass through the illusory and real worlds. However, The Heaven's legacy race was a race from beyond this world, so they could be considered an exception. If a member of the Heaven's legacy race was born in this world and did not possess the complete Heaven's legacy race bloodline, they might not be able to leave. The leaders of the heaven-defying faction and sage faction nodded and fell into deep thought. Both of them undoubtedly had the complete Heaven's legacy race bloodline, but there were many members of their race who did not. Zhao Feng, give us some time. The two said at the same time. The continent zone. A man and two women suddenly descended. The man was extremely handsome and had an otherworldly aura, while the two women were even more stunning. Anyone who saw their faces would be struck dumb for a few moments. We're back here. Zhao Yufei sweetly smiled, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance as she took in this once incomparably familiar place. Let's go. This is not our destination, Zhao Feng said. Where to? Zhao Yufei asked. You're all mine now. Shouldn't you go see my parents? An evil smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. He was enjoying everything that was happening right now. Annoying. Zhao Yufei rolled her eyes at Zhao Feng, her face blushing. Lu Qinqin sweetly smiled. She said nothing, but her heart was filled with warmth. Within the territory of the Broken Moon clan, in an unworldly place. Father, Mother, I'm back. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Before seeing his parents, Zhao Feng still changed his appearance back to his original appearance. Within the room, a muscular middle-aged man and a gentle and refined woman were startled. Feng, or is it really you? His mother, Zhao Clan, immediately came forward and held Zhao Feng's hand while the other couldn't help but touch Zhao Feng's face. This was the longest time Zhao Feng had left his home. Although it was a short time for sovereigns, it was a long time for Zhao Feng's parents. These two girls are... His father, Zhao Tianyang, was slightly surprised as he looked at the girls on both sides of Zhao Feng. This is Zhao Yufei. I've mentioned her to you before. This is Lu Qinqin. The three entered the room and Zhao Feng slowly spoke. His mother, Zhao Clan, had a joyful smile on her face. After listening for a while, she went to prepare food. Soon, a table of delicious food was served. The family chatted as they ate. It was a happy, harmonious, and heartwarming scene. Just like this, Zhao Feng, Lu Qinqin, and Zhao Yufei lived here for a short period of time. 10 years later, Zhao Feng took the two girls and left. In the boundless void of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, a strangely shaped flying ship floated. Zhao Feng, I've troubled you. Yu Tianwu found it difficult to conceal his joy as he thanked Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, what are your plans for the future? The Heaven Lord was very interested in Zhao Feng's current existence. Zhao Feng was already the strongest expert of this world. He stood above gods and could be considered the king of gods. I should be staying here for a while. Once I've stayed here long enough, I'll think of a way to take Qinqin and Yufei on a trip to the so-called real world. Zhao Feng smiled and said, I believe that you can go to the outside world, but the Heaven Lord, slightly shook his head in disbelief. Compared to the physical world, everything in this world was an illusory dream. Beings born from a dream would vanish once they left the dream. In this way, how would Lu Qinqin and Zhao Yufei travel to the outside world? Zhao Feng gave a mysterious smile. He possessed both the heavenly Tao and dream origin, and he had inherited some of Fan Gu's memories. Zhao Feng, we bid farewell. Yu Tianwu sighed as he waved goodbye to Zhao Feng, Lu Qinqin, and the others. Zhao Feng had a fairly good understanding of the Heaven's legacy race's fate. The Heaven's legacy race's world had been destroyed. Under the leadership of a world-class expert, they had managed with great difficulty to escape this world and enter the primal chaos. But along the way, due to an accident, their race had been scattered. One group had mistakenly entered Fan Gu's dream dimension. In this dream dimension, even ordinary world-class experts would find it very difficult to escape. Okay, I'll send you off. Zhao Feng sternly said. Before leaving, he had used the origin energy of the dream dimension to duplicate a heaven-mending race body for Yu Tianwu, so that he could travel through the primal chaos dimension. Buzz! BZZZ! Space twisted, and a dark and twisted passage gradually took shape. Yu Tianwu, the Heaven Lord, and a few other members of the Heaven's legacy race rode a special teleportation tool and vanished. Brother Feng, when will we be able to travel to the other side's world? Zhao Yufei gave a mischievous smile, her eyes brimming with curiosity. On the side, Lu Qinxin also had a yearning look on her face. Soon, Zhao Feng smiled as he embraced the two women. He had long since made plans for when he would travel to the outside world. End of story. Chapter 1574. There had always been a legend in the fan universe. The gathering of the 8 great ancestral eyes could summon the supreme ancestral eye, but once the supreme ancestral eye opened, all things in the world would vanish. But gradually this legend was forgotten, and another legend began to spread through the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The fan universe had a king of sovereigns. No matter what disaster the fan universe faced, this king of sovereigns would definitely save them. 100 years had passed since the last calamity of the ancient, desolate realm. The fan universe was even more stable now, and the grudges between the 8 great god eyes had been worn down by that battle. At most, there were only a few minor conflicts. A man and 2 women stood in the pitch-black void. Let's go and see the outside world. Zhao Feng embraced the 2 women, a hopeful smile on his face. Now that the ancient, desolate realm of gods was on the right track, he could leave in peace. However, to the outside world, everything in the fan universe was illusory. If Lu Qinxin and Zhao Yufei just entered another world, they would probably disappear. But Zhao Feng had long ago thought of a way. After inheriting Fangu's power, he was now equivalent to a creation-level expert. Let's go! Zhao Yufei was rather excited. She was extremely interested in the unknown and novel world. Lu Qinxin faintly smiled and silently gazed at Zhao Feng. As long as she could be with him, it didn't matter where she went. As Lu Qinxin was preparing to leave this world, she had long ago chosen a successor and entrusted her destiny origin to it. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's eyes shone as if it wanted to dig up the treasures of this new world. Yes, the little thieving cat was also unwilling to stay in the fan universe and wanted to leave with Zhao Feng. I will use the law of samsara to revive you. It won't be long before we meet again. Zhao Feng earnestly said. This was his method. He would have the souls of the 2 women and the little thieving cat enter the cycle of reincarnation in the outside world to be reborn. By doing this, he would be transforming them into real life forms from another world. Zhao Feng was somewhat reluctant to part with them, but it was just reincarnation. They would soon meet again. I don't know much about the reincarnation path of the outside world. Little thieving cat, don't blame me if you reincarnate into a human. Zhao Feng suddenly chuckled. If one day a person suddenly regained the memories of their previous life and found out that they were a cat in their previous life, they would definitely not be able to accept it. Meow meow, the little thieving cat's expression changed slightly as it gestured unwillingly. In a cat's worldview, cats were the most handsome, and it still hoped to go to the new world to find its favorite cat. It definitely didn't want to be reincarnated as a human. Let's go. Zhao Feng opened his eyes. His left eye was dream, and his right eye was heavenly Tao. An extremely powerful and obscure energy was emitted, surging into the void, gradually forming a dark and distorted tunnel with no end in sight. Whoosh! The group entered the passageway. Soon, a speck of light appeared in the endless dark tunnel. After entering the new world, Zhao Feng scanned it with his creation-level divine sense. He discovered that this world was recorded in Fangu's memory fragments. All right, phaseless world. After confirming that this was the world, Zhao Feng revolved his dream energy and entered the phaseless world's hell samsara level. After understanding this place, Zhao Feng began to choose a place to reincarnate, and then he had the 2 women and 1 cat reincarnate. Zhao Feng was rather careful. If he really reincarnated into the wrong place, the consequences would be too horrible to look at. He fixed the area where the 2 women and 1 cat reincarnated into a very small area, and he left a dream mark on their bodies so that he could find them in the future. Soon after, Zhao Feng also chose a place to reincarnate and then reincarnated. Since this was a new world, he had to start anew. After Lu Qinxin and the others were reincarnated, they needed time to grow, and they could not immediately regain the memories of their previous lives. Thus, Zhao Feng also chose to reincarnate and accompany them as they grew. The deepest thing in the world was not a pledge of eternal love, not an unforgettable memory, it was companionship, the phaseless world. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Feng regained a sliver of consciousness. Gradually, countless memory fragments began to appear in his mind. After a long time, Zhao Feng recalled everything. New world, I'm coming. Zhao Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. He was different from Lu Qinxin, Zhao Yufei, and the little thieving cat. He had inherited Fan Gu's strength, so he was a true existence in this new world. Thus, he was able to retain his most fundamental strength and memories. However, Zhao Feng's consciousness did not last long before he grew tired and unknowingly fell asleep. Thinking about it, he was still in his mother's womb, so Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered to care too much. He woke up and slept and woke, until one day he felt a pinching pain and couldn't help but cry out. But to outsiders, it was the clear and resounding cry of a baby. Zhao Feng examined the room's decorations and maids. It seemed that he hadn't made a mistake. At this time, a beautiful woman pried open his legs and cried out in pleasant surprise, "It's young master! It's young master!" Zhao Feng was a little embarrassed, but he didn't care. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a brown robe rushed into the room and immediately picked up the infant, his determined eyes shining with love. "What should I, Zhao Tianlong, name my son?" The middle-aged man carried the baby and came to the bedside. He gently stroked the sweaty woman on the bed and began to discuss their son's name. "Also surnamed Zhao? Then let's use his original name." Zhao Feng used the dreamed-out energy in his soul to influence the brown-clothed man's thoughts. "How about we call him Zhao Feng?" A thought suddenly surfaced in Zhao Tianlong's mind. "Okay, we'll call him Zhao Feng. Feng?" The beautiful woman gave a loving smile. News of Zhao Feng's birth quickly spread throughout South Cloud City. This was because his father was the patriarch of the Zhao clan and the city lord of South Cloud City. Time passed, and the city lord's second son, Zhao Feng, was now 7 years old. As a descendant of the Zhao clan, one was bound to embark on the path of cultivation, and Zhao Feng was no exception. The descendants of the Zhao clan were taught by experts and received the best cultivation education. Ordinary families did not have this. However, Zhao Feng hadn't even been here for 3 days before he skipped classes. In truth, Zhao Feng had memorized all the knowledge in a single day. On the second and third days, he only needed to cultivate a little to reach the 7th heaven of the ascendant spirit realm, the equivalent of the 7th heaven of ascended mortality in the ancient desolate realm of gods. If Zhao Feng really wanted to break through, it wouldn't take long for him to regain his creator-level cultivation and become a figure that could make the entire Alakshasa realm tremble. But none of this meant anything to Zhao Feng. He was just a little interested in the cultivation system of this world. So he had cultivated a little. There were tens of thousands of worlds, and their cultivation systems were roughly the same. However, Zhao Feng discovered that the cultivation systems of other worlds were more complete and demanding. In other words, the experts of the Alakshasa realm could crush those of the Fan universe at the same level. Of course, Zhao Feng was not interested in any of this. He wanted to leisurely pass his days. After a while, he would go search for Lu Qinxin, Zhao Yufei, and the thieving cat. As the second son of the city lord, Zhao Feng was extremely talented in cultivation, so he naturally received a great deal of attention. He skipped school every 2 or 3 days, never cultivated, and was lazy and slippery. These scandals quickly spread throughout South Cloud City, and the more they spread, the more outrageous they became. In the eyes of the majority of the people of South Cloud City, Xiao Feng was destined to become a notorious, hedonistic young master. The other great clans of South Cloud City were overjoyed by this development. Even the factions within the Zhao clan that were competing with the city lord were delighted. Of course, it wasn't that Zhao Feng didn't know how to do anything. The path of cultivation was not very interesting to him, but he was very interested in other areas. For example, refining pills, forging artifacts, forging arrays, mechanisms, puppets, and so on. In his last life, Zhao Feng had been rather talented in these areas, but he had been too busy cultivating to care about these things. One day, Zhao Feng spent half the day studying arrays in a pavilion before taking a nap. At this moment, 2 richly dressed youths arrived. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, they disdainfully smiled. These 2 were the youngest sons of his big uncle and second uncle, and their cultivation talents were among the best in the clan. Brother Feng, quickly go to the martial arts field. Instructor Lin said that if you don't go, he'll definitely report this matter to the city lord. Instructor Lin also said that no matter what, even if we have to tie you up, we have to bring you over. Zhao Yun and Zhao Hai spoke with great difficulty, gradually approaching Zhao Feng as if they wanted to invite him over. Although they were just children, it was in their nature for the strong to bully the weak. Tie me up? Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow and took out a whip weapon from his spatial storage. Taking a step forward, Zhao Feng's figure passed between Zhao Yun and Zhao Hai. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng moved back and forth between the 2. With a slight pull of the whip in his hand, Zhao Hai and Zhao Yun were tied up together. Why did he tie us up? Zhao Hai asked in shock. I don't know either. Zhao Yun's mind was somewhat muddled. The 2 of them were older than Zhao Feng, and their cultivation was higher than Zhao Feng's. But before they could even react, they were tied up by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, don't go. Let us go. I, Zhao Yun, will fight you fair and square. Zhao Yun shouted. Let us go. Zhao Hai was also extremely unwilling. You talk a lot of nonsense. How about I strip you and let the other children and maids in the city see? Zhao Feng yawned and casually said. Immediately, Zhao Yun and Zhao Hai trembled, not saying a word. Although they were still young, they still had some understanding of the matters between men and women. If they were to be naked in front of the maids, they would not be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Forget it. Let's strip them first, so that next time, Zhao Feng said again. Brother Feng, this little brother knows his wrongs. From now on, whatever you say will be true. Zhao Hai, who was the older 13 years old, immediately flattered. Brother Feng, this little brother, is willing to work like a horse for you. Zhao Yun was also frightened by Zhao Feng. The dignified son of the city lord was stripped naked and tied up together. He really could not imagine such a tragic scene. At such a young age, they felt that this was the first time they had seen such an evil person after being tied up by Zhao Feng. Just like this, every time a child came looking for trouble, they would be intimidated by Zhao Feng. Afterwards, every time they saw Zhao Feng, they would be extremely respectful, not daring to be negligent. Even when Zhao Feng was slacking off, there would be people who would specially come over to serve him, massage his legs, and so on. If they were careless and offended him, they might really be tied up and stripped naked for others to see. On this day, the dream source within Zhao Feng's soul suddenly sensed something and faintly trembled. Such a familiar feeling. I wonder if it's Lu Qinxin, Zhao Yufei, or the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng muttered to himself and suddenly stood up. Chapter 1575. At that moment, the dream origin in Zhao Feng's soul sensed a familiar aura. It trembled slightly, but it disappeared in a flash. Brother Feng, what's wrong? The hearts of several older disciples trembled, and they immediately asked. They thought that they had massaged incorrectly. causing Zhao Feng to feel uncomfortable. He suddenly stood up, trembling in fear. "I'm fine." Zhao Feng smiled faintly and lay down again. Zhao Feng was in no hurry. He believed that they would meet again soon. "Brother Feng, tomorrow is the annual assessment. You have to be careful. Instructor Lin has been waiting for this opportunity." Zhao Hai smiled flatteringly. Zhao Feng skipped class every other day and didn't even enter the martial arts arena. Instructor Lin couldn't do anything about it. After all, Zhao Feng was the city lord's son. However, the clan attached great importance to the annual assessment. If Zhao Feng didn't even participate in the assessment, or if his results were terrible, Instructor Lin could use this as an excuse to report it to the higher-ups. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't think much of Zhao Feng. He was even waiting to see Zhao Feng make a fool of himself. After all, he only obeyed Zhao Feng because of deterrence. However, he was still very puzzled. Why was his cultivation higher than Zhao Feng's? But Zhao Feng had tied him up without any resistance. Assessment. Zhao Feng remembered that there was indeed such a thing, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He was the reincarnation of a dignified, creator-level powerhouse. Would he be afraid of a simple assessment? Immediately, Zhao Feng continued to take a nap. The next day, Zhao Feng came to class. Who is this? He looks quite delicate." A young girl in a floral dress stared at Zhao Feng. Because Zhao Feng rarely came here, many of the children of the same age didn't know him. "He's the city lord's son, but don't be fooled by his appearance. Look at the silver whip at his waist. I heard that he has a special hobby. He likes to tie people up and strip them naked." "Yeah, I've heard about it too." A few girls gathered around and whispered to each other. As soon as Zhao Feng came in, he had already heard a lot of people talking about him. He didn't care at all, but when he walked in, he deliberately flashed the silver whip on his waist. Immediately, the girls who had gathered to discuss fled in fright. Not long after, a burly man walked in. It was Coach Lin. When Coach Lin entered, he saw Zhao Feng and was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that this was the second son of the city lord. He sneered. It seemed that Zhao Feng did not dare to not participate in the assessment. But even if he came, so what? He believed that Zhao Feng definitely did not know anything and would definitely score the lowest in the assessment. Soon, everyone had arrived. After Instructor Lin distributed the papers, Wei Yan said sternly, "The assessment has begun. If I find anyone cheating during the assessment, I will deduct 20 points from your results." The annual test was divided into a literary test and a martial test. The literary examination primarily tested one's understanding of the history of South Cloud City and the Azure Net Kingdom, and it also tested one's knowledge of cultivation. After saying this, Instructor Lin began to wander around. Instructor Lin was a Peak Star Origin Realm expert. If these brats cheated, they would not be able to escape his eyes. The cultivation system of the phaseless world was roughly the same as that of the Fan universe. It was divided into the body refinement realm, ascending spirit realm, 3 Chi realm, star origin realm, divine transformation realm, imperishable realm, 9 ranks of chaos heaven, 3rd heaven of origin flow and world realm. The corresponding realms of the Fan universe were the consolidated realm, ascending spirit realm, true spirit realm, origin core realm, void god realm, mystic light realm, rank 9 true god, 3rd heaven of god lord and god realm. In the Fan universe, the Peak Star Origin Realm Instructor Lin was an origin core venerate lord. The spatial level of South Cloud City was extremely close to the Fan universe's ancient, desolate realm of gods. The majority of the children around Zhao Feng were at the 3 Chi realm, the Fan universe's true spirit realm. The true spirit realm was divided into perfected being, true profound, and true lord, while the 3 Chi realm was divided into Azure Chi realm, Blue Chi realm, and Violet Chi realm. Zhao Feng had just reached the initial level of the Azure Chi realm, and he was one of the weakest of the group, but he was also the youngest. Zhao Feng scanned the paper scroll. Too simple. As the son of the city lord, Zhao Feng could enter the city's collection pavilion as he pleased. With his abilities, he had long ago memorized the contents of the library. Swish, swish. Zhao Feng took up his brush and began to casually write. After less than 5 minutes, Zhao Feng put down his brush and closed his eyes to rest. In the distance, Instructor Lin coldly snorted. In his view, Zhao Feng had put down his brush so quickly because the questions were too difficult and he couldn't answer them, so he had given up. But Instructor Lin's eyes focused on the paper scroll in front of Zhao Feng, and he grimaced. Zhao Feng had finished all the questions, and with a casual glance, he discovered that all the answers were correct without any flaws. One had to know that the other children around him had not even answered 10 questions, and all of them were frowning and scratching their heads. But Zhao Feng had already finished all the questions. What shocked Instructor Lin even more was that he was actually attracted to Zhao Feng's handwriting, as if it contained countless profound philosophies that he could not understand. This is impossible. He must have cheated, Instructor Lin held in his heart. But a mere Azure Chi realm child had cheated right under his nose. How could he not have discovered it? Without concrete evidence, Instructor Lin did not dare to accuse the city, Lord Sun. But if he had not cheated, how could Zhao Feng have answered all the questions in such a short time? Moreover, his accuracy seemed to be 100%. Just like that, Instructor Lin passed the examination in confusion and frustration. After putting away the paper scroll, the group went to another special training field. After the written test was the martial test. There were 10 dark, gray metal passageways in the huge training field. Next, whoever I call out will step forward and enter the puppet passageway. Points will be calculated according to the time taken. Instructor Lin announced loudly. Martial artists paid more attention to strength. Compared to the written test, the martial test was more important. I've underestimated this kid. He must have read quite a lot of books, so he has a good memory. But this martial test, Instructor Lin could not help but smirk sinisterly. The puppet passageway was filled with mechanisms, formations, and puppetry techniques. Without real ability, it would be absolutely difficult to pass. And those puppets did not recognize people. Even if Zhao Feng was the city lord's son, he would still be treated the same as everyone else. Zhao Wu, Zhao Hongliang, Zhao Qianling, Zhao Feng. Instructor Lin called out 10 names, and Zhao Feng was one of them. The 10 people stepped forward quickly. Among them, a few children were still a little nervous. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's expression was calm and uninterested. At the same time, the eyes of some of Zhao Feng's lackeys shone. They also wanted to see how strong Zhao Feng was. As for those who were not familiar with Zhao Feng but often heard of Zhao Feng's notoriety, they were gloating. Soon, the 10 people walked into the puppet passageway. A white light swept across Zhao Feng's body, and a mechanical voice sounded. Green Qi Realm, primary stage. The difficulty of the passageway would increase or decrease according to the challenger's cultivation level. Then, there was a clicking sound in the passageway, and many dark and stiff figures appeared in it. Then silence returned. Puppets, mechanisms. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. In this life, he did not pay much attention to cultivation, but he had done a lot of research on faces, weaponsmithing, puppets, and mechanisms. Paying no attention, Zhao Feng walked in. In an instant, the mechanical puppets in the dim passageway began to dance. In the training ground, relying on his identity as the city lord's son, he can do whatever he wants. I wonder how strong he is. He won't be able to pass. I bet that he will definitely come out from the entrance. After Zhao Feng entered, many young disciples immediately began to discuss. Most of these people were not familiar with Zhao Feng, but they had often heard of Zhao Feng's notoriety. At a young age, they were naturally repulsed by bad people. However, most of them were envious of Zhao Feng. They were envious that Zhao Feng could do whatever he wanted without cultivating or attending classes. "I think that kid probably won't be able to come out," Instructor Lin chuckled inwardly. He took a few steps forward and scanned the passageway with his spiritual consciousness. If Zhao Feng couldn't come out, he would still have to rescue him. By then, he would be able to give Zhao Feng a good scolding. Even if he scored full marks in the written examination, he would still score 0 in the martial examination. He would still have the lowest score among all of them. However, after scanning with his spiritual consciousness, Instructor Lin realized that there was no one in the puppet passageway. How could there be no one in the passageway? Instructor Lin was shocked. At this moment, "Hey, Instructor Lin, how many marks did I get?" A childish laughter sounded. He looked over and saw Zhao Feng walking over. It turned out that while Instructor Lin was inspecting the passageway, Zhao Feng had already passed. "No, you passed." Instructor Lin had a surprised expression. Many disciples at the back were dumbfounded with their mouths agape and faces filled with shock. "I'm out now, aren't I?" Zhao Feng smiled, an extremely confused look on his face. "How did you get out?" Instructor Lin's expression changed slightly, and he asked immediately, "How long had it been?" Martial artists of the same level would need at least the time for half an incense stick to burn to pass through the puppet passageway. "I walked out slowly," Zhao Feng acted as if he didn't know anything. In reality, after entering the puppet passageway, Zhao Feng found the key point and stopped all the puppet mechanisms in the entire passageway unless they were restarted. Instructor Lin was speechless. He no longer knew how to communicate with this 7-year-old child. He couldn't let Zhao Feng take the test again either. That would mean that he suspected Zhao Feng of cheating. Furthermore, he couldn't produce any evidence of Zhao Feng cheating, and he didn't dare to accuse the son of the city lord like that. "I'm done. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a break." Zhao Feng stretched and quickly left. Instructor Lin was speechless. In his view, Zhao Feng had only casually written and walked around in these 2 tests. How could he possibly be tired? After waiting for half an incense stick of time, the most talented of the 10, Zhao Qian, rushed out, his face red and swollen with excitement. The results came out on the 2nd day after the assessment. The city lord's second son, Zhao Feng, had passed the first test with full marks, shocking the entire Zhao clan and even South Cloud City. Among the younger generation of the Zhao clan, many top scholars and martial arts tyrants were also deeply stimulated by this matter. "Brother Feng, this little brother is willing to work like an ox or a horse for you. Please teach me your secret technique." Zhao Hai excitedly bent over and massaged Zhao Feng's leg. "Brother Feng, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames, this little brother will do it for you." For a moment, those juniors who had submitted to Zhao Feng out of fear immediately changed their attitudes and began to work without complaint. He did nothing all day, never cultivated, only ate, drank, and played, but he could still get full marks in the test. Which child didn't want this? There was even a group of juniors who had applied to become Zhao Feng's lackeys, but they had been driven away by the older group of lackeys. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Feng was now 14 years old. One day, the dream origin in Zhao Feng's soul trembled once more, this time with great intensity. "It's nearby." With a thought, Zhao Feng immediately stood up and left the city, Lord's mansion. "Brother Feng, where are you going?" "Brother Feng, where are you planning on going to play?" The group of youths hastily followed. Some of these former lackeys were already close to 20 years old, but they were still willing to follow Zhao Feng and were completely obedient. Chapter 1576. South Cloud City was the busiest city in the surrounding tens of millions of li. The city was enormous, and its buildings were interconnected and decorated with dazzling jewels and gems. "Brother Feng, if there's anything you like, just tell your little brother." Zhao Yan's laughter came from the side. By now, Almost all of his lackeys had reached the violet chi realm of the 3 chi realm, and the most talented of them all was at the initial star origin realm. In their minds, Zhao Feng was still at the blue chi realm of the 3 chi realm. Even so, they were completely obedient to Zhao Feng. One could only say that Zhao Feng had taught them well. There was no one in South Cloud City who didn't know the name of Zhao Feng. When the nearby store owners saw Zhao Feng and the other young masters, they instantly paled. Although they hadn't interacted much with Zhao Feng, Zhao Feng's infamy had spread long ago. In the eyes of outsiders, these young masters were undoubtedly hedonistic young masters. What made them even more fearful was that the son of the city lord liked to tie up and strip off the clothes of those who provoked him. Zhao Feng closed his eyes, the dream origin in his soul constantly trembling. This trembling came from the reaction of the dream seal. After coming to the Alakshasa world, Zhao Feng had only left a dream seal on Lu Qinshin, Zhao Yufei, and the little thieving cat. It seems like it's in South Cloud City. Zhao Feng rejoiced and continued forward. With the reaction of destiny origin, Zhao Feng could sense the specific location of the dream seal. As he turned and turned, the reaction of the dream seal grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, as Zhao Feng passed by a luxurious restaurant carved from jade, he stopped. At a table by the window, an azure-robed elder with a severed arm was eating and drinking. In front of the old man, there was a silver-black kitten. Its eyes were as bright as gems, and it was adorable. Little thieving cat. At first glance, Zhao Feng was sure that this was the little thieving cat. Meow, meow, the little thieving cat jumped around on the table. The elder would occasionally smile, clearly amused by the little thieving cat's actions. Does it already have a master? Zhao Feng thought. However, it didn't matter. He would definitely get what he wanted. Just as Zhao Feng was about to enter the restaurant, the thieving cat suddenly jumped out of the window and fled in a certain direction. Thieving cat! The direction that the little thieving cat was running and happened to be where Zhao Feng was. So Zhao Feng immediately stopped it. When the other disciples saw that Zhao Feng had taken the initiative to stop the cat, they immediately stood up and surrounded it. Meow! The little thieving cat raised its head and waved its paws as it meowed. Its cute and harmless appearance caused the other disciples to let down their guard. In the next instant, the little thieving cat escaped through a gap. However, the little thieving cat discovered that the moment it escaped the encirclement, a person was standing in front of it. It was Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had a faint smile on his face as he stared at the little thieving cat. For some reason, the little thieving cat felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and fear when this youth stared at it. Meow, meow, the little thieving cat suddenly shook its head, slightly nervous. Its figure flashed as it fled once more. Right at this moment, a powerful aura burst forth from within the restaurant. In a flash of azure light, the one-armed elder charged out. Damned cat! The elder was enraged as he looked at the nearby thieving cat. At this moment, Zhao Feng instantly understood that this person wasn't the little thieving cat's master. He also understood why the little thieving cat had fled in such a panic. The Zhao clan disciples, next to Zhao Feng, trembled. The elder's aura was too terrifying. Although he was intentionally suppressing it, it still made their hair stand on end. In an instant, the elder arrived next to the little thieving cat, an invisible energy binding the little thieving cat, making it unable to move. Damned thieving cat! You dare to steal this old man's things? Wait until this old man cuts open your stomach. The elder's face was cold and harsh, and an invisible killing intent spread out from his body, alarming the nearby people. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat's eyes were wide open, a pitiful expression appearing on its face. But the one-armed elder was clearly not a kind person, and his expression did not change in the slightest. Swish! In a flash of azure light, a jade sword appeared in the elder's hand. It was 3 feet long and 2 inches long, exuding a cold light. The little thieving cat also sensed the elder's killing intent, and its fur stood on end. It knew that it had provoked someone it couldn't afford to provoke. Meow meow. The little thieving cat looked at Zhao Feng and hatefully meowed. If not for Zhao Feng and the others stopping it, it would have already escaped. South Cloud City was bustling with people, and it would not have been easy for the elder to find it. "Sir, stop. It's my cat pet." At this moment, Zhao Feng spoke. The little thieving cat froze for a moment, and then a look of gratitude appeared on its face. Zhao Feng was speechless. This thieving cat had changed sides far too quickly. Although it had reincarnated, its greedy nature had not changed at all. In fact, it seemed even bolder. "So what if it's yours?" The elder swept his gaze over Zhao Feng, a look of disdain on his face. This was just a brat. Truly, newborn calves did not fear tigers. A child actually wanted to save someone from his sword. No, save a cat! There's a good show to watch. The city lord's son has taken a liking to this cat. This azure-robed elder's cultivation isn't low, and he doesn't seem like a good person. And I know this thieving cat. It came here last year, so it definitely isn't second young master's cat pet. The crowd immediately began to chatter. First of all, the elder's aura and killing intent indicated that he had an extraordinary cultivation. But on the other side, Zhao Feng's status was even more extraordinary. The azure-robed elder heard the chatter and learned of Zhao Feng's status. In normal times, he might have submitted. After all, the Zhao clan of South Cloud City was the strongest clan in the area, and Zhao Feng's father, Zhao Tianlong, was a peak imperishable realm expert. Peak imperishable realm experts were equivalent to mystic light, sacred kings in the fan universe. However, this thieving cat had swallowed an extremely important object from the azure-robed elder. He could not let it off so easily. "If it's mine, you can't harm it," Zhao Feng indifferently said as he slowly approached. "Brother Feng." Zhao Yun and the others immediately called out. This elder was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Although this was Zhao clan territory, this cat was clearly not Zhao Feng's cat pet, so Zhao Feng was in no way in the right. A strange light flashed through the azure-robed elder's eyes as he stared at Zhao Feng. This brat, the azure-robed elder, suddenly felt that he could no longer see through this child of such a low cultivation. But how could he admit defeat like a child? Moreover, he could not spare this cat. "I advise young master not to interfere in this matter. If you want a cat pet, this old man will give you a few," the azure-robed elder coldly said. In his words, he did not admit defeat, but he also promised Zhao Feng benefits. At the same time, the elder spread out his cultivation aura, hoping to intimidate this child. An oppressive and sharp aura spread out, causing everyone nearby to feel a stabbing pain on their skin and involuntarily retreat. This person is at least peak star origin realm, and he's also an expert of the sword Dao. Someone blurted out in alarm. Zhao Feng unhurriedly approached, his expression calm and unperturbed. "It seems that this little bit of energy isn't enough to frighten the city lord's son." The azure-robed elder's eyes flashed as another powerful intent began to spread out. The initial level of divine transformation. This was equivalent to a void god realm king in the fan universe. However, Zhao Feng's expression remained unchanged, as if he was completely unaffected. The azure-robed elder gritted his teeth and released his energy once more. Divine transformation, middle stage. Peak divine transformation realm. Peak divine transformation realm. He was only a step away from the imperishable realm. If the elder's cultivation had reached the imperishable realm, he would be considered an expert, and the Zhao family would not look down on an imperishable realm expert. At this moment, the pressure of a peak divine transformation realm expert spread out from the elder's body, and the elder controlled this energy extremely well. He did not kill anyone, only intimidate them. Boom! The spectators hurriedly retreated. The terrifying pressure of a peak divine transformation sword Tao expert made their bodies and souls feel a stabbing pain. On the side, the little thieving cat trembled as if it had been scared silly. However, Zhao Feng, who was closer to Zhao Feng, was not affected in the slightest. Is this kid wearing a supreme quality defensive divine artifact? The azure-robed elder thought to himself as he released his spiritual sense, preparing to observe Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng spoke. "Are you trying to scare me?" The azure-robed elder was startled as he looked into Zhao Feng's eyes. His body inexplicably froze, and his soul trembled. Upon closer inspection, the azure-robed elder could sense an indescribable aura from Zhao Feng's body. It was as if he was a king that ruled over the world, one that could not be resisted. Zhao Feng's eyes in particular caused his consciousness to become dazed. When he looked again, the azure-robed elder felt like he was looking up at the youth in front of him. Unconsciously, the azure-robed elder's aura disappeared. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The azure-robed elder seemed to look at Zhao Feng with some fear, and his pressure completely vanished. At this moment, the azure-robed elder's eyes flashed. When he looked once more at the child, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. "Damn it, I'll kill this cat. I don't believe that the Zhao clan will make things difficult for me for this cat." The azure-robed elder's heart was filled with hatred. He had actually been frightened by a child, leaving him feeling extremely embarrassed. But before the azure-robed elder could do anything, Zhao Feng's lips moved. "If you kill this cat, no one in all of South Cloud City will be able to help you refine the soul origin purging pill." These words were spoken so softly that they were almost inaudible, but the azure-robed elder, who was the closest to Wang Chong, could clearly hear his words. His mind seemed to explode with thunder. How did he know that I was looking for someone to refine the pill? How did he know that I needed the soul origin purging pill? The azure-robed elder asked in shock, but he did not speak his mind. In addition, even with the primordial purging pill, your injuries cannot be completely healed. Your cultivation will remain at the imperishable realm. Before the azure-robed elder could regain his composure, Zhao Feng spoke again. This time, the azure-robed elder's mind buzzed, and he could no longer suppress his shock. The boy before him had actually guessed his true cultivation. Yes, the azure-robed elder's true cultivation was at the imperishable realm. His life-or-death battle had caused his cultivation to drop to the divine transformation realm, but he could still imitate his powerful aura. And in order to escape the pursuit of his enemies, he had changed his appearance, concealed his aura, and even sealed his cultivation at the star origin realm. This was how the thieving cat had been able to steal the pill ingredients from him. I was just joking with young master. I didn't think that young master would be so brave. To be able to remain unfazed in the face of danger. This old man admires you. The azure-robed elder's blue sword vanished, as did the little thieving cat's imprisonment. The crowd was dumbfounded. They had never imagined that the situation would take such a sudden turn. The little thieving cat's mouth was also wide open. The elder's cultivation was too terrifying. Even if he let it go, the little thieving cat would not dare to leave. "Dish!" It immediately went to Zhao Feng's side, acting like a pet cat. Behind Zhao Feng, Zhao Yin, Zhao Hai, and the others were all dumbfounded. Although they didn't know what was going on, they were all filled with admiration for Zhao Feng. This one almost injured young master's pet cat. "Please allow me to accompany you in drinking to apologize." The azure-robed elder gestured and pointed at a nearby restaurant. Chapter 1577. The azure-robed elder's change left the onlookers stunned, and quite a few of them sneered. In the end, the elder had admitted defeat. Earlier, the elder had clearly been resentful and had refused to back down, but now his attitude had completely reversed, and he was smiling at the arrogant Zhao Feng. Those with lower cultivation levels would not be able to see any clues, but this was South Cloud City, the most flourishing city in the vicinity. There were many experts here, and quite a few people had noticed that Zhao Feng had said something to the azure-robed elder before his sudden change in attitude. Zhao Feng's group went to the restaurant and sat down at the table where the elder had been eating. Within the restaurant, a waiter immediately brought over some wine cups, bowls, and chopsticks. "This old man will first offer young master a cup." The azure-robed elder raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The matter seemed to have been resolved, and the onlookers gradually began to fade away. They sighed inwardly at how wonderful it was to have such a formidable father. Even an expert several levels higher than Zhao Feng had chosen to admit defeat and greet him with a smile. After drinking, the azure-robed elder's eyes turned cold as he stared straight at Zhao Feng. "Junior, how did you know my identity?" The azure-robed elder whispered, his voice almost imperceptible. He was the #1 genius of the Azure City sword sect in the last 1,000 years, Qingfeng. In the last few months, the Azure City sword sect had been besieged by enemy factions, and the elders of the sect had risked their lives to protect him as he escaped. But Qingfeng had also been pursued by many enemy factions. Heavily injured, he had fled to this place. The old man's appearance had only been a disguise. In his view, Zhao Feng had assuredly known his identity, which was why he had guessed at his injuries and the pills he needed. How could such a minor matter be difficult for me? Zhao Feng confidently smiled and drank another cup of wine. He had no idea who this old man was, and Qingfeng probably wouldn't believe him if he told the truth. So Zhao Feng had said this. Of course, if he really wanted to know the old man's identity, it would be a simple matter. Qingfeng coldly looked at Zhao Feng, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He believed that Zhao Feng was too arrogant and self-righteous. "Meow, meow," the little thieving cat immediately called out and gestured as if it was praising Zhao Feng. Now, only by following Zhao Feng would it have a chance to survive. The little thieving cat had spent some time in South Cloud City and knew a little about Zhao Feng's status. Since Zhao Feng wanted it as a pet, the little thieving cat would follow Zhao Feng. Perhaps it would be able to steal all the treasures of the city, Lord's estate. "Young master, I'll give you the cat too. Please help me with my matter." Qingfeng did not waste time with Zhao Feng and went straight to the point. "You want me to help you take out the things that the thieving cat stole and find someone to help you refine the soul origin purging pill?" Zhao Feng said straightforwardly. If his guess was correct, this thieving cat might have stolen the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the soul origin purging pill. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't be so anxious. Soul cleansing pill? Zhao Yun, Zhao Hai, and the others were shocked. Wasn't this the legendary high, grade 6 pill? Not even the city Lord's estate had many pills of this level. Only now did they realize that this Qingfeng was even more formidable than they had imagined. In the Alakshasa world, pills were divided into grades, each grade corresponding to a major realm. Grade 6 corresponded to the imperishable realm. On the other hand, they admired Zhao Feng even more. He had actually managed to make Qingfeng humble himself and smile at him. However, the soul origin purging pill is a high grade 6 pill. There aren't many alchemists in South Cloud City that can refine it, and the quality and success rate won't be very high. Zhao Feng shook his head. Qingfeng's eyes dimmed. He naturally knew this, but he had to gamble. Otherwise, his body and soul would be left with wounds that would be even more difficult to heal. His path of martial arts would probably come to an end. When he thought of this, Qingfeng's heart seethed with rage and killing intent. He wanted revenge. He didn't want to live his days in a daze, constantly evading pursuit. "But I do have a way to get you a high-quality soul origin purging pill," Zhao Feng suddenly said. Qingfeng immediately raised his head. The disappointment, anger, and killing intent in his eyes were swept away. An ordinary soul origin purging pill could not completely heal his wounds, but a high-quality pill might have a chance. Young master, if you have any requests, please state them. Hu Qingfeng's complexion returned to normal. He stared deeply at Zhao Feng, discovering that this boy was not simple at all. I'll give you a chance. Be my servant, Zhao Feng flatly said. Hearing this, Zhao Yun, Zhao Hai, and the others widened their eyes, their hearts rising to their throats. Zhao Feng had actually made such a request to a peerless expert. Even if Zhao Feng was the city lord's son, he couldn't possibly have a divine transformation realm servant, much less an imperishable realm one. Are you playing with me? Qing Feng was enraged, his voice tinged with icy killing intent. A mere child actually wanted an imperishable realm expert, like him, to be his servant? This was the greatest joke in the world. At this moment, he coldly stared at Zhao Feng. If this boy didn't know what was good for him, he would immediately kill him, take the medicine, and flee. Zhao Yun and the others felt Hua Qingfeng's killing intent, their hair standing on end and their bodies trembling. As for the little thieving cat, it hid behind Zhao Feng in fright. For some reason, it felt very safe. I'm going to speak with this old man alone. Wait here for me. Zhao Feng turned to the Zhao clan scions. Brother Feng, you, Zhao Yun's voice trembled. Before he could finish speaking, Hua Qingfeng had frightened him into silence. Come with me. I'll help you with the matter of the pill. Later, you can consider what I just said. Zhao Feng calmly looked at Hua Qingfeng. Okay. Hua Qingfeng was suspicious, but he wasn't afraid that Zhao Feng was up to something. As long as Zhao Feng was at his side, not even the city lord of South Cloud City would dare to act rashly. Before leaving, Zhao Feng picked up the little thieving cat that was pretending to be dead and walked out of the city. Hua Qingfeng's face darkened. This little fellow had actually followed him out of the city. Wasn't he afraid that he would kill the cat, take the medicine, and then flee? Of course. Hua Qingfeng wouldn't do this just because of Zhao Feng's arrogant words. After all, Zhao Feng might be able to get him a high-quality soul origin purging pill. The 2 men and 1 cat quickly arrived at a small river in the northern part of the city. This place was lush with trees and sparsely populated, making it a relatively secluded place. You said you would give me the pill. What are you doing here? Hua Qingfeng was confused. To refine the pill, Zhao Feng immediately replied, taking out a violet cauldron covered in dragon-shaped carvings from his interspatial dimension. You're going to refine a soul origin purging pill for me? Hua Qingfeng was stunned for a long time before he reacted, his face paling. This city lord's son was no ordinary kind of arrogant braggart. He was arrogant to the point of lawlessness, and his bragging could break through the heavens. The soul origin purging pill was a grade 6 high-class pill. Ordinary grade 6 alchemists had less than a 10% success rate in refining it, and even the most talented alchemists of this level were over 500 years old. The majority of them were several thousand years old. Now this teenage child actually wanted to refine a grade 6 pill? Hua Qingfeng's face chilled. If Zhao Feng really was going to do this, he would still kill this deceitful child and cat. The little thieving cat trembled all over, feeling that this child was seeking death. It seemed that it wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Little thieving cat. With a stern expression, Zhao Feng extended a finger and jabbed it between the thieving cat's eyebrows. For some reason, the little thieving cat felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when it heard this address. Moreover, although Zhao Feng's finger didn't seem fast, it couldn't dodge no matter how hard it tried. Thus, it was touched by Zhao Feng. Ordinary people would find it hard to detect a dreamy light entering the little thieving cat's soul and into the depths of its memories. A moment later, the little thieving cat froze and began to tremble as if it had gone mad. Hua Qingfeng stared at it. How had this thieving cat suddenly become like this? But the longer he stared, the more he felt that this cat had undergone a massive change, but he couldn't say what it was exactly. Suddenly, A crafty light flashed through the little thieving cat's eyes. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately leapt onto Zhao Feng's shoulder and intimately rubbed it a few times. Hurry and take out the ingredients. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. After taking the ingredients out of its mouth, the little thieving cat stared at Hu Qingfeng, a faint smile on its lips. Hu Qingfeng's face darkened. This time he didn't see any fear in the cat's eyes. Instead, there was ridicule that he couldn't see through. The cat that he had casually killed before felt like it was crawling over his head. What did this kid do just now? Hu Qingfeng paled as he looked at Zhao Feng. It was Zhao Feng who had tapped the thieving cat's forehead, causing it to undergo a massive transformation. As Hu Qingfeng looked over, he realized that Zhao Feng had already begun to refine pills. My soul origin purging pill. Hu Qingfeng blurted out. He had already made up his mind that if Zhao Feng really was refining pills for himself, he would kill this kid. But because of the little thieving cat's transformation, he had actually overlooked Zhao Feng's actions, allowing Zhao Feng to begin refining pills. How could a teenage child know anything about pill refinement? Even if the alchemists of South Cloud City couldn't guarantee a success rate, there was at least a sliver of hope. There was no hope for this kid to refine pills for him. But Hu Qingfeng was suddenly captivated by Zhao Feng's alchemy technique. The way he grabbed the ingredients was as smooth as flowing water, and he was even multitasking, grinding the ingredients while refining. At a glance, he had the bearing of a grandmaster. Although he didn't understand alchemy, Hu Qingfeng was still captivated by Zhao Feng. Could this person really be an alchemy grandmaster? Hu Qingfeng found it hard to calm down. The child before him had given him far too many surprises. In normal times, he would rarely be surprised more than a few times a year. At this moment, a deep blue fragrance wafted out of the violet furnace. Hu Qingfeng took a deep breath. His entire body relaxed, and his soul felt cold and tranquil. Can he really? Hu Qingfeng's expression shifted again and again as he stared at Zhao Feng with great hope. He guessed that this child was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps he was the reincarnation of a rank 9 Chaos Heaven expert, or perhaps he had been possessed by an expert. After reincarnating into this world, Zhao Feng had studied the pill Tao and often attempted to refine pills for himself. However, the highest he could refine was a grade 5 pill. He had never refined a grade 6 pill before. One reason was that such high-level medicinal ingredients were somewhat difficult to obtain. Now that Hu Qingfeng had taken the initiative to deliver himself to his doorstep, Zhao Feng gave it a try on a whim. Buzz blue light flourished in the violet furnace, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, causing the nearby vegetation to tremble and grow faster. Hu Qingfeng's expression grew more and more excited. He had a feeling that the pill in the furnace was about to succeed. But at this moment, bang! A dull explosion came from within the violet furnace. The furnace lid was blasted to the side, and black smoke drifted out from within. A pair of charred and shattered pills entered Hu Qingfeng's eyes. He had failed. Zhao Feng shook his head. He had never refined a grade 6 pill before, and it was normal for him to fail on his first attempt. But behind him, Hu Qingfeng's expression immediately turned incomparably gloomy and frosty. This kid was definitely messing with him. That seemingly smooth movement just now was definitely an act. He had actually thought that this kid had the air of a master and was the reincarnation of a powerhouse. What a joke! A terrifying sword Tao aura emanated from within Hu Qingfeng's body, pressing straight at Zhao Feng. Hold on, it hasn't failed yet. Zhao Feng immediately called out. He hurriedly picked up the furnace lid at the side and placed it on the furnace. No one saw that a strange power was fluctuating from within Zhao Feng's soul. Bullshit. I'll slaughter you today. Hu Qingfeng cursed. He had been tricked too badly by this kid. The pill was already charred and cracked, yet this kid still wanted to deceive him. He would never believe Zhao Feng again. Success! Zhao Feng immediately opened the furnace lid. Dark blue light radiated from within, carrying a faint icy aura as it drifted in all directions. Hua Qingfeng, who had been preparing to act, froze, his eyes wide as he stared at the 3 dark blue pills in the furnace, his heart in turmoil. Chapter 1578. Looking at the 3 dark blue pills in the cauldron that emitted a cold glow, as well as the refreshing medicinal scent, Hua Qingfeng was certain that these were definitely grade 6 pills. However, this was not what shocked him. The pill had clearly exploded and was charred black. The refinement had definitely failed. But when Zhao Feng closed the lid and opened it again, 3 complete soul origin purging pills had magically appeared inside. How was this possible? Hua Qingfeng's understanding had been completely overturned by Zhao Feng. He found it hard to imagine what had just happened. Had he been hallucinating? He couldn't figure this out. But even if he didn't dwell on this, it was still impossible for Zhao Feng to refine a high-rank grade 6 pill. Combining all the previous events, Hua Qingfeng finally understood that the child in front of him was definitely not simple. "Young master, what happened just now?" Hua Qingfeng asked tentatively in a small voice. "Cough, cough. The charred pill you saw earlier was just an illusion. I just wanted to see how your character was, but..." Sigh, Zhao Feng coughed dryly, then said in a tone of an old man lamenting at the end. In truth, he had failed in the refinement, but there was no need to mention this. Otherwise, the secret of the dream source would have been exposed. Illusion. Hua Qingfeng's mind shook. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, how could a charred pill suddenly become a finished product? Moreover, to be able to refine a high-rank, grade 6 pill, Zhao Feng's alchemy skills were unimaginable. Perhaps Zhao Feng had deliberately refined a hallucinogenic fragrance during the refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hallucinating. Hua Qingfeng immediately confirmed this point. This child was definitely unfathomable. Also, after Zhao Feng touched that cat, it had also become unfathomable. At this time, Hua Qingfeng saw the disappointment on Zhao Feng's face. Clearly, when he saw the failed pill just now, his killing intent towards Zhao Feng had aroused, causing the other party to be disappointed in his character. "Young master, senior, I was impulsive just now. Please forgive me," Hua Qingfeng immediately said. However, he was now certain that Zhao Feng was the reincarnation or possession of a powerhouse. Even the way he addressed him had changed. Moreover, the other party had at least helped him concoct the soul origin purging pill, so he was at least at the level of a level 6 alchemist. Thus, he was naturally a little embarrassed, so he gave a slight explanation. It seems that your attitude is quite sincere. Now you can consider what I said before." Zhao Feng placed his hands behind his back in a calm manner, emitting a mysterious aura. There was no need for him to pretend at all. Zhao Feng had been a blessed realm elite in his previous life. The aura and bearing that belonged to an elite were innate to him. The little thieving cat stood on his shoulder, showing off its back and making it seem extraordinary. This time, Hua Qingfeng was not as angry as before. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Combining all of this together, he was sure that the person before him was unfathomable and couldn't be judged by the surface. Furthermore, the other party knew of his peak cultivation, yet he still dared to say such words. Clearly, he had a lot of confidence. If I follow this person, I will definitely be able to take revenge and rebuild the Green City Sword faction, Hua Qingfeng said to himself. But for a mighty imperishable realm prodigy like him to be the servant of a 13-year-old child was truly rather embarrassing. Only by enduring humiliation can one achieve great things. I see that your talent is not bad, so I intend to take you in as a servant. If you perform well in the future, I will not treat you unfairly, Zhao Feng said once more, even turning to leave as if he didn't care about Hua Qingfeng at all. After all, he was someone who had lived for several hundred years. From start to finish, Zhao Feng's actions were quite realistic. "Senior, please wait." Hu Qingfeng's body trembled for a moment. Then he suddenly extended a hand and called out to Zhao Feng. In the end, Hu Qingfeng made his choice. He needed to take revenge, he needed to rebuild the sect, he needed to live openly. If he wanted to obtain these things, he had to pay a certain price. Zhao Feng was clearly unfathomable. This was a great opportunity for him. 100-year contract. After 100 years, you can go wherever you want. Zhao Feng threw out a contract scroll. Hu Qingfeng's talent truly was not bad. At this stage, he could manage a few matters for Zhao Feng. So Zhao Feng only wanted 100 years. 100 years? With a thought, Hu Qingfeng immediately took out the contract scroll. For martial artists, 100 years was neither too long nor too short. "Let's go." Zhao Feng faintly smiled and led Hu Qingfeng back into South Cloud City. Meow meow. The little thieving cat turned its head and grinned, apparently saying that in the future it could be called Lord Cat. "You don't need to hide your face in the future. No one will dare to touch my people," Zhao Feng immediately said when he saw that Hu Qingfeng was still dressed as an elder. Hu Qingfeng's heart trembled. These words were truly tyrannical and brimming with confidence. Hu Qingfeng felt that his choice was definitely not wrong. No one was willing to live with a fake face. Hu Qingfeng's facial muscles wriggled, shedding his skin. In a few moments, he had transformed into a young man with sword-like eyebrows and an imposing aura. However, his eyes were still tinged with a faint sorrow, making his disguise as an elder not seem out of place. Back at the restaurant, Zhao Yun and the others were still waiting for Zhao Feng. "Brother Feng, where's that vicious old man? He didn't do anything to you, did he? If he dares to touch Brother Feng, the Zhao clan will never let him off." The group of disciples immediately began to flatter. "That's him. He was just in disguise." Zhao Feng glanced at Hu Qingfeng and calmly said. All the disciples were speechless as they stared at Hu Qingfeng. At this moment, Hu Qingfeng's eyes had suddenly become incomparably sharp, seemingly piercing through everyone's minds and making it hard for them to breathe. Of course, Hu Qingfeng naturally wouldn't harm Zhao Feng's clansmen, nor would he lower himself to the level of these children. "Young master, this one bids farewell." Midway, Hu Qingfeng took the initiative to resign under Zhao Feng's instructions. In order not to arouse his parents' suspicions, Zhao Feng didn't plan on letting Hu Qingfeng enter the city, Lord's mansion. He only had him stay nearby. When the time came, even if his enemies came, Zhao Feng would be able to rush over quickly. Hu Qingfeng rented a cultivation room near the city, Lord's mansion. Once inside, he took out 3 deep blue pills, his face full of excitement. Gulp! After taking the pills, Hu Qingfeng began to cultivate and heal. Immediately, he felt an extremely comfortable liquid flow through his body, reaching his bones and internal organs and penetrating deep into his soul. It had an unfathomable effect as it healed his injuries. The quality of these pills has reached perfect. Hu Qingfeng's mind shook. As a prodigy of the sect, he had taken no small number of pills. Besides being divided into grades, pills were also divided into effects. From lowest to highest effects, they were flawed, inferior, superior, peak, and perfect. Flawed pills could only display 10 to 30% of the medicinal effect, while perfect pills could display 100% of the medicinal effect. Grandmaster. He's definitely a pill Dao Grandmaster. Hu Qingfeng cried out in excitement. After returning to the city, Lord's mansion, everyone went about their lives as usual. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was making some preparations. The little thieving cat wandered around the city, Lord's mansion, all day without a trace. It had definitely stolen a lot of things. And with the fully awakened memories of the thieving cat, only imperishable realm experts in the entire city, Lord's mansion, would be able to detect its level of thieving. The little thieving cat's acting cute won the favor of many people in the city, Lord's mansion, making its theft even smoother. One day, Zhao Feng's parents came to Zhao Feng's mansion. "Father, mother, why have you come in person?" Zhao Feng opened the door to welcome them, a smile on his face. But other than his parents, there was another person behind them that he didn't recognize. It was a woman with an exquisite figure and outstanding charm, giving off the feeling of a heroine. She also glanced at Zhao Feng a few times. "Feng, how has your cultivation been recently?" Zhao Tianlong asked in concern. As the head of the clan, he was naturally most concerned about Zhao Feng's cultivation. In the future, Zhao Feng would inherit his position. Although Zhao Feng's results were extremely outstanding in every test, Zhao Feng's cultivation didn't seem to be very high. "Your child has already reached the peak of the Blue Qi realm," Zhao Feng said indifferently. Zhao Tianlong said nothing. A 14-year-old peak Blue Qi realm was only average among the clan disciples, and relatively poor among the disciples of the main bloodline. "Feng, this is the new teacher Father has found for you. In the future, you will cultivate with her." Zhao Tianlong glanced at the woman next to him and introduced her. Zhao Feng's parents knew that Zhao Feng didn't like restrictions and rarely entered the clan's martial practice field to train with his peers. However, they had seen Zhao Feng's test results and behavior, and they felt that their son was hiding his strength. This new teacher was here to teach Zhao Feng, but she was also here to feel out Zhao Feng's depths. "Feng, don't underestimate Tingyu. She's only 27, but she's already a peak divine transformation martial artist," Zhao Feng's mother said with a kind smile. The two of them left. As the clan head, Zhao Tianlong was very busy, and he was also very relieved to leave his child in Song Tingyu's care. Song Tingyu was a prodigy of the Song clan, a great clan near South Cloud City. Her cultivation and talent surpassed the men of the Song clan, making her the #1 expert of her generation. "You are called Zhao Feng, right? In the future, I will be your master. My name is Song Tingyu." Song Tingyu gave a simple smile. "Hold on. My parents said that you should teach me, but not just anyone can be my master. First, let me see if you have the ability to teach me." Zhao Feng immediately said with a faint smile. This girl actually wanted to become the master of a creator-level expert. She truly knew how to take advantage of others. Song Tingyu was a little surprised, but then she smiled as if she didn't care. In her view, it was normal for these young masters to be arrogant, but she, Song Tingyu, would use her true ability to subdue them. "Okay, how do you want me to prove that I can be your master?" Song Tingyu smiled. She wouldn't lower herself to the level of a brat. A master naturally needs to have outstanding eyesight. You must be able to sense the mistakes in your disciples' cultivation and the deficiencies in their martial techniques, Zhao Feng said, puffing out his chest. "Correct." Song Tingyu nodded. This was truly a necessary quality for a good master. However, with her cultivation at the peak of the divine transformation realm, even if her eyesight was lacking, it was more than enough to teach Zhao Feng. "May I ask, teacher, how long do you think it will take for me to break through to the violet Qi realm?" Zhao Feng asked with a smile. He opened his arms for Song Yuding to examine carefully. The conversion rate of indigo spirit true energy to purple spirit true energy is only 10%. If you cultivate on your own without taking any pills, it will take at least 10 days. Song Yuding said after a long observation. In reality, she thought that Zhao Feng only needed a month. She had overestimated Zhao Feng's talent. Moreover, she was sure that Zhao Feng wasn't hiding his cultivation. "Okay, I'll go cultivate first. Let's see if teacher's eyesight is accurate." Zhao Feng turned to leave, as if preparing to cultivate. Song Tingyu smiled, unconcerned. Zhao Feng definitely wouldn't be able to break through to the Violet Qi realm within 10 days. However, as soon as Zhao Feng stepped through the door, his body began to exude a strange ripple of true qi, which was accompanied by waves of purple gas. Chapter 1579. Song Tingyu smiled as she watched Zhao Feng leave, her heart full of confidence. But the moment Zhao Feng stepped out of the door, a thick purple true energy floated out of his body. At the same time, the world's origin energy in the room rushed into Zhao Feng's body. Song Tingyu was stunned. When she had checked the origin of true energy in Zhao Feng's body, she was sure that the conversion rate of blue spirit true energy to purple spirit true energy was only 10%. But the purple true energy that Zhao Feng's body gave off was definitely not 10%. It was at least 30%, no, 40%. The purple true energy grew thicker and thicker, like a deep mist that enveloped Zhao Feng's surroundings. It made his figure blurry, making him appear mysterious and profound. Even when Song Tingyu looked at Zhao Feng's back, she had the illusion that she was looking at an unimaginably powerful expert. But she recovered in an instant, and what she saw was even more shocking. The purple spirit true energy on Zhao Feng's body was extremely pure, without any impurities. It was the sign of 100% breakthrough. Song Tingyu's expression changed again as she swept her spirit sense. Her mind buzzed. What happened just now? Song Tingyu murmured in her heart. In just a short while, Zhao Feng had broken through to the purple qi realm. She had previously said that Zhao Feng would need at least 10 days to break through if he didn't take any pills. In reality, this was an estimate she had made after thinking highly of Zhao Feng, who knew that Zhao Feng would break through after just a few steps. This made Song Tingyu extremely embarrassed. Stop! Song Tingyu suddenly shouted, her face red. What business do you have with this young master? Zhao Feng turned around, a faint smile on his lips. Were you messing with me just now? Song Tingyu's gaze turned cold. In her opinion, Zhao Feng must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have broken through after just a few steps? As for why she hadn't noticed it before, it was probably because Zhao Feng had cultivated a special concealment technique of the Zhao clan. She didn't have a good temper. Before, she didn't want to lower herself to the level of a child like Zhao Feng. But now, she thought that Zhao Feng was playing with her, and Song Tingyu didn't think of him as a normal child. Anger rushed to her head, and her original temper showed. That's right. Zhao Feng admitted defeat. However, Zhao Feng had admitted it so readily that Song Tingyu's eyes widened for a moment, not knowing what to say. She had never expected that Zhao Feng would admit it just like that and not quibble. Furthermore, she was at the peak of the divine transformation stage. Yet she had been tricked by a 14-year-old child. Who would believe that? Moreover, Song Tingyu was a prodigy of the Song family. She didn't want this scandal to spread. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, I'm your master now. I'll give you a mission now. Song Tingyu took out a book from her storage space, then crossed her arms and stared coldly at Zhao Feng. Top-tier spirit realm cultivation technique, Yellow Dragon Fist. Zhao Feng scanned the book. I'll give you 10 days to cultivate this technique to its peak. Song Tingyu snorted. Martial techniques had grades, but cultivating a high-grade one didn't necessarily mean that one could defeat a low-grade one. That was because martial skills had different proficiency levels. They were divided into beginner, small success, large success, peak success, and perfection. However, this level was too harsh. Even the creator of this martial skill might not have reached the perfection level. Song Tingyu wouldn't let the matter rest that Zhao Feng was playing with her. She wanted to embarrass Zhao Feng right now. The rank of the Yellow Dragon Fist wasn't high, but it was absolutely impossible to cultivate it to its peak in 10 days. Even a star origin realm genius above the 3 Qi realm would need at least 20 days. How about this? I'll make a bet with you. Zhao Feng held the martial technique in his hand and smiled wickedly at Song Tingyu. What bet? Song Tingyu hesitated. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about this. But she was at the peak of the divine transformation realm. Was she supposed to be afraid of this child? I also have a martial technique here that's of the same grade as the Yellow Dragon Fist. Whoever can comprehend it to its peak the fastest wins. Zhao Feng flipped his palm, and a martial technique called the Flowing Light Sword appeared. Song Tingyu's expression froze once more, and she wanted to laugh out loud. A mere violet Qi realm cultivator wanted to compete with her in cultivating a spirit realm martial technique to its peak in the shortest amount of time possible. She even suspected that there was something wrong with Zhao Feng's head. As a peak divine transformation realm cultivator, she cultivated a top-tier earth realm cultivation technique. It was extremely simple for her to comprehend a top-tier spirit realm cultivation technique. She would probably be able to use it after reading it once, and with a little more thought, her proficiency would reach its peak. This was a surefire victory. All right, I'll let you see your master's abilities. Song Tingyu agreed immediately. Now that she had been tricked by Zhao Feng, she could immediately take her revenge. Whoever wins will be the master. Zhao Feng said calmly. If there was a bet, there had to be a stake. All right. Song Tingyu wanted nothing more than to embarrass Zhao Feng, so she agreed immediately. As her first disciple, Song Tingyu wanted Zhao Feng to be obedient and have no complaints. Song Tingyu took the martial technique from Zhao Feng's hand and opened it, scanning it with her spiritual sense. Although she was not skilled in sword arts, she believed that she only needed to read it once to be able to use it. It would be easy for her to reach its peak. However, Song Tingyu suddenly realized that something was wrong with Zhao Feng. At this moment, Zhao Feng was not flipping through the Yellow Dragon Fist at all. Instead, he smiled and stared at her as if embarrassed. Why don't you cultivate the Yellow Dragon Fist? Song Tingyu asked in confusion. Please watch carefully. Zhao Feng shouted and stepped forward. Purple spirit true energy revolved around his fists and instantly turned into a yellow light that contained the heavy power of the earth attribute. Boom! He punched out, and the yellow air rushed out like a dark yellow light dragon. It roared savagely with astonishing power. Immediately after, Zhao Feng punched out a second time, a third time. Within the estate, dark yellow dragons circled around Zhao Feng, vivid and lifelike, exuding a threatening aura. As he continued to practice, Zhao Feng himself seemed to have transformed into a furious dragon, his aura surging into the heavens. The entire practice of the fist technique flowed smoothly, full of beauty and violence, causing Song Tingyu to lose herself in it. Song Tingyu couldn't help but feel a sliver of admiration for Zhao Feng's low-level fist art that possessed such a powerful aura. Suddenly, the truth and the roars in the room disappeared. I won. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Song Tingyu's expression froze and then changed greatly. You cheated. You must have cultivated this martial technique beforehand. Song Tingyu's entire body trembled slightly, her expression shocked and panicked. In the end, she could only squeeze out these 3 words. Zhao Feng had not even flipped through the Yellow Dragon Fist before directly using it. Moreover, that was not the peak level, but the perfect level. But how was this possible? It was unimaginable. Therefore, Song Tingyu could only think that Zhao Feng had cultivated this martial technique beforehand. However, while this Yellow Dragon Fist was of a low level, it was a martial technique of the Song family. The Zhao clan might not have it. Also, how could there be such a coincidence that the martial technique she had casually taken out had been cultivated by Zhao Feng beforehand? She could not even convince herself of this explanation. She did not know that Zhao Feng had skimmed through the Yellow Dragon Fist with a sweep of his gaze. With Zhao Feng's creation rank realm, it was easy for him to reach the perfect level. regardless of whether I cheated or not. I just want to see if the people of the Song family are sore losers, scoundrels, and people who refuse to admit their debts. If that is the case, I have nothing to say." Zhao Feng's expression was slightly angry as he shouted loudly. This shout caused Song Tingyu's entire body to freeze. Then anger rose in her heart, but she could not vent it. First of all, this was the Zhao clan, and Zhao Feng's status was not lower than hers. Second, Zhao Feng was not wrong at all. In the bet, she had lost. "All right, Song Tingyu, admit my loss. Now you are my master. I want to see what you can teach me." Song Tingyu gritted her teeth and could only agree in the end. At the very least, she could not be someone who reneged on a debt. She had to get through this first, and then think of a way to deal with this brat. After saying this, Song Tingyu prepared to leave. "Amen, good disciple. Come out for a walk with your master." Zhao Feng nodded and immediately said, "You." Song Tingyu's footsteps immediately paused. Anger surged in her heart, but she still did her best to restrain herself. Today, she had already suffered twice. She felt terrible when she saw Zhao Feng. Right now, she only wanted to go back and vent her anger, then think of a way to punish this brat. But Zhao Feng did not seem to plan on letting her go. "Let's go." Zhao Feng put his hands behind his back and walked outside. Song Tingyu followed behind him, staring fiercely at Zhao Feng as if she wanted to skin him alive. But gradually, Song Tingyu calmed down. Thinking back on what had just happened, she found that this boy was unfathomable. When Zhao Feng and Song Tingyu left, in another sealed residence in the city, Lord's mansion, a tall, burly man sat high above. An invisible, domineering aura caused the entire room to become incredibly heavy. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the man, and then a person emerged from it. "Zhao Feng has already left with Song Tingyu." The black shadow bowed. On the surface, this Zhao Tianlong hired a teacher for his son, but in reality he's also a bodyguard. Secretly monitor this boy's movements. If there's a chance, deal with him. The domineering man snorted. "Yes, second boss." The black shadow vanished. "Zhao Tianlong, I originally didn't plan on attacking your son, but this son of yours is not simple. He must die." The burly and domineering man revealed a sinister smile. This person was the second boss of the Zhao clan, Zhao Balong. His 3 sons were the most talented members of the Zhao clan in this generation. As for Zhao Tianlong's eldest son, his talent was mediocre, and he wouldn't be able to accomplish much in the future. As expected, he would be the next patriarch. Once he became patriarch, the position of city lord would be easy. Zhao Balong had been observing Zhao Feng ever since he had been born. He discovered that this boy was somewhat unfathomable. He was like a pitch-black abyss that no one dared to casually enter, and he was also bottomless. In short, he sensed a threat from Zhao Feng. Since that was the case, he had to be eradicated. Outside the city, Lord's residence. After Zhao Feng and Song Tingyu came out, they quickly found Hu Qingfeng. "Master." Hu Qingfeng's expression was calm. 3 perfect soul-purging pills had completely healed Hu Qingfeng's heavy injuries. For this alone, Hu Qingfeng was incredibly grateful to Zhao Feng. Moreover, he needed to take revenge and increase his strength. Following Zhao Feng might be a fortuitous encounter. "You're the Azure City Sword Sect's Hu Qingfeng." Song Tingyu blurted out, her expression solemn. The Azure City Sword Sect was rather far from this place, but Song Tingyu had heard of this person's name. He was a genius, even more monstrous than she was. She had heard that the next sect master of the Azure City Sword Sect was Hu Qingfeng. However, a tragedy had befallen the Azure City Sword Sect several months ago. Of course, this was not the true reason for Song Tingyu's shock. She was shocked that Hu Qingfeng had actually referred to this brat as his master. Chapter 1580. The prodigy of the Azure City Sword Sect, Hu Qingfeng, had actually referred to Zhao Feng as his master. Song Tingyu's mind buzzed, and she stared in disbelief at Hu Qingfeng. "It is this Hua." Hu Qingfeng glanced at Song Tingyu and indifferently replied. Although Song Tingyu's talent was decent and her cultivation was formidable, in his eyes, she was only passable. Song Tingyu was furious at being looked down upon. In his eyes, she was actually inferior to a child like Xiaofeng. Although she was dissatisfied, Song Tingyu managed to restrain herself. Hu Qingfeng had recovered from his injuries, but he still needed to slowly raise his cultivation. Like Song Tingyu, he was at the peak of the divine transformation realm, but in terms of strength, Hu Qingfeng was stronger as a sword Dao expert. Moreover, Hu Qingfeng's intent was at the imperishable realm, something that Song Tingyu could not compare to. "Kid, what are you doing?" Song Tingyu was in a very bad mood as she casually asked, "I'm your master. What sort of attitude is this?" Zhao Feng's expression flickered as he questioned her. Song Tingyu's anger was once more ignited, but when she looked into Zhao Feng's eyes, she inexplicably chose to admit defeat. "Yes, master." Song Tingyu clenched her teeth and corrected herself. She had nothing else to say. Moreover, at Zhao Feng's side, there was an expert no weaker than her who obeyed Zhao Feng's every word. Hu Qingfeng watched all of this from the side and was secretly shocked. So this divine transformation realm woman is actually his disciple. This meant that Zhao Feng truly was not what he appeared to be. Hu Qingfeng was even more certain of this. "Now, let's go get rich." Zhao Feng nodded and faintly smiled. "Get rich?" Song Tingyu and Hu Qingfeng were both stunned, momentarily unable to see through Zhao Feng. As the son of the city lord, the Zhao clan held absolute power and influence in South Cloud City. Did Zhao Feng still need to seek other avenues of wealth? Hu Qingfeng, however, thought that Zhao Feng's words were not as simple as they seemed. There had to be a deeper meaning. "That's right. Let's go." Zhao Feng led the way. If he wanted to cultivate, it wouldn't take long for him to return to his peak. However, in his previous life, he had a goal and a crisis, so he had no choice but to cultivate with all his might. In this life, Zhao Feng did not attach much importance to cultivation. Moreover, walking the same path twice was really boring, so he wanted to take another path, which was the path of wealth. Strength was number one, but if one had financial power, they would be even stronger. And to a certain extent, financial power could also form a force. "Hu Qingfeng, I have a mission for you." As they walked, Zhao Feng discussed things with Hu Qingfeng. "Please instruct me." Hu Qingfeng's eyes were bright. "I plan to open an auction house, and you will replace me as the owner of the auction house on the surface." Zhao Feng slowly explained his plan. His first source of income was auctions. Hu Qingfeng was a candidate to be the next sect master of the Azure City Sword Sect, so his management ability should be good. Moreover, Hu Qingfeng had the restrictions of the contract, so he was completely under control. Hu Qingfeng frowned slightly. As a sword path expert, he was wholeheartedly devoted to the sword. Moreover, he was burdened with hatred, so he desperately wanted to become stronger. He was really a little unwilling for Zhao Feng to let him run an auction. "Do you plan to take revenge on your own? Once the auction earns enough money, you can hire a group of powerhouses, and your chances of revenge will be greater." Zhao Feng saw Hu Qingfeng's reluctance and spoke again. Hu Qingfeng's expression immediately eased. It was indeed too difficult for him to take revenge on his own. Moreover, if he had the funds, he could also purchase a large number of cultivation resources and increase his strength. In short, opening an auction house did not seem to conflict with his ultimate goal. But how long will it take for an auction house to take shape? Hu Qingfeng thought of another problem. It was too difficult for a small, unknown shop to quickly rise to prominence. Moreover, Zhao Feng seemed to intend to be a manipulator behind the scenes. This way, he would not be able to use the Zhao family's name. "I have my own brilliant plan," Zhao Feng flatly said. Hu Qingfeng saw that Zhao Feng was completely confident, so he did not ask any more questions. The three quickly arrived at the most prosperous area of South Cloud City and bought a large storefront. Although Zhao Feng was the son of the city lord, he did not have many primal crystals on hand. This was all thanks to the thieving cat, which had recently stolen quite a few. Meow meow. The thieving cat snickered as it extended a paw and slapped Zhao Feng's palm. From the side, Song Tingyu looked at the cat and human duo speechlessly. Once the storefront had been purchased, the three men and one cat quickly set it up. Afterward, Zhao Feng spent a small amount of primal crystals to hire a group of low-level martial artists. Just like that, the auction house was established, and its name was Star Peak Auction House. "Master, we have an auction house, but no one has come to commission an auction?" Song Tingyu asked, a hint of derision in her voice. "Your master has a few trinkets here." Zhao Feng gave a profound smile. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of items appeared on a nearby table. There were puppets, elixirs, divine weapons, and array tools. Furthermore, every single item was of an extraordinary grade. "You have so many Star Origin Realm and Divine Transformation Realm puppets? And Soul Origin Purging Pills, Sky Blood Fire Spirit Pills, Golden Sun Pills." Song Tingyu's beautiful face paled in shock as she carefully examined these items. She was now even more certain that Zhao Feng was no ordinary child. How could a child have so many treasures? Even if he was the son of the city lord, Zhao Feng was only a teenager. How could the city lord have given so many resources to Zhao Feng? Song Tingyu carefully examined the items. The puppets were all exquisitely crafted and consumed very little energy. They were of the highest quality, and the majority of the pills were top-class pills, with a few perfect pills. Hua Qingfeng was similarly shocked. He knew that Zhao Feng was a grandmaster of the pill Dao and that the pills had probably been refined by Zhao Feng, but had these puppets, arrays, and weapons also been refined by him? Zhao Feng said no more. One had to be low-key. The auction house attracts people because of the items being auctioned. With these, our auction house's reputation will soon shake South Cloud City. Hua Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. That day, a large sign had been erected outside the newly opened Star Peak Auction House, listing the items to be auctioned tomorrow. The faint golden luster of the sign was very eye-catching. These items were things that the vast majority of martial artists deeply needed and desired. Quite a few people quickly noticed. Although some people didn't believe that the newly opened auction house would have so many treasures, they would rather be deceived than miss out on such an opportunity. After all, few people knew about the newly opened auction house, so there would be less competition. The next day, Star Peak Auction House began its first auction. Although not many people had come, everything proceeded smoothly. On that day, Star Peak Auction House's reputation began to spread. After all, there were many treasures, high quality, and low prices. On the third day, Star Peak Auction House was full. On the fourth day, it was full. Although the rarity of the items in Star Peak Auction House had dropped, its reputation had not been affected much. As its reputation grew, more and more people entrusted their items to be auctioned off. After all, the more people there were, the higher the price. Hua Qingfeng and Song Tingyu looked at the bustling auction house with excitement. They had signed a contract with Zhao Feng to work at the auction house and receive a cut of the profits. Thus, they were naturally happy to see the auction house's popularity. At this moment, Hua Qingfeng sensed something strange and turned to leave. In a hidden room in the back of the auction house, "This is yours. This is Song Tingyu and Hua Qingfeng's. This is mine." Zhao Feng was in the middle of distributing the profits. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was extremely unconvinced, believing that Zhao Feng had been a little too greedy. One had to realize that the starting capital for this auction house had been stolen by the thieving cat at great risk. Outside the house it was dark. Suddenly, a shadow rushed over from a certain place. This was the assassin Zhao Balong had sent. A peak divine transformation realm expert was more than enough to kill a 3 Qi realm expert. This kid isn't simple. The shadowy figure muttered to himself. Song Tingyu and Hu Qingfeng had been following Zhao Feng this entire time, so he had been observing from a distance. He didn't know much, but he was gradually able to see some clues, and felt that Zhao Feng was not simple. Even he was interested in Zhao Feng. Thus, he planned to capture Zhao Feng and search his soul. After learning everything, he would kill him. After many days of surveillance, he seized the moment when Hu Qingfeng and Song Tingyu were not around to approach Zhao Feng and begin his operation. Haha, kid, your time of death has come. The shadow surged, taking the form of a pitch-black figure. A dark, gray dagger appeared in its hand, exuding a fatal chill. Deish! In a flash of black light, the shadowy figure entered the room and went straight for Zhao Feng. You finally appeared? Zhao Feng suddenly raised his head and smiled at the shadowy figure. But to the shadowy figure, this smile was extremely strange. He glanced at the thieving cat, which was also smiling strangely. The shadowy figure realized that the situation was bad. A 3-Chi realm expert and a pet cat were not at all afraid of an assassination attempt by a divine transformation realm expert. On the contrary, they were smiling at him as if they had known all along. But how was this possible? There was no way this man and cat could have sensed him. Even if they did, what sort of method did they have to survive his attack? Suddenly, the eyes of a wooden figure in the corner of the room flashed with red light. The wooden figure waved its hand, sending out a crystalline white ray of light as thick as an arm. Before the shadowy figure could react, it had arrived in front of him. This crystalline white ray of light did not have much power, but the moment it touched the shadowy figure, it exploded with destructive power, forming a crystalline white sphere that devoured all. Imperishable realm. The shadowy figure's eyes widened in shock and fear, and then he vanished. Zhao Feng had made a lot of money recently and had secretly purchased some precious materials. This wooden figure was the imperishable realm puppet he had recently forged. At this time, Hu Qingfeng pushed open the door. He watched in shock as the shadowy figure's body was instantly devoured by a crystalline white sphere of light. Then the sphere of light disappeared. Qingfeng came late to protect you. Please forgive me, master. Hu Qingfeng took a deep breath and immediately bowed. The shadowy figure had died the moment he entered, but he could sense that the shadowy figure's cultivation was the same as his peak divine transformation. However, as an assassin skilled in concealment, the instant the other party erupted with power that even Hu Qingfeng couldn't compare to. But such an expert had died in front of him in an instant. He hadn't seen Zhao Feng attack, so he didn't know how this peak divine transformation assassin had died. Go and do your work. Just put in more effort, and it'll be fine, Zhao Feng ordered. Then he threw out 2 storage spaces. This is for you and Song Tingyu. Many thanks, master. Hu Qingfeng had a respectful expression on his face as he slowly withdrew in fear. Chapter 1581. Within a gloomy residence in the city, Lord's estate, Zhao Balong suddenly opened his eyes. He's dead. The assassin he had sent to assassinate Zhao Feng had actually died. Even if this assassin had accidentally exposed himself, Zhao Feng only had Song Tingyu by his side. No matter what, he shouldn't have lost his life. But now that the assassin was dead, Zhao Balong found it very difficult to find out how he had died. What a pity! Such a good pawn. Zhao Balong's expression turned serious. A peak divine transformation realm expert was extremely important to the Zhao clan. Zhao Balong placed this crime on Zhao Feng's shoulders, and he would get his revenge sooner or later. After a long while, he revealed a sinister smile. It won't be long before I, Zhao Balong, have the final say in the entire Zhao clan. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. One day, Song Tingyu arrived at the Zhao clan and left with Zhao Feng. It seems that Feng didn't like his previous teacher. Feng has become much more diligent in his cultivation. Zhao Tianlong saw all of this and revealed a pleased smile. Previously, Zhao Feng rarely cultivated, but ever since Song Tingyu arrived, Zhao Feng often accompanied her out to cultivate. However, Zhao Tianlong had no idea that Song Tingyu had already been accepted as Zhao Feng's disciple. All of this was just an act between the two of them. Just who are you? Song Tingyu asked after leaving the city, Lord's estate. Zhao Feng was no ordinary child of the sea. Moreover, he hid all of his actions from his parents. Not even the city lord, Zhao Tianlong, seemed to notice. I'm your master, Zhao Feng loudly declared. Song Tingyu immediately clenched her teeth. In this past year, she had been unable to do anything to Zhao Feng. Instead, she had suffered setbacks time and time again at the hands of Zhao Feng. Of course, Song Tingyu was willing to follow Zhao Feng. At the very least, her recent income was quite good. Moreover, Zhao Feng was already planning on opening a branch. Seeing that his business was growing, how could Song Tingyu possibly want to offend Zhao Feng at this time? When he arrived at the Star Peak auction house, the auction was proceeding in an orderly manner. After obtaining the funds, Zhao Feng hired a few experts to run the auction house, while he was only responsible for collecting the money. However, in order to ensure that the business of the Star Peak auction house continued to grow, Zhao Feng would take out his own refined products from time to time and auction them to ensure the popularity of the auction house. Soon, the auction ended and the crowd slowly dispersed. In the meeting hall of the Star Peak auction house, several high-level officials gathered together. On the surface, the person in charge of the Star Peak auction house was Huo Qingfeng, while Song Yuding was the second in charge. The remaining elders were the upper echelons in charge of other aspects. Our auction house is very famous now. If we want to expand, we must expand. Does anyone have any good suggestions? Huo Qingfeng asked. These upper echelons were all experienced people, and some of them were in charge of gathering intelligence. This old man believes that if the Star Peak auction house wants to expand, its next target would be Sinharba City. An elder stood up. He was dressed in violet robes embroidered with faint golden patterns. His expression was calm, but his eyes were brimming with confidence and pride. Brotherly, why is that? I heard that Sinharba City is a relatively large city, and that the Lu clan in charge is far inferior to the Zhao clan of South Cloud City? The other short old man immediately asked. The rise and fall of the Star Peak auction house was related to their interests, so they were extremely concerned. The others also looked at the violet-robed elder. Sinharba City truly was not flourishing, and it was rather far from South Cloud City. You probably don't understand. Although Sinharba City isn't flourishing and the Lu clan in charge isn't very powerful, there's another clan in Sinharba City that has recently become quite famous. The elder, surnamed Li, faintly smiled, a hint of pride in his voice. I would like to hear the details. Another member of the upper echelon said, A large city usually has other factions besides the one in charge. The Lu clan in Sinharba City is second only to the Lu clan in power. Crucially, the Song clan has produced 2 heavenly daughters. Not only are they peerlessly beautiful, but their cultivation talent is also unparalleled. Many of the nearby great clans and factions have gone to propose marriage. The elder, surnamed Li, finished speaking in a single breath. This old man has also heard of this matter. I heard that the imperial clan of the Azure Net Kingdom has been stirring recently. The crowd began to chatter. If even the imperial clan had taken notice, it was clear that these 2 women from the Lu clan were no ordinary characters. Zhao Feng stood to the side, not thinking much as he waited for the meeting to conclude. As for the 2 heavenly daughters of the Lu clan, Zhao Feng had no interest in them. Because of these 2 heavenly daughters, Sinharba City has an unusual flow of people, and the majority of them are nobles. This is definitely the best place to set up a branch of the Star Peak auction house. Tiske, I didn't think that these 2 little girls would be able to change the fate of Sinharba City. I heard that one of them is extremely talented in Fate Dao. When she matures, she will be extraordinary in the future. The discussion continued in the meeting room, and the location of the branch seemed to have been decided. But at this moment, Zhao Feng opened his eyes. Fate Dao, the place where Zhao Yufei and Lu Qinxin had reincarnated, was also nearby. And now, 2 heavenly daughters had appeared, and one of them was skilled in Fate Dao. Putting all these clues together, Zhao Feng was basically certain. All right, Sinharba City it is. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. The elder, surnamed Li, frowned slightly and glanced at Zhao Feng. This was a meeting of the upper echelons of the Star Peak Auction House, but this child was here every time. However, Song Tingyu was one of the largest shareholders of the auction house. If she insisted on bringing her disciple in, no one could stop her. Moreover, Hu Qingfeng had allowed it. Song Tingyu, have your disciple wait outside next time. This is a confidential meeting. The elder, surnamed Li, said calmly with a cold snort. Among the other upper echelons, his status was relatively high, and now that he had contributed such important information, his confidence soared. He wanted to show off to Song Tingyu, wanting to outdo her. However, just as the elder, surnamed Li, finished speaking, an astonishing aura immediately surged through the secret hall, stifling everyone and causing their souls and bodies to feel a stabbing pain. This, Elder Li looked at Hu Qingfeng in surprise. This oppressive aura had been released by Hu Qingfeng. The current Hu Qingfeng had once again stepped into the imperishable realm. His cultivation was far stronger than anyone else's. Do not mention this matter again, Hu Qingfeng said coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping across Elder Li. It was as if an invisible sword had pierced into Elder Li's mind. Yes, cold sweat broke out on Elder Li's back as he nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected that his words would cause Hu Qingfeng to be so displeased. Song Tingyu, on the other hand, seemed indifferent. Looking at the similarly calm and seemingly unconcerned Zhao Feng, he was even more puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. As for the others, they became more cautious and suspicious of Zhao Feng. Before long, the meeting ended. The location of the branch store was confirmed to be Sinharba City. Everyone dispersed after the meeting ended. Qingfeng, I'm going to Sinharba City myself, Zhao Feng said seriously. Whether or not the recently famous geniuses in Sinharba City were Zhao Yufei and Lu Qinxin, he had to go and see them to be sure. These 2 women had yet to recover their memories. It would be bad if other experts, nobles, or royalty got ahead of him. Master, you plan to, Hu Qingfeng probed. Go and take a look. They might even propose. Zhao Feng sighed. It was fortunate that he had opened the auction house and made a lot of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have had a betrothal gift. What? Hu Qingfeng immediately froze in place, his mouth slightly agape. In his eyes, Zhao Feng had always been an unfathomable and hidden master. He hadn't expected him to be interested in those 2 geniuses and even propose marriage in the afternoon. Zhao Feng returned to the city, Lord's estate. Zhao Feng immediately sensed that something was wrong. There were far fewer experts in the city, Lord's estate, and his father was not present. Upon returning to the estate, Zhao Feng sought out the old steward, an amiable old man with a goatee. Steward, where did my father go? Zhao Feng asked. Master went to the Blood Fiend sect. I heard that the Blood Fiend sect intends to negotiate peace with South Cloud City. The old steward immediately said. The Blood Fiend sect was an evil path faction near South Cloud City. It was no weaker than South Cloud City, and the 2 sides had a grudge that spanned 1,000 years. If not for the fact that the 2 sides had exhausted each other, they would have been even stronger. Before Master left, he asked me to warn young Master of one thing. The old steward approached Zhao Feng and whispered in his ear. Master said, but halfway through his words, the old steward's lips curled into a wicked smile, as if his plan had succeeded. He extended his right hand, condensed his true energy into a blade, and thrust it forward. But the old man's body suddenly trembled, and his entire body went stiff. At some point, a small crimson sword had appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and at this moment, this small sword had stabbed into the old steward's chest. Heaven-level top level, the old steward's body trembled and withered, his flesh and energy vanishing as he was reduced to a pile of bones. The old steward was only at the early stage of the divine transformation realm, but ordinary imperishable realm experts did not possess a top-level heaven-level divine weapon. Even if Zhao Feng had not used the power of this divine weapon, the sharpness and characteristics of the sword would have been enough to instantly obliterate the old steward. As expected, something has happened. Zhao Feng sighed. The moment he entered the city, Lord's estate, he had sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. At this moment, as if someone had given the order, many places in the city Lord's estate exploded with powerful auras and killing intent. In a flash, screams and the stench of blood began to fill the air. At the same time, the entire city Lord's estate began to tremble as a slaughter unfolded. Zhao Balong, what is the meaning of this? A loud voice resounded from the forbidden ground behind the city, Lord's estate, and then a white figure flickered out, transforming into a white-haired elder who glared furiously at a certain place. Grand Elder! Grand Elder, the clansmen have rebelled. Many cries came from within the city, Lord's estate. These people's sudden change in attitude and slaughter had caught the Zhao clan off guard. Haha, you old fart, the Zhao clan is mine. Zhao Balong suddenly charged out of a dark golden palace. A tyrannical aura suffused the air. This aura also contained a chilling fiendish energy. You colluded with Blood Fiend sect? Grand Elder's complexion changed as he questioned loudly. You realized too late. Zhao Balong laughed. At the same time, a bloody barrier spread out around the city, Lord's estate, covered in many evil patterns. This old man will kill you first, you traitor! The Grand Elder immediately charged out, a broad sword appearing in his hand as he swung it. Zhao Balong stood in the air, unmoving and composed. Not good. The Grand Elder suddenly sensed danger and retreated. Boom! Bang! A sinister, blood-red ghost head suddenly charged out of Zhao Balong's residence, howling as it charged at the Grand Elder. The ghost head was so fast that the Grand Elder was unable to dodge in time, and one of his arms was bitten. A look of determination appeared on the Grand Elder's face as he severed his arm. As an imperishable realm expert, even if his body was damaged, he could rapidly recover. However, he discovered that a great deal of his energy and blood had been devoured. Dish! A blood-robed, demon-faced elder emerged from Zhao Balong's residence, a wicked smile on his face. We meet again. Blood Spirit Child. The Grand Elder's eyes were dark and murderous. Chapter 1582. Blood Spirit was the Blood Fiend sect's Grand Elder, a peak imperishable realm expert who had cemented Blood Fiend sect's position as the hegemon. Within the city lord's estate, the Zhao clan members realized that the situation was extremely bad. First, Zhao Balong's sudden attack had inflicted significant damage on them. Then, Blood Spirit hid in Zhao Balong's residence and attacked their Grand Elder, injuring him. Originally, the battle prowess of the Supreme Elder and Master Blood Spirit should have been equally matched. However, at this moment, there was a discrepancy which was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Zhao Balong, you actually... The Grand Elder furiously pointed at Zhao Balong, his body trembling. He had never imagined that the Zhao clan would be destroyed at the hands of someone surnamed Zhao. The city lord is in danger. An elder's expression changed slightly, and he was filled with worry. City Lord Zhao Tianlong had led many experts to Blood Fiend sect to negotiate peace, but it had all been a trap. And because of the blood vein array, they had found it difficult to break out and send word. Relax, the Blood Fiend sect can't deal with Zhao Tianlong right now, but once you're dead, he'll join you. Zhao Balong heartily laughed. As long as he could capture Zhao Feng, he didn't need to worry that Zhao Tianlong wouldn't return. Thus, he planned to wait for Zhao Feng to return before carrying out the rebellion. Within the city lord's estate, the Zhao clan members had gathered in the rear. Although they were trapped by the array and unable to send word, the other people in South Cloud City would definitely notice, and Zhao Tianlong would soon learn of this. They could only do their utmost to defend and buy time until Zhao Tianlong returned. Only then would they have a chance at survival. Do it, blood spirit. Zhao Balong wickedly smiled. Haha, there's no need for you to tell me. Blood spirit licked his bewitching red lips, his scarlet eyes staring at the Grand Elder, seething with killing intent. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a bloody mist surged out of Blood Spirit's body, condensing into a savage maw. Blood-red teeth gleamed with cold light. Kill! Without any hesitation, Master Blood Spirit dashed out and pointed his finger at the Grand Elder, causing his blood-colored mouth to snap open. The Great Elder's face darkened, and a dazzling golden light burst out of the long sword in his hand, slashing out a magnificent and domineering sword light. Boom! Bang! The terrifying shockwave of a peak imperishable realm martial practitioner caused many people nearby to retreat. On the other side, Zhao Balong was fighting with the Zhao clan elders. Surrender now, and I can still spare your lives. Zhao Balong savagely laughed in satisfaction. Dream on! A white-haired old woman shouted angrily. She waved the wooden staff in her hand and sent out a ball of dazzling white light. Scram! Zhao Balong furiously snorted and unleashed a massive golden-red palm. This palm of light was astonishing and exuded an intimidating, baleful aura. This Zhao Balong is extremely strong to begin with, and he cultivates blood fiend sex secret arts. His strength has risen to a whole new level. Other than Zhao Tianlong and the Grand Elder, no one is a match for him. The white-haired old woman's face froze, and she sighed in her heart. The golden-red killing intent instantly dispersed the dazzling white light. Then, it smashed through the other elders' attacks and whizzed away. Even when the elders joined forces, they were still no match for him. Zhao Balong's talent was no less than Zhao Tianlong's. It was just that he was too domineering, which was why the position of patriarch had been passed to him. Now that he cultivated blood fiend sex secret arts, he could absorb the energy of others. He was skilled in group battles, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. On the other side, a fat man charged at Zhao Feng. Haha, a mere child actually wants me to personally take action? Zhao Balong thinks too highly of him. The fat man had a large belly, and his aura was as imposing as a mountain as he pressed down on Zhao Feng. As a peak divine transformation realm expert, he could kill a violet chi realm cultivator with a single breath. Just obediently wait for your capture. The fat man savagely smiled. Impudent, Zhao Feng calmly took out 3 puppets from his storage dimension. 2 of them were black metal puppets, and 1 was a wooden puppet. The moment they appeared, certain parts of the puppets' bodies flashed with light, and they flew at the fat man. These are Divine Transformation Realm Puppets and Imperishable Realm Puppets. The fat man's expression changed as he sucked in a cold breath. The fat on his body trembled, and his heart thumped in fear. He had never imagined that a mere violet chi realm cultivator would have so many powerful puppets. Run. This was the only thought left in the fat man's mind. He could fight against divine transformation realm puppets, but he was helpless against imperishable realm puppets. The ordinary wooden puppet floated toward the fat man. A round hole appeared in the center of its palm, from which a crystalline white light burst forth. No, the fat man screamed in fear. He had underestimated the imperishable realm puppets that Zhao Feng had refined. Brum! Several crystalline white lights pierced through the fat man's body, forming a white ball of light that gradually devoured him. Soon after, the other two puppets arrived. A few moments later, not even a scrap of the fat man remained. In the sky, many experts who were fighting noticed this scene. That's Zhao Feng. Quite a few elders noticed Zhao Feng. A single violet Qi realm cultivator was truly insignificant in this rebellion, not enough to attract their attention. However, a peak divine transformation realm expert had died because of Zhao Feng. So many puppets! Zhao Belong's eyes flashed with cold light. He finally understood why the assassin had died. Any divine transformation realm cultivator would be doomed if surrounded by these three puppets. Since that's the case, I'll personally take action. Zhao Balong furiously snorted and exploded with all his strength, injuring several elders as he charged at Zhao Feng. Feng, careful. Zhao Balong, you dare attack a child? You're inhuman. The elders roared, but they were powerless to stop Zhao Balong. Zhao Feng calmly took out 3 more puppets from his interspatial dimension, 2 at the peak divine transformation realm and 1 at the middle stage of the imperishable realm. You actually have more? Then give them all to me. Zhao Balong heartily laughed. He was at the peak of the imperishable realm and extremely powerful. Of the 6 puppets, only 2 were at the imperishable realm, so he could easily deal with them. In addition, he was extremely interested in these puppets, which was why he was personally taking action. Zhao Balong was about to reach Zhao Feng, and it seemed like he could kill the weak Zhao Feng in a single breath. But at this moment, you dare to take my things? An indistinct soul voice seemed to come from the endless void, exploding in Zhao Balong's mind. This terrifying soul intent caused Zhao Balong's soul to tremble, and he almost knelt in the air as he sensed an inviolable aura. Say, Junior, spare! Zhao Balong stubbornly held on, barely managing to spit out a few words. You wanted to kill me. How could I spare you? The soul intent resounded once more, shocking Zhao Balong to the core. He stared at Zhao Feng, his eyes wide. A moment later, the terrifying soul intent exploded in his mind, inflicting a destructive blow on his soul and causing him to fall unconscious. Whoosh! 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 The 6 puppets charged forward, heedless of everything else. Just like that, Zhao Balong was slain by the 6 puppets. Of course, this was mainly because Zhao Balong's soul had been heavily injured by Zhao Feng, which was why the puppets were able to kill him so easily. But the others couldn't see this. What's going on? What happened just now? Everyone's heart shuddered. They gasped and revealed expressions of disbelief. For some reason, Zhao Balong had suddenly stopped moving in the air, and then all the puppets had charged forward and killed him. This was truly inconceivable and incomprehensible. What's going on? Blood Spirit, who was fighting with the Grand Elder, was also stunned. A peak imperishable realm expert of the same cultivation level as him had died in such a bizarre manner. His heart chilled and his hair stood on end. Losing a peak imperishable realm expert not only put them at a disadvantage, but Blood Spirit was even more afraid that he would also die in such a bizarre manner. It's your turn now. A soul voice exploded in Blood Spirit's mind, causing his mind to buzz and his body to wobble. Senior, spare me! A moment later, Blood Spirit's heart thumped in fear as he knelt in the air. He could sense that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Everyone else was frozen to the spot, their faces stiff as they stared at Blood Spirit, confused as to what was going on. Many thanks for Senior's assistance. The Grand Elder's eyes turned as he spoke in a sonorous voice. He guessed that there had to be an expert helping from the shadows. Perhaps Zhao Balong's death had been caused by the Senior. Spare you? A cold and disdainful voice resounded in Blood Spirit's mind. This voice caused all the hairs on Blood Spirit's body to stand on end, and a chilling sensation of death spread through his body. He felt like he could already see the gates of hell. Blood Spirit's entire body trembled, and he didn't know what to say. "Forget it. I'll spare your life. Wait 30,000 li east of South Cloud City." Zhao Feng coldly snorted. "Many thanks for Senior's kindness in sparing my life." All of a sudden, Master Blood Spirit felt that all the pressure and crisis had been swept away. Without saying a word, Master Blood Spirit flew off into the distance with fear in his heart. Crack! The blood vein array around the city, Lord's estate, also shattered. "Kill the traitors and blood fiend, sect members." The Grand Elder's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. He, the other elders, and the Zhao clan members launched a counterattack. A few moments later, all the traitors and blood fiend sect members had been killed. Just like that, the crisis of the clan had been resolved. A little while later, Zhao Tianlong hurried back with some of his clansmen, and when he saw the result, he was left dumbfounded. In the secret chamber, "Feng! Where did you get these puppets?" Zhao Tianlong's face was grim. The other upper echelon elders and the Grand Elder were all staring at Zhao Feng. "Half a year ago, I ran into a mysterious elder. He took me as his disciple and would occasionally visit me to teach me a few things. He predicted that my clan would encounter a crisis, so he gave me these puppets to protect my life." Zhao Feng immediately made up a lie, pointing the spearhead at a person that didn't even exist. "It seems that your mysterious master helped you from the shadows." Zhao Tianlong nodded, inwardly overjoyed that his son had encountered such a fortuitous encounter. "The heavens are protecting my Zhao clan, ha ha ha!" The Grand Elder also heartily laughed, a look of praise on his face as he looked at Zhao Feng. No one would suspect a 15-year-old boy at the peak of the Violet Qi realm. A month later, Zhao Feng bid farewell to his parents and said that his mysterious master had a task for him. Without hesitation, the clan immediately agreed. Thus, Zhao Feng and Hua Qingfeng left South Cloud City. Their destination, Sanharba City. Chapter 1583. Sanharba City. Because of the beauty and talent of the two prodigies of the Liu family, the fate of this city had changed. In the distance, 5 people and a cat stared at that majestic city. The one walking at the front was a youth with delicate features. He had an arrogant smile on his face, and on his shoulder was a silver-black cat. This person was none other than Zhao Feng, other than Hua Qingfeng and Blood Spirit Child. The other 2 were servants that Zhao Feng had taken in along the way. Moreover, both of them were in the imperishable realm. Zhao Feng looked down on servants below the imperishable realm. As they approached Sanharba City, Zhao Feng's group attracted a lot of attention. "I wonder which family's young master is it? He actually has 4 imperishable realm experts protecting him." "That's nothing. Young Master Wei, who came a while ago, even had a Chaos Heaven realm expert protecting him." Discussion aside, they obediently moved aside when they saw Zhao Feng's group walk over. After entering Sanharba City, Zhao Feng ordered his servants to gather information while Hua Qingfeng took charge of managing the auction house's branches. Zhao Feng also began to walk around, both to observe the situation and to purchase materials. "Did you hear? More than 100 people have come to propose marriage to the Liu family. The Liu family's reception hall can't even hold them all. But that Liu Qin and Liu Fei are really too beautiful. If I could marry one of them, I would have no regrets in this life." "Don't speak nonsense. You're blaspheming the fairies." The topics of discussion all around Sanharba City revolved around the 2 prodigies of the Liu family. Because of this, the 2 women were given the titles of Fairy Qin and Fairy Fei. These 2 women were twins. Not only were they peerlessly beautiful, but their cultivation talent was also top-notch. They were only 15 years old. but they had both reached the peak of the star origin realm and were only a step away from the divine transformation realm. Did you hear? Because too many people have come to propose, and the Liu family can't resist the vast majority. The Liu family is holding a trial. Only the first will become the son-in-law of the Liu family. From this point of view, the person who could marry the fairy must also be an extremely talented person. Although many of the suitors objected, most people agreed, especially the royal family, so it was decided. Looks like I can only defeat all the suitors. Zhao Feng sighed. As soon as he entered Sanharba City, the dream origin had sensed him. So Zhao Feng was certain that the Liu family's Liu Qin and Liu Fei were Liu Qinxin and Zhao Yufei. Many experts in the surroundings were shocked by his words. They looked over and wanted to know who he was. TSK, a little brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. A mere initial star origin realm cultivator wants to marry a fairy? Truly a toad lusting after swan meat. Everyone immediately revealed looks of disdain and ridicule. Those who came to propose marriage were usually extremely talented and had high cultivation. In this way, the younger ones did not have an advantage. In addition, one could only participate in the trial themselves and could not borrow the strength of others. Relying on one's own strength to win the favor of the fairy was the rule of this trial. Haha, just based on these words of yours, if I meet you in the trial, I will definitely cut you down. At this moment, savage laughter came from behind them. The crowd parted to allow a proud youth to slowly walk over. That's Hua Tianfeng, the prodigy of Sky Capital Peak. He's only 20 years old, but he's already at the initial level of the divine transformation realm. He can be called a monster. This person is one of the prodigies most likely to win this trial, and he's also a ruthless person. That brat won't have a good ending if he sets his eyes on him. The crowd once more retreated a certain distance. Zhao Feng turned and walked away, ignoring them. Stop! Did I say you could leave? Hua Tianfeng stepped forward, blocking Zhao Feng's path. Just now, Zhao Feng had said that he would defeat all the suitors, and he was one of them. How could he, Hua Tianfeng, allow Zhao Feng to leave after being humiliated by a child? Meow meow. The little thieving cat looked at Hua Tianfeng, a look of pity on its face. This made Hua Tianfeng even more furious. Not only was this brat looking down on him, but even the cat was doing the same. Scram! Zhao Feng's expression changed as he looked at Hua Tianfeng. When Hua Tianfeng and Zhao Feng's eyes met, his soul consciousness felt like it was being crushed by a mountain, and he almost fainted. At this moment, Zhao Feng slowly left Hua Tianfeng's side and disappeared. Just now, after a long while, Hua Tianfeng recovered, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. He turned his head, but Zhao Feng had long since disappeared. The surrounding spectators also glanced over, not knowing what had just happened. Hua Tianfeng, who had always been domineering and ruthless, was standing there like a fool, allowing Zhao Feng to leave. Scram! Hua Tianfeng roared in anger, scaring away the crowd as he quickly left. Damn it, don't let me see you again, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. After obtaining the news, Zhao Feng immediately purchased a large quantity of high-grade materials and then went into seclusion. When he came out of seclusion, the 4 servants were waiting outside with respectful looks on their faces. This is a reward for you. With a wave of Zhao Feng's sleeve, for dazzling lights with astonishing auras flew out and arrived in front of the 4 servants. Hua Qinfeng looked at the crystalline longsword in front of him. It exuded an astonishing wind-type energy that caused his heart to thump. Top heaven grade. Blood Spirit cried out in shock as he looked at the sinister dark red hook in front of him. It exuded a soul-shaking fiendish aura that filled Blood Spirit's heart with desire. The other 2 were also stunned, and then they revealed indescribable joy. The weapons in front of them were all top heaven grade. Let's go. I'm going to participate in the Lu family's trial. Don't embarrass me when the time comes." Zhao Feng strode out. He had been in seclusion for a month, and today was the day for the trial. "Yes, master." The four picked up their heaven-grade weapons and followed behind Zhao Feng in high spirits. Soon, the group arrived at the southern part of the city, where the Lu family was located. At this moment, the surroundings of the Lu residence were already surrounded by countless martial artists. It was not easy to squeeze in and watch the show. Boom! Blood Spirit, Hu Qingfeng, and the others immediately exuded the pressure of imperishable realm experts, causing the crowd to tremble and retreat. Afterwards, Zhao Feng led the 4 people and 1 cat into the Lu family. At this moment, there were more than 120 youths in the central plaza of the Lu family. Some had extraordinary appearances. Some were tall and mighty, some were cultured and refined, and some were cold and frightening. In the distance were the upper echelons of the Lu family, some top experts, and the targets of the marriage proposal, Lu Qin and Lu Fei. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on these 2 women. Lu Fei had a pair of bright eyes and fair skin, making her seem like a porcelain doll. Lu Qin's black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and she sat quietly and dignifiedly. Although she was only 15 years old, she had a pure and refined air of elegance. When Zhao Feng stepped into the central plaza, he did not attract any attention. He was only at the initial star origin realm. Compared to these prodigies, he was truly insignificant. "It's him." In the crowd, Hua Tianfeng's expression froze, but he did not move. Now that they were here, the 2 fairies would be able to see everything that they did. However, the 2 women of the Lu family couldn't help but take a few more glances at Zhao Feng. They were tired of looking at geniuses and elites, but for some reason they felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they looked at this youth. Half a day later, "It's about time to begin," a black-robed elder next to the Lu family patriarch indifferently said. This person was a member of the imperial family of the Azure Net Kingdom. He had come with the 10th prince to propose, and the 10th prince himself was a popular candidate for first place. "All right, let the test begin. Only the one who obtains first place has the right to propose to my beloved daughter." The Lu family patriarch immediately stood up and announced. The upper echelon of the Lu family all stood up, and a surge of true energy surged out. Above the central plaza, a huge portal gradually appeared. It was like a whirlpool, slowly spinning. "Let's go." A handsome youth wearing a jade crown was the first to charge out. This was Sir Wei. There were countless large cities in the Azure Net Kingdom, and Giant Dragon City, where Sir Wei resided, was one of the 3 strongest. Next, a young man wearing a dragon-patterned golden robe flew up into the air. He was none other than the 10th prince of the imperial family of the Azure Civ Kingdom. The other prodigies all soared into the sky and entered the vortex. Zhao Feng was one of them. When everyone entered, the vortex gradually shrank and disappeared. At the same time, a giant screen of light appeared, displaying an enormous image. This was the location of the trial. Zhao Feng was surrounded by a hazy gray mist that roiled endlessly. "Is this an illusion?" Zhao Feng instantly recognized this trial. Moreover, the illusion here would greatly affect even an early-stage divine transformation realm cultivator. There were probably too many suitors, and the Lu family wanted to eliminate most of them in the first trial. That was why the difficulty of the illusion was so high. The people on the outside weren't affected by the mist, so they could clearly see the participants in the illusion. Many of the geniuses had different expressions on their faces. Some were laughing, some were grieving, and some were terrified. Some even attacked the mist. Only 30 or so geniuses were able to remain clear-headed under the influence of the illusion. These people had prepared many trump cards, and they immediately used them. A jade pendant appeared in Hua Tianfeng's hand. It emitted a faint golden light that surrounded him and blocked the illusion's influence. The other geniuses also used all kinds of methods. They were all confident they could pass the first trial, but they wanted to be the first to pass and impress the goddess. Everyone on the outside watched these peerless geniuses compete, and their blood boiled. Who's that figure? He's so fast that he's ahead of everyone else. Someone cried out in alarm. Then the others also looked into the distance. That thin, white-robed figure was unremarkable in the gray mist, but he advanced like the wind. That youth's clear eyes shone brightly, completely unaffected. How is this possible? This person is only at the early stage star origin realm, but he's not affected by the illusion. Moreover, he's left all the other popular geniuses behind him. Just who is this person? How did he do it? The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes moved from the popular geniuses to focus on Zhao Feng. Even Lu Fei, and Lu Qin were astonished and incredulous. It didn't take long for Zhao Feng to pass through the illusion, while the popular geniuses had only made it halfway. At this moment, Zhao Feng was the center of attention. Many of the imperishable realm upper echelon, including a few Chaos Heaven realm experts, were slightly moved. After some time, young Master Wei and the 10th Prince gritted their teeth and charged out of the mist. "I am first!" The two shouted at the same time, exploding with the last of their strength to fight for first place. However, just as the two charged out of the mist, they discovered a figure sitting cross-legged not far away. What? Who is this person? The hearts of the two geniuses shuddered, as if they could not believe that someone had arrived before them. If it was one of the powerful opponents they acknowledged, they could endure it, but the one ahead was a star origin realm expert they looked down on. Chapter 1584. Several more figures charged out of the mist. As expected of the 10th Prince and young Master Wei. "I wonder how long they've passed before us." A yellow-skinned youth calmly said. Who's that kid? I don't remember such a person." In the next moment, the focus of everyone's discussion shifted to Zhao Feng. An initial star origin realm cultivator at the age of 15 truly seemed ordinary and unremarkable. They didn't have much of an impression of him. But at this moment, they had no choice but to remember this person, because he might be the third person to pass after the 10th Prince and young Master Wei. Only the 10th Prince and young Master Wei knew that Zhao Feng was the first to pass, but they wouldn't say it out loud. At this moment, Hua Tianfeng suddenly charged out of the mist. So close! He breathed a sigh of relief after walking out of the mist. But when he saw Zhao Feng, his eyes went wide, and waves of shock surged through his mind. He had originally thought that the first trial would be so difficult that Zhao Feng definitely wouldn't be able to pass, and he had also inwardly regretted that he couldn't kill Zhao Feng. He hadn't expected Zhao Feng to pass the first trial before him. Gradually, Hua Tianfeng didn't even realize it, but he began to feel a sense of apprehension towards Zhao Feng. Those who passed the first trial found a place to sit down cross-legged and recover in preparation for the next trial. More and more people emerged from the mist. The later they came out, the worse their condition was, and they had less time, so they immediately sat down to recover. 3 days later, a voice rang out. Now, those who have not passed the illusion realm are considered to have failed. The second trial begins. As soon as the voice finished, brum! Before all the geniuses, the heavens and the earth collapsed, while a myriad of changes occurred, and it instantly formed into a grand and magnificent scene. Countless precipitous mountain peaks towered in front of them. The sky was covered in dark clouds and crackling with lightning. Occasionally, a thick bolt of white lightning would descend. Savage Yao beasts gradually appeared on the mountain peaks. They roamed the mountains, flew through the air, and lurked in the forests and waters. All of you scram. The 10th Prince was the first to charge out, his expression cold. Waves of dragon roars rang out as the 10th Prince stood on golden dragon images and bore the brunt of the charge. He gave off a terrifying might that intimidated the countless ferocious beasts. In the first round, Zhao Feng had taken the lead. Perhaps Zhao Feng had some kind of treasure that was immune to illusions, but in the second round he definitely wanted to be first. However, after charging out, the 10th prince discovered that this trial was not as simple as he had thought. Besides the countless dangers, the void was also filled with a dreadful pressure. Even someone below the divine transformation realm wouldn't be able to continue flying, much less avoid all these dangers. The other geniuses were unwilling to fall behind. Outside, Lu Fei and Lu Qina were watching. If he performed well, even if he didn't get first place, if he could win the favor of the goddess, he might have a chance to propose marriage. Many geniuses displayed their abilities and stepped onto this dangerous path. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a bird-shaped silver mechanical puppet appeared. Stepping on it, Zhao Feng instantly rushed out. Although this mechanical puppet looked ordinary, it was still a middle divine transformation flying puppet. Its speed and sensitivity were both top class. Whoosh! A curved silver line cut through the air. Zhao Feng rode the flying mechanical puppet, dodging the vicious beasts and lightning attacks. What a fierce puppet! Just who is this boy? I can't believe he has such an exquisite flying puppet. Seeing Zhao Feng surpass them, many geniuses were incomparably shocked. Puppets weren't cheap. The better the puppet, the higher the price. Some were even priceless. Many of them had battle puppets, but none of them had flying puppets. Under Zhao Feng's precise control, he dodged all the dangers on the flying automaton. Up ahead was a haughty youth. It was Hua Tianfeng. He was standing atop a black lion vulture, rapidly flying through the air. This lion vulture also had a divine transformation realm cultivation, but its size was too large and its sensitivity was low. It wasn't very useful here. At this time, Hua Tianfeng sensed that someone was chasing after him. He swept out with his spiritual sense, and his complexion changed. How is this possible? Hua Tianfeng cried out in alarm. Whoosh! The silver bird puppet brushed past the left side of the black lion vulture. An invisible momentum swept towards it, causing it to tilt and lose its balance. This Hua Tianfeng was arrogant and conceited, and he even had thoughts of killing Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng wasn't a saint, so he decided to take this chance to play around with Hua Tianfeng. Hua Tianfeng's lion vulture lost its balance, and its speed was affected. At the same time, an astonishing bolt of white lightning fell from the sky, bombarding the lion vulture's other wing. Hua Tianfeng's heart burned with rage, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stabilize his own situation. Zhao Feng didn't bother with this and quickly flew away. He passed one genius after another until he saw the 10th prince and young masterway at the very front. The 10th prince stood atop the phantom of a golden dragon, exuding a heaven-shaking aura as he advanced with indomitable will. As for young masterway, he rode a mechanical flying ship in pursuit. The two of them simultaneously noticed Zhao Feng rapidly approaching, and their expressions changed once more. It's him again, the two of them said in unison, especially young Master Wei, who stared at Zhao Feng's flying puppet with jealousy. Zhao Feng's flying puppet was even better than his mechanical flying ship. Don't even think about surpassing me this time. Young Master Wei circulated his true yuan and focused on controlling the mechanical puppet. This was the first time Zhao Feng had taken the lead. He didn't know what method Zhao Feng had used to break through the illusion so quickly, but this time both of them were using mechanical puppets. Although his puppet was of inferior quality, his cultivation far surpassed Zhao Feng's, so he couldn't lose to Zhao Feng. Otherwise, he would be defeated by Zhao Feng. Whoosh! 3 beams of light flew forward, avoiding all the dangers in front of them. The 3 of them didn't give way to each other. Whoosh! At some point, the 10th prince was the first to reach the finish line, followed by Zhao Feng and young Master Wei. After putting away the flying puppet, Zhao Feng sat to the side, ignoring the two of them. Although Zhao Feng hadn't taken first place in the second round, Zhao Feng hadn't put in too much effort in the first 2 rounds, because those 2 rounds weren't important. The most important was the third round. Time passed, and soon 2 days had passed. Only 10 people had reached the finish line. The 10th was Hua Tianfeng. His face was a bit pale, and he had reached the finish line in a sorry state. Clearly, there had been a lot of unforeseen events along the way. As soon as he arrived, Hua Tianfeng glared at Zhao Feng as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. The last round has begun. An ethereal voice sounded. In front of the 10 geniuses, the earth shook as 5 huge arenas rose up. As I expected, the last round is a battle. The one who remains will be first. Young Master Wei revealed a confident smile, then looked at Zhao Feng with a disdainful smile. Everyone, please choose your arena and fight in pairs. The ethereal voice sounded again. This simple sentence directly stated the rules of the competition. Everyone was free to choose their arena, and there were only 5 arenas. Thus, those who stepped onto the same arena had to fight. Okay. The 10th prince's eyes flashed, and he turned into a dragon shadow that flew toward the first arena. At the same time, the other 9 people flew toward the other 4 arenas. Young Master Wei occupied the 3rd arena, Hua Tianfeng occupied the 4th, and Zhao Feng entered the 5th. The slowest person had no choice but to step onto the arena where the 10th prince was. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he immediately admitted defeat. As for the other arenas, the battles had already begun. Zhao Feng's opponent was an early divine transformation realm sword cultivator. His eyes shone with a cold light. I didn't expect that someone with your strength could actually reach the 3rd round. No matter how you did, your path ends here. The sword cultivator let out a low roar and turned into an icy sword shadow, attacking rapidly. Zhao Feng stood where he was, took out 4 battle flags from his storage space, and inserted them into the ground. Buzz! The array flags activated and blue light surged. Blue crystalline rays of light extended out, instantly forming an array formation that enveloped Zhao Feng within. The sword cultivator slashed down, but Zhao Feng's defensive barrier remained motionless. I will split it apart. The sword cultivator's face was cold as he slashed out with his sword. Although the blue crystalline barrier constantly flickered, it showed no signs of shattering. At this time, Zhao Feng waved his hand. 2 middle divine transformation realm automatons rushed out of their ray formation and attacked the sword cultivator. You coward! You hid yourself and didn't come out, so you released so many puppets. The sword cultivator immediately cursed. He was a genius who could fight a middle divine transformation realm martial artist at the early divine transformation realm, but he definitely couldn't deal with 2 middle divine transformation automatons. Finally, just as the sword cultivator was about to be defeated, he admitted defeat. Meanwhile, on the 4th arena, Hua Tianfeng defeated his opponent and won. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's arena moved to the 4th arena, once more forming a complete arena. Like this, Zhao Feng and Hua Tianfeng had no choice but to fight. Zhao Feng didn't care. He didn't even need to move. All he needed to do was sit in the array formation and defeat all his enemies. On the other side, the 1st and 2nd arenas also merged. Young Master Wei, who was in the 3rd arena, didn't change after defeating his opponent. You brat, I will kill you today. The rage that Hua Tianfeng had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted. Swish! He waved his hand, and 2 early divine transformation realm black griffins flew out, their jaws wide open. Hua Tianfeng clenched his fists, and a monstrous whirlwind appeared as he punched at Zhao Feng. I won't show you any mercy. Zhao Feng smiled. With a flip of his hand, 3 metal spheres appeared. Swish! 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 The 3 spheres flew out, hitting the 2 griffins and Hua Tianfeng. There was an explosion, and the metal spheres turned into a firestorm that swept out. The two griffins were instantly heavily injured, their bodies in tatters and bleeding profusely. Hua Tianfeng also suffered a significant blow, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is a self-detonation tool. Hua Tianfeng gnashed his teeth, his clenched fists trembling. A self-detonation tool that could instantly wound early divine transformation realm cultivators was probably as valuable as a low-grade, heaven-grade divine weapon. Even Hua Tianfeng felt that Zhao Feng was being a bit extravagant. The griffins had lost the ability to fight, and Hua Tianfeng was besieged by the two mid-divine transformation realm puppets. However, he was no ordinary prodigy. He could still fight against two mid-divine transformation realm puppets. Although Zhao Feng was only at the early star origin realm, he had a defensive array, battle mechanical puppets, and a special self-detonation tool. But Hua Tianfeng also had a trump card. Hua Tianfeng's eyes blazed with anger, and he decided to use his trump card. Scram! Zhao Feng took control of Hua Tianfeng. Without a word, he took out 3 more metal spheres. In an instant, all 3 spheres shot toward Hua Tianfeng. Boom! Bang! Hua Tianfeng still hadn't used his trump card, but he was sent flying off the arena, his chest scorched black. Damn it, I can't accept this. Hua Tianfeng roared, unwilling. He hadn't even used the trump card he had carefully prepared before being forced off the stage by Zhao Feng. Moreover, he believed that Zhao Feng hadn't relied on his own strength, but on various tricks to win. However, Zhao Feng's methods truly shocked him. Each of those self-detonation tools was equivalent to a low-grade, heaven-grade divine weapon, and then there were the defensive arrays and battle puppets. Earlier, Zhao Feng had also used mechanical puppets. Zhao Feng truly had too many tricks up his sleeve. The value of all these things made Hua Tianfeng apprehensive. Could it be that Zhao Feng also had a powerful background? Chapter 1585. In the outside world, the spectators were stunned. They hadn't imagined that a mere initial star origin realm cultivator like Zhao Feng would be able to reach this step. Zhao Feng actually defeated Hua Tianfeng in a direct confrontation. What's so amazing about that? It's all thanks to puppets, arrays, and special tools. He's just lucky. If he had run into the 10th Prince or young Master Wei, even these tricks would have been useless. Many people didn't think highly of Zhao Feng's method of reaching this stage. Those who had been eliminated before were all loudly complaining. In truth, they were extremely envious. If they had these tricks, they too would have been able to reach this step. Only Huo Qingfeng, Blood Spirit, and the others maintained a faint smile on their faces. When they learned that Zhao Feng would participate in the trial, they knew that Zhao Feng's victory was assured. Within the trial space, Zhao Feng looked to the other side after defeating Hua Tianfeng. The 10th Prince had already defeated his opponent. His arena had merged with young Master Wei's, and the two were engaged in a heaven-shaking battle. The 10th Prince and young Master Wei could be said to be the most outstanding of all the geniuses. Unfortunately, the battle between the two of them was not the final battle. Boom! Bang! Crash! The golden dragon and blue light on the arena shattered. The 10th Prince and young Master Wei were both at the middle divine transformation realm, but the battle prowess they displayed was close to the peak of divine transformation. As a member of the imperial family, the 10th Prince had deep foundations and a powerful background. He had prepared many tricks. On his sides were 2 strange ancient beasts that resembled both dragons and crocodiles. Their bodies were powerful and ferocious, and the 10th Prince's dragon-patterned golden saber was a mid-grade heaven-rank weapon. Of course, young Master Wei's background was not simple either. In front of young Master Wei were 2 enormous, dark, golden puppets. They were like 2 small mountains that blocked his path and blocked many attacks for him. The battle between the two was accompanied by the clash of spiritual pets, puppets, and divine weapons. It was a dazzling and nerve-wracking sight. Although the battle between the 10th Prince and young Master Wei was not a peak showdown, to the spectators, the victor of this battle was likely to be the final victor. "You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced, but you will lose without a doubt." The 10th Prince roared as his long hair fluttered in the wind. The golden saber with dragon patterns in his hand surged with the aura of dragon luck as he slashed out. Young Master Wei retreated, using the mechanical puppets as meat shields to block most of the 10th Prince's attacks. However, his mechanical puppets were already severely damaged. One of the puppets had even been destroyed by the 10th Prince at this moment. "Heavenly Dragon, roar!" The 10th Prince shouted, and his aura surged as he suddenly slashed with his saber. A giant, ferocious golden dragon let out a roar and charged forward with a ferocious gust of wind. At the same time, the 10th Prince's spirit pet also attacked. Young Master Wei crushed a jade talisman, and a layer of blue scales appeared around his body. However, he was ultimately unable to withstand the 10th Prince's attack. The light barrier shattered, and his figure was sent flying out of the arena. Just like that, this eye-catching showdown of the pinnacle had ended. There were only 2 arenas left in this space. Among them, the 10th Prince's arena was much larger than Zhao Feng's because he had experienced 3 battles. "I never thought that my final opponent would be you." The 10th Prince's expression was arrogant and somewhat disdainful. Although Zhao Feng had left an extremely deep impression on him in the first 2 rounds, the 10th Prince was absolutely confident that he could crush Zhao Feng in a head-on battle. Rumble! The 2 arenas moved toward the center and finally joined together. This also meant that the final showdown had officially begun. In an instant, the 10th Prince wielded the dragon-patterned golden saber and arrived in front of Zhao Feng with a shocking dragon might. He slashed down with a golden dragon light wave. Boom! The golden dragon light wave fell on the blue crystal barrier, causing it to tremble violently as if it was about to shatter. Zhao Feng's 2 puppets were also suppressed by the 10th Prince's spirit pet. At this moment, Zhao Feng was like a cripple who couldn't do anything. The moment that formation broke would be the moment that Zhao Feng lost. Outside, many powerhouses couldn't help but sigh. They had already expected this to happen. Zhao Feng had many tricks up his sleeve. They might be useful against an early divine transformation realm master, but they were useless against the 10th Prince. Inside the formation, Zhao Feng was like a 1,000-year-old stone, motionless. As expected of the 10th Prince, "It seems that I have to go all out." Zhao Feng suddenly laughed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, 4 red flags appeared and fell into the blue crystal barrier, forming another formation. A red light barrier appeared to protect Zhao Feng. Then, Zhao Feng also summoned 2 puppets, both of which were at the peak of the divine transformation realm. As for Zhao Feng, a dozen or so metal balls had appeared in his hand at some point. "What? You still have so many? You coward!" The 10th Prince was shocked and then cursed. He thought that Zhao Feng had used all his trump cards, but he didn't expect that the other had even stronger tricks. For a moment, the 10th Prince couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng, so he was very angry. "Kill!" The 10th Prince didn't attack Zhao Feng first. Instead, he attacked the peak divine transformation realm puppet. That puppet was even stronger than his pet. If he didn't do anything, his pet would probably die here. "You call me a coward?" Zhao Feng smiled evilly. Whoosh! A metal ball shot out from his hand. "Damn it!" The 10th Prince sensed this and dodged to the side. "Explode!" Zhao Feng shouted. The metal ball that approached the 10th Prince exploded, setting off endless waves of fire. "Child's play!" The 10th Prince snorted coldly. Bang! The fireball suddenly radiated endless golden light, splitting the fireball inch by inch. The metal ball's power could at most injure an early divine transformation realm master. For a middle divine transformation realm master like the 10th Prince, who had defensive armor, it wouldn't have much of an effect. Zhao Feng faintly smiled as he threw out another 3 metallic balls. Bang! Waves of fire rose. The 10th prince's true essence erupted, and he cleaved them apart with his saber. Before he could speak, 3 more metal balls flew at him. Bang! Explosions rang out incessantly, and waves of fire rolled over the entire arena. The explosion of the 3 metal balls had a certain stacking effect. Are you done yet? The 10th prince felt a bit aggrieved. This guy hid in the array and kept hitting him with the balls, but the 10th prince couldn't do anything. Although he wasn't afraid of the metal balls, he couldn't stand Zhao Feng's endless attacks. I'm not done yet. Zhao Feng answered very seriously. He was too lazy to fight, so he had refined a lot of such tools before participating in the postgraduate entrance examination. Whoosh! The 3 metal balls flew at the 10th prince again. This time, the 10th prince didn't meet them head-on. He chose to dodge. However, what happened next made him turn pale with fright, and he was dumbfounded. Zhao Feng waved his hand and immediately threw out nearly 20 metal balls, covering the surroundings and blocking all his escape routes. Rumble! Countless balls burst with a loud bang, and fierce flames raged and collapsed, covering the entire arena. When the flames disappeared, the 10th prince's clothes were torn, revealing the soft armor inside. His handsome face was smoked like a beggar, and his hair was like a chicken's nest. At this moment, the 10th prince didn't look like a prince at all. Even the powerhouses who came to protect the 10th prince probably wouldn't recognize him. Zhao Feng! The 10th prince roared angrily, staring fiercely at Zhao Feng as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. You still want more? Don't be polite. I still have a lot here, and I'll reward them all to you. Zhao Feng waved his hand again very generously, and more than a dozen metal balls flew out again. The 10th prince's angry face immediately changed. He was really afraid of Zhao Feng's move. Bang! Bang! On the arena, the sound of explosions was continuous, and the 10th prince was running around, constantly dodging. He was in a sorry state, without the previous king's demeanor. Damn it, you forced me to do this. The 10th prince's face was ruthless. He didn't know how many metal balls Zhao Feng had, and he couldn't break the double array formation protecting Zhao Feng in a short time. Since that was the case, he could only use his final trump card. He believed that this trump card could definitely turn the tables. Crack! A dragon-patterned jade pendant suddenly appeared in the 10th prince's hand, and he crushed it. The moment the jade pendant shattered, a dark golden dragon shadow rushed out. It was vast and boundless, and its power was monstrous, suppressing all living beings. Go to hell, Zhao Feng! The 10th prince roared. This jade pendant was a life-saving item his father had given him. It was a soul attack, and even a mid-stage imperishable realm expert could be killed instantly. Boom! The dark golden dragon shadow rushed out, penetrated the 2 layers of array formation protection, and rushed into Zhao Feng's body. Seeing the dark golden dragon shadow rush into Zhao Feng's body, the 10th prince smiled. On the other side, Zhao Feng also smiled. In the soul world, the dark golden dragon shadow released infinite power, trying to destroy Zhao Feng's soul. But at this moment, a huge dreamy eye shadow suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's seemingly weak soul. When the eye stared at it, the golden dragon's power instantly disappeared, and it trembled, crawled on the ground, and begged for mercy. Light flashed on the dreamy eye, and an indescribably terrifying pressure was released. Boom! In less than half a breath, the dark golden dragon shadow shattered. Why is there no reaction? He should be dead. The 10th prince stared at Zhao Feng. Suddenly, Zhao Feng looked up at the 10th prince, revealing a smile that shocked and terrified the 10th prince. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen metal balls flew out. How is this possible? The 10th prince's heart was in turmoil, but he had no time to think at this moment and immediately fled. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng continued to throw the metal balls. Zhao Feng, you and I are irreconcilable. Ah, you cowardly tortoise. Zhao Feng, if you have the guts, fight me. Gradually, the 10th prince didn't even have the strength to shout. Boom! Bang! Covered in wounds and exhausted, the 10th prince was blasted off the stage. His face contorted as he struggled in agony. It would have been fine if he had been defeated in a direct confrontation, but he was truly unwilling to be defeated like this. In the outside world, everyone had long since grown numb to this. From start to finish, Zhao Feng had remained motionless while the 10th prince dodged and evaded everywhere. In the end, he was unable to dodge and was blasted off the stage. Quite a few people felt that the 10th prince was too sullen, too pitiful. After a long while, the Lu clan patriarch stood up and said, "The first place this time is Zhao Feng." After saying this, he froze once more, as if even he hadn't expected this result. It was far too unexpected. So many geniuses had been defeated by an initial star origin realm cultivator. Swish! 2 white pillars of light appeared on the plaza, and 2 figures slowly emerged from within. One of them was still sitting cross-legged, motionless, while the other was in a terrible state. His entire body was scorched black, and he had long since lost his previous handsomeness, arrogance, and draconic might. When the other youths on the plaza saw Zhao Feng, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Hua Tianfeng was even more fearful. If even the 10th prince had been tricked into this state, then he could already be considered lucky to have survived. Zhao Feng stood up, a smile on his face as he walked upward. Humph! A black-robed elder, next to the Lu clan patriarch, snorted. He was a member of the imperial family and had come with the 10th prince. Zhao Feng's previous actions had tarnished the imperial family's image, and he was extremely displeased. At this moment, Zhao Feng's gaze swept over and focused on the black-robed elder. In a split second, the black-robed old man's heart trembled. He felt as if there was a peerless expert looking down on him. All of his secrets had been seen through by the other party without any place to hide. After slightly intimidating this person, Zhao Feng looked at Lu Fei and Lu Qin. At this moment, both of them were also looking at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was the winner and had the right to propose, and he couldn't refuse. The strange thing was, although Zhao Feng's cultivation was not as high as theirs, for some reason, they felt that Zhao Feng was very familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. "Young man, which daughter of mine do you plan to propose to?" The Lu clan patriarch smiled. Zhao Feng was already destined to become his son-in-law. He didn't dislike Zhao Feng, but was instead very interested. Lu Fei and Lu Qin also looked at Zhao Feng. Even they didn't realize that they had been attracted by this young man, and they wanted to know what answer he would give. "I want both of them." Zhao Feng smiled slightly, as if he was a little embarrassed, but he still spoke. There was silence in all directions, and everyone's eyes widened. The rules said that he could only propose to one person. The prodigies cursed Zhao Feng in their hearts. How could he be so greedy? Lu Fei and Lu Qin were also surprised, and they even blushed. "Are you willing?" Zhao Feng ignored everyone's reaction and directly asked Lu Fei and Lu Qin. His eyes suddenly glowed with dazzling colors, reflected into the 2 girls' eyes, and entered deep into their minds. Normal cultivators couldn't see or sense this scene at all, but at this moment there was a rumble from all directions. The rules are, the winner can only propose to one person, and the other party can't refuse. How can he propose to 2 people? If he proposes to one person, the other party can't refuse. But this kid can be rejected by 2 people. Yeah, why would the 2 fairies like this kid? They will definitely refuse. Even the prodigies who failed couldn't help but laugh, waiting to see Zhao Feng make a fool of himself. After a long time, the voices died down. The 2 fairies finally opened their mouths. "I am willing." At this moment, all was silent, even quieter than before. Everyone could clearly hear their breathing. Lu Fei, and Lu Qin stood up and threw themselves into Zhao Feng's arms. Countless people felt like they had been struck by lightning, and they wanted to smash their heads against a wall. Even the Lu clan patriarch, the father of the two girls, was like a petrified statue. "Father, we are willing." The two girls turned and spoke. By now, they had regained the memories of their past lives. Since both sides were willing, it didn't matter how many people objected. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's first servants flew out, each taking out a betrothal gift they had prepared. Just like that, the marriage was decided. The news quickly reached the Fong clan in South Cloud City. The upper echelon members of the Fong clan had never imagined that Zhao Feng's trip would be for a betrothal, and that his partners would be the two prodigies of the Lu clan. South Cloud City was festooned with lanterns and banners, a festive atmosphere. Everyone knew that today was the day that Zhao Feng would marry the two prodigies of the Lu clan. In the bridal chamber, Zhao Feng looked at his two peerlessly beautiful wives and smiled. "In my last life, I didn't give you a wedding. In this life, after we get married, we can travel the world." Zhao Feng was a little nervous, but he was even more happy. On the other side, Lu Qinqin and Zhao Yufei were even more nervous, their beautiful faces flushed with love. After crossing cups of wine and raising the veil, Zhao Feng couldn't help but kiss them. End of the Outer World chapter.